Good afternoon. This is the July 28th, 2026, the regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
And Councilmember Jordan.
Here. And you have a ceremonial item to read?
I do. Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Ms. McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is my privilege to recognize a number of city employees receiving service awards. This is actually for the month of July, and then next week we'll do August. So you'll get 2 in a row in terms of employee recognitions. And we do have one employee here with us in person, so we'll recognize her last. First, I want to do employees with 5 years of service. Jaime Aguilar, Administrative Specialist in the Finance Department. Charlie Lamb, Human Resource Analyst 2 in Human Resources. Maria Campoverde Toral, Accounting Assistant in Community Development. Kathleen Koziak, Library Systems Analyst in the Library Department. Tina Nelson, the Business Manager for Parks and Recreation Department. Juan Jaimes, Senior Airport Maintenance Worker. And Andre Guillon, Harbor Operations Assistant in the Water Department. We'll give them all a round of applause. And next, we will recognize employees celebrating 10 years of service. We have Rudy Fiddler, our Information Technology Manager in our IT department. Veronica Ramirez, Police Records Supervisor in the Police Department. Gustavo Gonzalez, Wastewater Treatment Plant Chief Operator in the Department of Water Resources. Daniel Eric Massey, Control Systems Operator Specialist 1 in the Department of Water Resources. Adam Port, Recreation Programs Manager in Parks and Recreation, and Nathan Slack, our Urban Forest Superintendent in Parks and Rec. We'll give them a round of applause. And celebrating 15 years of service, we have Scott Durfor, Assistant Parking Coordinator as part of Downtown Services in the Office of Housing and Community Vitality in the City Administrator's Office, and Brock Maudlin, Police Officer. Celebrating 20 years of service, we have Stephanie Routier, Project Engineer 1 in Public Works. We'll give her a round of applause. And then celebrating 25 years of service, Carrie Stevens, Legal Administrative Assistant 2 in the City Attorney's Office, Jeffrey Zampese, Fire Engineer in the Fire Department, and then we'll recognize Lynn in a second, but we'll give those other 2 employees a round of applause for 25 years of service. And for 30 years of service, we have Scott Nelson, our webmaster in the IT department. And last but certainly not least, Lynn Burrich, a Project Engineer 1 in Public Works, celebrating 25 years of service. And I believe Lynn is here. If Lynn is here, come on. Yes. Come on up.
Congratulations. Put that on your, add that to your jewelry collection. This is for Lynn Burge, Project Engineer for 25 years of service. Lynn Burge began her career with the city in May 1996 as an hourly engineering technician, supporting the Public Works Department with CAD drafting assignments. Her journey with the city soon progressed to the position of Senior Engineering Technician at the Santa Barbara Airport and ultimately advanced to the position of Project Engineer in the Public Works Engineering Services Division, currently serving the Waterfront Department. Throughout her career, Lynn has continually found ways to improve and provide quality service to the citizens of Santa Barbara. Providing excellent customer service has been central to Lynn's work ethic. She is frequently recognized by members of our community for being helpful and informative while completing her professional duties. She has received multiple acknowledgments for outstanding service and has supported a breadth of capital projects implemented through engineering services. Lynn is a valued member of the Public Works and Waterfront team As such, her efforts support the department vision of earning the trust and high regard of her community by ensuring the efficient implementation of capital projects, mentoring new staff, and supporting operation and maintenance needs where required. Lynn's coworkers recognize her as an incredibly caring person. She is always ready to support a coworker in need, both professionally and personally. Her supportive nature stems from a strong connection to her family and the love they share. Her caring personality extends beyond work and family to the city she has known and loved throughout her life. Lynn Burge, on behalf of the Santa Barbara City Council and the residents of Santa Barbara and your fellow employees, it is my pleasure to recognize your exemplary 25-year career and thank you for your outstanding service to the Santa Barbara community. Lynn, congratulations.
Thank you. I just want to say it's just been such a privilege to be working for this community this many years, and to be acknowledged is really an honor, and it really means a lot that all the years have gone by so quickly and provided such opportunity for interesting and challenging projects and growth in my career, and mostly I'm really grateful for all the people that I've been able to work with and get to know over the years, and I think that's corroborated by the other people that are also receiving their 25-year service awards. So thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Madam Administrator, any changes to the agenda?
The only change, Mayor, is that consistent with what we've been doing, we'll move pulled consent items before general public comment.
Very good, thank you. And Madam Clerk, you have some, we'll move to the consent calendar. You have some items to read?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Item 2, waiver of reading in full of ordinances and resolutions. Recommendation that council waive the reading in full of all ordinances and resolutions on the consent agenda and the public hearing consent agenda, and authorize reading by title only pursuant to City Charter Section 511 unless otherwise requested by a member of City Council. This waiver should not apply to emergency ordinances, which shall be read in full as required by Section 511. Item 4, agreement with the Mobility House LLC for managed charging services and electrical vehicle supply equipment and acceptance of related grant funds, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the Sustainability and Resilience Director to execute an agreement with the Mobility House LLC for managed charging services for electric vehicle charging stations. Item 5, proposed lease agreement with Chandler Beyond Breakwater, Inc. Ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a 5-year lease agreement with one 5-year option to extend the lease terms at the mutual consent of both parties with Chandler on the Breakwater, Inc., a California corporation, at an initial base rent of $2,258.80 per month for the 483 square foot office space located at 125 Harbor Way, Suites 3, 4, and 5, and commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 6, proposed lease agreement for 918 State Street with State of Mind Cafe, ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing city administrator to execute a 1-year lease agreement with one 4-year option and one 5-year option with the nonprofit corporation State of Mind Cafe for the commercial retail space at 918 State Street, commencing on September 1st, 2026. Item 7, introduction of an ordinance approving a lease agreement with La Patera Investors LP, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a lease agreement with La Patera Investors LP for 41,760 square feet of paved land at the Santa Barbara Airport. Item 8, introduction of an ordinance approving Second Amendment to Agreement Number 18538 with Signature Flight Support LLC, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a Second Amendment to Agreement Number 18538 with Signature Flight Support LLC, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 9, resolution authorizing and directing the display of the pride flag at City Hall during the month of August 2026. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing and directing the display of the pride flag at City Hall during the month of August 2026 in recognition of Santa Barbara Pride. Item 10, certification of election results for the special municipal election of June 2nd, 2026, resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara reciting the fact of the special municipal election held on June 2nd, 2026, declaring the result and setting forth such other matters as required by the state elections code. Item 11, approval of Santa Barbara Clean Energy's 2026 Integrated Resource Plan resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving Santa Barbara Clean Energy's 2026 Integrated Resource Plan. Item 12, adoption of the State Streets for All Action Plan. Recommendation the council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the city's Safe Streets for All Action Plan and formally integrating safe system approach and complete street principles into all transportation safety improvements. Item 13, adoption of a resolution authorizing portal-to-portal pay for fire and police employees assigned to mutual aid response resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing portal-to-portal pay for fire and police employees assigned to mutual aid response. And item 14, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the position salary control resolution 2026-063 for authorized positions for fiscal year 2027. Changes are effective July 11th, 2026. And that is the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 2026-063 position salary control resolution for fiscal year 2027 to amend the established salary for certain positions to implement a previously approved salary adjustment for the Police Management Association and Firefighters Association.
All right, very good. Are there any other items that need to be pulled for a separate vote or consideration by council? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'd like to vote on item 19 separately.
All right. And Mr. Friedman.
Thanks. I'd like to vote on 16.
16?
16 separately.
Okay, okay, very good. Any further ones? All right, are there any on line for public comment that want to pull an item?
No, Mr. Mayor, no raised hands.
Okay, very good. Would you read both 16 and 19 into the record, please?
Item 16, second amendment to the professional services agreement for the completion of the State Street Master Plan agreement. And item 19, memorandum of understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara County Association of Governments for the Correa Boulevard and Union Pacific Railroad Bridge and Los Patos Undercrossing Replacement Projects Agreement.
All right, very good. With that, I would entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar, absence items 16 and 19.
So moved.
Moved by Santa Maria,
Second.
second by Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion for the consent calendar, all items except for items 16 and 19. Motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. With that, we'll move to item 16. I believe that was you, Mr. Friedman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to vote on this separately. When we had originally appropriated the funds for the consultant for State Street from the previous contract, I had supported at the time because those funds were already allocated, so I'm just not in support of another close to $100,000 for that project. So I'll just vote separately. Thank you.
All right, very good. And I, too, will be opposing that measure because we did not, as I anticipated, get anything about an interim plan, nor was one entertained. So I do not see any purpose in putting extra money into it. All right, we're there, good. Item 19 was, Ms. Snett, go right ahead.
Yes, I'll just be voting on that separately.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll entertain a motion on item 16. Moved by Snedden,
Second.
seconded by Santa Maria. May we have the vote on item 16, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria for the recommended action for item 16. Please go ahead and vote.
Item passes 5-2 with Rouse and Freeman dissenting. Thank you. And item 19, do we have any further discussion on 19?
Yeah, I'll just add that I haven't supported the closure of that off-ramp and don't want to support further development of it.
Okay, very good. With that, I'll entertain a motion on item 19.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon. Second by Jordan. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan for the recommended action for item 19. Please go ahead and vote.
Item passes 5-2 with Santa Maria and 7 dissenting. All right, very good. And with that, we will close the general consent calendar. With that, we're going to move to general public comment, which is 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on today's agenda, but still lies within the purview of this body. And you will have 3 minutes at the dais. With that, we'll begin with Graham Marisol Martin Sotaro.
Hi, I'm here to dispute the commodification of our Santa Barbara seasonal anchorage. Santa Barbara has been a safe anchorage since it was federally designated under the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1915. The seasonal anchorage belongs to the people who live, work, and raise their children within its sanctuary, and they should not be denigrated or marginalized. We have evaluated the merits of seizing this high-use public area and converting it into an exclusive rental mooring field. The public contests that permits should be filed by challenging the procedural and legal grounds on which they were not filed. The permit process determines that a change in use should be thoroughly evaluated, and this was avoided. We are demanding a standard environmental review and the proper environmental impact reports be filed. Exemptions and amendments to a normal regulatory process were sought to avoid disclosures that would under normal circumstances require a standard permit filing and review. We invoke the core provisions of the 1976 California Coastal Act, as stated in California Public Resources Code 30211, to contest the seizures of our public space. The Coastal Act prevents alterations from blocking our traditional and historical right to access the sea through acquired use. Unbeknownst to the patrons affected by it, a permit amendment was filed on September 29, 2025 with the Coastal Commission. It was considered immaterial if there were no objections within 10 days, but the public was largely unaware of the time frame of this window dressing. The public demands a new permit instead of an amendment. We argue that the conversion of a public anchorage into a city-operated fee-based mooring field is significant enough conversion of use that it should require an entirely new permit for a different area. This should include public debate and a legitimate chance to refute their rationalization. Besides the public not knowing to contest properly, the proposed amendment is full of falsifications to modify the permit. The first line calls it a mooring anchoring program and states there will be seasonal anchoring opportunities for vessels without disclosing that access will be limited to those paying for moorings. The truth is it annexes any anchoring opportunities in the protected area and materially changes the function by significantly reducing public anchoring opportunities. This forces anyone not willing to pay into rougher waters, compromising safety standards. The amendment was considered immaterial based on the reasoning that the amendment would allow for continued use within the area while modifying the type of anchoring. However, it clearly does not because it nullifies any anchoring and inhibits public access by only allowing those willing to rent a mooring from the city to be there. The public argues that the amendment is not immaterial and therefore requires a standard permit review process. This will directly affect every boater who wants to anchor outside the marina in safe, calm water for the afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, Gerardo Menchaca.
Mayor, City Council people, to be honest with you, I don't know if 3 minutes is going to be sufficient amount of time on what I'm going to want to say and share with you. This young man that's standing to the right of me is Bryson Tennis. He is my grandson, and I have to brag on him just a little bit. Not only just the last year in the 7th grade was he a straight A student, this 8th grade coming up, he is the student body president, and the only young man that I am personally aware of that's from Santa Barbara County that will be attending and participating in this year's Junior Olympics in Los Angeles. He'll be participating in the triple jump, the javelin, and the 400x4 relay. I'm just extremely excited that all the things that are happening in our wonderful city, all the different challenges that and situations they have on State Street, that young people are doing this and doing that. I want to let City Council know and Santa Barbara know that we have great young people in our community that are doing amazing things. And I just wanted to share that with them. I couldn't be more prouder of this young man. He's doing things that I've never considered to do. And I just wanted to share this moment with our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good. Congratulations. My grandparents never had 3 minutes to talk about me, so there wasn't enough material. My next speaker is Zeus.
Santa Barbara is stunning, but walking down State Street or through our parks, we see a reality we can't ignore. Neighbors living on the pavement, trapped in trauma, addiction, and homelessness. For me, that pain is personal. I grew up with childhood abandonment and adoption into a rigid, toxic home. That trauma pushed me down a dark road where I almost took my own life. But through God's grace and specialized therapies like EMDR, I broke that cycle. Knowing how close I came to the edge, I left a high-priced lifestyle to spend time on the streets and truly listen. What I saw wasn't failure. It was human beings being crushed by unaddressed pain with nowhere to turn and nowhere to heal. That's why I'm hitting the trail this August for Zeus in the Wild, a 12-month, 5,000-mile solo trek along the American Discovery Trail, walking coast to coast from the Pacific to the Atlantic. The harsh weather and mountain passes are just the backdrop. Along the way, I'm stopping in major cities to sit down with unhoused individuals, documenting their raw, unfiltered stories for an upcoming book and documentary to bring these truths to the national stage. Here's why this matters to Santa Barbara. Proceeds from the project will directly fund a nonprofit wellness center right here in town. It will offer holistic alternative healing for unhoused and low-income residents, giving my own community the exact recovery tools that saved my life. Walking 5,000 miles takes grit, but bringing lasting healing to my city takes a community. I'm looking for partners, sponsors, and neighbors to join me. Whether through financial backing, gear support, or sharing the story, you can help turn this journey into a permanent sanctuary right here at home. Come chat with me today or email me at zeusinthewild@outlook.com. Let's build this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Woodson?
Pardon?
No, I'm calling the next gentleman up.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good afternoon. My name is Robert Woodson, and I'll be brief too. We won't need 3 minutes for this. We live in this beautiful city, and every Saturday when I drive down to pick up my mail, I cross Carrillo Street for that wonderful farmer's market. But then in the back of my head comes the flash of a tragic event that could happen here. We saw this happen at Mardi Gras. Everybody was having a good time, shopping, eating, enjoying good Southern cuisine, when a gentleman drove his car, killed several people, and injured dozens. I would not want that to happen here in Santa Barbara. I'm not advocating for cement and steel barricades there, but I think it'd be quite simple if the city of Santa Barbara could arrange to have a out-of-service MTD bus parked at one end of Carrillo Street and a second out-of-service MT bus parked at Carrillo Street, or a dump truck or other large city vehicle that would destroy someone's intent to destroy the lives and the well-being of the people attending those events on Saturday morning. Again, I'd like the City Council and the City of Santa Barbara to be one step ahead of this issue, not a step behind, where we are dealing with loss, grief, and bereavement. And since Saturday is coming up in 4 days, I'm hoping the council will take immediate action on this. So come this next Saturday, someone who's in a vehicle with a deranged mind does not have a target. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Duffy? The one up there on the dais, there we go.
Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. My name is Erin Duffy, and I'm here to bring your attention to a systemic failure in the city's ADA enforcement and to voice a formal Title II grievance regarding a severe violation during the recent solstice celebration. As you may recall from last month, I was denied access to the legally required public ADA parking section on Micheltorena Street near Alameda Park by Officer Randall Strum of the Santa Barbara Police Department Parking Enforcement and Sarah Knowles of Parks and Rec. One excuse given was that the ADA section was double used as parade overflow, entirely displacing the very people the city's legally mandated to safeguard. When I reported this to the city's ADA coordinator, Brian Dunmore, he disagreed that this denial was illegal. He also disclosed that he cannot focus solely on accessibility issues because he is simultaneously tasked with the full-time duties of city engineer. Forcing one individual to act as both city engineer and ADA coordinator creates an unmanageable inherent conflict of interest. An official cannot objectively investigate complaints against infrastructure, street closures, or event permitting decisions that fall directly under their own department's scope. This dual role arrangement has compromised solstice accessibility oversight since the parade moved in 2021. I'm formally requesting 3 immediate actions. 1, of an investigation into parking restrictions and staff training failures at the solstice celebration. Written clarification on the city's policy for preserving designated ADA parking during permitted events. And 3, a structure review to establish a dedicated standalone full-time ADA coordinator who reports independently of engineering and public works departments. Thanks again for your time and immediate attention to ensuring Santa Barbara remains legally compliant and fully accessible for both residents and visitors alike. I look forward to your written response. And just so you know, this is the first time since I moved here. I've been here 30 years, but this is the first time I've missed solstice, and it just worked really hard for a long time to try to get there. So I'm sorry I'm so upset about it, but it's like my favorite day of the year. And so I just want to make sure it doesn't happen to me next year or anybody else. But then there's a lot of festivals in town. So I just want to make sure that that everybody gets to enjoy it, because it's a great part of being in the city, is enjoying all of our festivals. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Kevin McKee? The gentleman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Kevin McKee, and while I live in the San Roque neighborhood, I am a frequent user of the Cliff Drive Overlook parking area located on the bluff between Henry's Beach and the entrance to Hope Ranch. Many generations of Santa Barbarans have for years enjoyed this public right-of-way and parking area and its amazing views, whether to enjoy the sunset, check the ocean conditions, or just enjoy the view. Indeed, it is a gem of a public resource, and I'm sure many of you on the council have enjoyed the Cliff Drive Overlook from time to time as well. In early June, the parking areas on both sides of the street were blocked off with K-rail and other barricades, along with a posted notice from Public Works Department. Dated June 9th, the notice read in part, quote, "The city has temporarily closed the vehicle parking area at the Cliff Drive Overlook for a 30-day evaluation period. This short-term closure allows city staff to assess safety and operational improvements. By collecting data on traffic patterns, operational impacts, and alternative configurations during this temporary closure, staff can develop recommendations that address both safety concerns and legal obligations to maintain public coastal access." I was unaware that this location was such a hotbed of accidents that public access could be denied while staff developed alternatives. One might ask, alternatives to what? The public's ability to park there and enjoy the view? One might also ask, since as of Sunday the barricades are still up, since the 30-day period has come and gone, why is the public still prevented from enjoying this public right-of-way? I have scoured the Public Works webpage and have not found any inkling of proposed modifications to the area. It is not on their list of projects or improvements. On social media, many people have speculated that the real motivation is that wealthy homeowners adjacent to the overlook have lodged complaints to the city regarding alcohol use, trash, and late-night noise. Fair enough, but those are law enforcement issues, not public works issues, and do not constitute a reason to eliminate public access to such a valuable resource. I would respectfully suggest that the council direct Public Works staff to publicly report their reasoning and motivations behind this closure, the results of their data collection period, any plans the city has for the Cliff Drive overlook, and above all, to remove the barricades and once again allow the citizens of Santa Barbara to enjoy this beautiful public place. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Sands.
Hi, City Council. This item is not on the agenda today, but I want to state my disappointment in the way the Paseo Nuevo transaction was handled. I have written the state of California, public housing, everybody I can find that overlooks the Surplus Land Act, Brown Act, to see if there was any due course that could change this negotiation, of which I believe the escrow is ending in 4 days. I am so utterly disappointed in your decision based on the facts that I've presented and other people have presented, that it was claimed that this property is worth $0. It's unfathomable that that has happened, and I feel that it still needs to be looked at. I know I don't have any due course. I've heard back from the state, and their letters said this, that the responsibility with this transaction lies with the city council making that decision. That blew my mind. And it also compounded my belief, and why I'm here today stating this, is that I'm so disappointed in you, even though I really respect the council. You know that. But it doesn't serve us. And it's another case of gross inequity that draws every day from the people that have money and people that don't have money. And now you have a problem. I think it's very important to not lose this. I know it's 4 days, but it can't go on unheard. This was a very, very poor decision. But I thank you very much for listening to me and to understanding that there are other ways we could have done this program and helped all of the city, not just Yardy, who is getting it for nothing. It's appalling. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is MJ.
Good morning good afternoon to everybody. First, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who is participating and providing the community with free movies and free concerts. Greatly appreciate those things because it builds community, and it's for anybody, whether a lot of times people who don't have money to spend on other things don't get to go to concerts, don't get to go to movies, and it's a joy to see everybody surrounding each other, meeting their neighbors and dancing with each other. If we could maybe extend the music through the whole summer, that'd be awesome. I also want to bring the attention that the bathroom, the public bathroom in the women's section over by the fountain, I have been asking everybody I can, except for the city council, now I'm coming to them, if they could maybe put a trash can in that bathroom, because that bathroom gets nasty. And also, if maybe, I noticed that when COVID was around, people, the city or somebody put out notices on how to wash your hands, keep your 6 feet apart. Maybe we can put some notices up in the bathrooms, the public bathrooms, all public bathrooms here in the city, the state. The toilet paper belongs in the toilet, not on the floors. And I'm surprised that our communities don't know that each individual. You guys have also heard from me before about the cigarettes issue. There's a law here that says no smoking. I've been told by the city, I've been told by the cops, I've been told by everybody that there's more important laws, there's more important things that they have to take care of. But when somebody smokes, they don't just affect themselves. It affects feet away from them, the people who are walking by. And I'd like to see a little bit more enforcement on State Street. They say a picture's 1,000 words. I don't have a pictures, but these are the cigarette buds that I collected in this area. And each of those, if they were fined $25, man, our kids could do more at school. Maybe we could have more art programs, music programs. Maybe we could afford some signs in the bathrooms and some trash cans. So I'm going to ask once again that we, even though this is, not a problem that people seem to think is big, with people having COVID, with people having breath issues, when somebody smokes, it affects. And one of the reasons as a tourist like this area is they think it's clean. A lot of them don't realize that they're breathing cleaner air than they would in some other places where cigarettes are allowed to be smoked. So that's what I'm asking for. And once again, thanks for doing a great job.
Okay, Speaker Faizuddin.
Welcome back. It's been a long time. I'm getting better at my speech. My name is Faizuddin. I hope you're happy to see me. It's been a long time. Okay, so hey, I want to touch upon some things because I've been working hard for my money, literally. Okay, so yeah, I'm still having problems, with the Housing Authority. None of these issues have been corrected from the first time I came here, but slowly but surely. So I want to talk to you a little bit about my experience. I have a city license here in the city of Santa Barbara. I have a culinary background, and I want you guys to use me, okay? Because I don't want to die and be in the ground and everything I know dissipates in the air. And I see some issues here in District 6, and I think I can help you. But first of all, I want to bring up and honor, I lost his image. His name was Bill, Carpinteria Hot Dog Man. I want you and everybody to know that I'm a veteran from the U.S. Army, and but I want the city to join me on this one. I'm out here with my business license with different barriers, and I want you to open up the opportunities for me. Okay, you got funding that you're sending to an attorney, and I don't think it needs $400,000 to solve your case, but so be it. You took it out of the homeless funds, but I want you to redirect that. So the Carpinteria Hot Dog Man, he went all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court and fought for a legal right that was actually written into the law. And I'm very proud, and I wish that you guys would grant $10,000 of that homeless fund so we could have, so people can, like myself and others, can check out books at the law library inside the court, because it's very inconvenient for me to go through all their security and deal with, they have a lot of problems. So it would really be helpful if you could take some of that money and we can use it in a trust fund, because the county is scared that somebody's going to take their books. Okay, but I have some value. I can help you buy some better books. But anyways, the Carpinteria Hot Dog Man, he did something exceptional, and what I want the city of Santa Barbara to have a hot dog stand in honor of the Carpinteria Hot Dog Man here in Santa Barbara. There's no reason for us not to extend that, because it was once one Santa Barbara. Now it's divided. I got a short period of time. So the other thing is, I'm a league cycling instructor. I did training in San Diego. I'd like to join the city in helping with the bike issues. You got people with different bikes, and I want to focus on you guys spending maybe $200,000 instead of $200,000 for some carts. For people like myself to be teaching people out there about bicycle safety, what the rules and the signs mean, because nobody knows, or very few know. Thank you.
Thank you
I'll see
very
you
much.
next time.
That's it for in person. We have speakers online, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have two speakers. We have Dave Everett and Eric Kristen, so we'll hear from Dave Everett. Dave Everett, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Congratulations to that young man on his Junior Olympics opportunity. What a cool opportunity that must be. I am with a group called the Western Electrical Contractors Association, and I tried to call in, or I did call in the last two city council meetings to try to testify about your very misguided and discriminatory project labor agreement on all city construction. And I wanted to call in and let you know that WECA, the Western Electrical Contractors Association, we're a state-approved electrical apprenticeship program. We're a federally approved electrical apprenticeship and training program as well. And none of our apprentices will be able to work on any of your city projects because you've passed this discriminatory special interest deal that you're calling a project labor agreement. And so even if these apprentices are from the city of Santa Barbara and went to school there, live there, their families from there, they won't be able to participate in any of your city building projects because you've decided to limit all the city construction to 10, 11% of the construction market that's union and contributes to your political campaigns. The 89 to 90% of the construction market that is non-union is going to be very much discriminated against in this project labor agreement, and it's going to end up costing the city, or it already has actually cost the city millions of dollars, and it'll cost the city millions of dollars more because essentially, you know, you're getting rid of 9 out of the 10 construction workers that could work on your projects. If you got rid of 9 out of the 10 McDonald's in your city, your Big Macs are going to cost more. That's just, common sense. So we tried to come and warn you about this. We did before the actual vote. The last few meetings, you went on so much with a fee increase that you wouldn't even need if you wouldn't stop playing politics with your construction money, that we didn't get a chance to testify. But the library that was scheduled to cost $9.3 million under your project labor agreement, it ended up costing $13 million. And of course, it was massively behind schedule. Also, remember that you paid $100,000 just to negotiate the project labor agreement, and we have no idea how much it costs to oversee it. And despite having a 75% local hire on your city projects without your project labor agreement because you weren't excluding people, now you've decided, and you were fighting with the unions only wanted a 40% goal. The council approved a 50% goal. We have no idea if they hit either of those pathetically low goals. Why you would have a goal 25% less than what you're actually getting seems like you're playing politics and just want to give a special interest deal to your political donors. But where are the local hire numbers on the library project that was so much over budget and over the time it was supposed to be built? So we want to know what the local hire numbers are and how much it costs to oversee just the library under your project labor agreement. All these numbers are, of course, going to be wildly inflated on your other projects as well, on your number of bids. And to me, one of the saddest things is that while 90% of your construction market is non-union, 98% of your Hispanic and African-American workers are non-union, and you're basically excluding them from this entire process. And
That's
so,
that's the time limit. Thank you.
yeah, probably embarrassing.
Okay, next speaker, please.
And the final speaker is Eric Kristen. Eric Kristen, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good to speak to you again. Eric Kristen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. We are a statewide organization that was formed in 1998 by union and non-union construction firms to oppose discriminatory and costly project labor agreements like the one the council unwisely put into place in 2019 under a mayor who is thankfully no longer there. And we saw how it worked out, or we've at least seen in part how it worked out on the first project. It was placed under your library project, which was just a disaster in many, many ways. Costs, timeliness. We're still waiting for the local hire numbers, but of course they'll be terrible because your local workforce isn't unionized. It's 92% non-union, as it is across the state. It's about 10% in California is unionized. That's the market. That is what people choose to wake up on a daily basis, and that's how they choose to work. They could take their skill sets and go anywhere. There's a deep, deep demand for skilled blue-collar workers in the trades. These people, young men and women, can work anywhere in this country and make a terrific living. And 90% of them happen to choose in California and nationwide, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, choose to work in a union-free environment. You, by putting this PLA into place, told Cushman Contracting, Vince Lopez and Sons, and on and on and on, all these great local contractors, that they are not wanted on your city projects. So your big labor special interests that underwrite many of your campaigns, their priorities were put above the priorities of the taxpayer and the local workforce. And that is shame on you. You had a chance to, when it came up for its 5th anniversary, to be done with it, or at least reform it in a way that would allow everyone to bid on your work. And instead what you did is, without any consultation, without having the myriad of people who are opposed to these, your local workers, contractors, associations, or even groups like ours, sit down and have a discussion about how well this was working out for you or how terribly it was working out for you, you just voted to extend it for another year with no discussion. And it's really quite outrageous, and it's really quite short-sighted, and it just shows you that despite all the talk of diversity, equity, inclusion, tolerance, it's all just nonsense. It's all just sophistry. It's about bending to the needs of big labor special interests and doing what they say to do, not about what's best for workers, contractors, and apprentices. So when this comes up again, I would ask that you actually have a real conversation about how terribly it's worked out for you, do away with it, open it back up to everybody to bid on your work again. And in the meantime, we will be looking and submitting a Public Records Act request that finds out exactly what those local hire numbers were, where all these people from Los Angeles exactly came from in Los Angeles to work on your projects, because that's where they came from. And
That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. And is that it, Madam Clerk?
No further general public comment, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
very good. With that, we will close public comment. We'll move on to the administrative calendar. You have an item to read, Madam Clerk.
Item 21, adoption of fiscal year 2027 homelessness response framework and funding plan and associated agreements.
Ms. Payne.
Hello, my name is Carrie Payne. I'm the Housing and Homeless Services Manager, and I'm here to give you an annual report on homelessness. And today's report is really focused on the homelessness response framework and our funding plan for next year. And not so much data-heavy statistics, but really a baseline understanding so that we are all on the same page as we go forward, and really in an attempt for maximum transparency and collaboration. So the City of Santa Barbara has an extensive network of homelessness response. It's collaborative, comprehensive, compassionate. There's a balanced suite of emergency response, city services, as well as strategic solutions through partners. This strategy has led to substantial investments in high-impact local programs. As we continue to grow and adapt, it is essential to ensure that these programs address current needs and achieve the outcomes we intend. A little bit of data for context, pulling this from the county report on July 14th. That was at the Board of Supervisors. I encourage everyone to take a look at it. It was very comprehensive. So since 2023, we have seen a countywide decrease in homelessness overall. as well as a decrease in people entering homelessness. So 6% overall decrease in homelessness and 31% decrease in people entering homelessness. We have also seen a 41% increase in the average duration of homelessness in that same period of time. A couple other statistics from 2022 to 2025, the senior population has grown, as well as the transitional youth population, the 18 to 24. There is an indication that the transitional youth population growth that we've seen has been due to an increase in services and thus an increase in our ability to count those individuals. So as we go throughout the year and years to come, that's something to watch. However, the increase in seniors is definitely concerning and something that we need to address countywide. In 2025, the system achieved a 32% exit rate to permanent housing, and of those exiting permanent housing, 71% were assisted through rapid rehousing, showing that assistance with services, which is what rapid rehousing provides, is a successful route to permanent housing. A major project this past year has been the California Encampment Resolution Funding Program. The state has provided funding directly to the city to address vehicular encampments. Operated by New Beginnings, the program has been highly successful. At the end of the third quarter, March 31st, 2026, we see that of the total goal of 100 participants, the program has already served 116. With a goal of 50 permanent housing placements, 71 have been achieved, and they are almost at their target of 50 interim housing placements, with 46 complete to date. Despite this progress, we do see that vehicular homelessness is a continued issue in the city. New Beginnings did an informal assessment for us, really focusing on the Quarantina Street region. This survey included 66 vehicles, with a total of 53% being RVs. 21 individuals were engaged in this survey, and what they found was that 54% of those individuals expressed a desire for housing, 48% did not want housing, and 29 declined all services. This aligns with what the county data has shown on a larger vehicular homelessness study. Also reflecting this trend is that individuals, that 48%, reporting low motivation to seek housing due to factors such as cost and rules associated with housing, is a challenge that we need to address countywide. In the coming year, the city will continue to work closely with the county as they emphasize prevention, further analyzing the data, and working towards refining data tracking to include clear jurisdiction-specific reporting. With this county context in mind, I'd like to shift the focus to our City of Santa Barbara homeless response over time. Here's a little chart that shows how our homeless response has grown over the past years. So in 2019, we launched outreach services through CityNet. 2021, SB Act launched the Act on Homelessness Collaborative, and we increased collaboration between service providers as well as the community through regional action plans. We also expanded the Safe Parking Program. In 2024, we opened the Faro Center at 621 Chapala Street as a one-stop shop for service navigation, and increased funding to include access to counsel for eviction defense. In 2025, we continued our investment with the purchase of the Casa Cacique shelter. And in 2026, we focused on stabilization, finding a long-term operator for Casa Cacique, and evaluating the services that we have. In evaluating the homelessness response network, we have funding broken down into these 4 categories. So 50% of our funding is going to interim housing, 21% to prevention, service coordination, outreach, and navigation would be 18%, and 11% to day centers. The individual programs in this chart can be found in the attachment to the agenda report, where I go into detail. Not going to go into detail today in the individual programs, but They are comprehensive and covering a large scope of service. Some of those services are funded through state and federal grants, and so this chart shows the portion of funding that is coming from the general fund from various different buckets. So we have our key initiative contracts here that we are funding: Access to Council, Act on Homelessness Collaborative, City Net Street Outreach, Dignity Moves, New Beginnings, Casa Cacique, and the Faro Center. As part of evaluating the framework, it's important to look at what we're not, but there are gaps. We have a lot of services that are doing amazing work. However, we do see few demographic gaps, some refinement that could be given towards the LGBTQ access and specific services, justice involved, access to housing in particular. With the shelters that we have, there's not a lot of options for those with 290 registration requirements. And we do have Spanish-speaking services, but we could have more services that are really focused on our immigrant community and providing access there. We also have a system capacity issue. We don't have enough beds for the individuals that we're seeing that are homeless. We have behavioral health treatment gaps. We need more support in the behavioral health arena. There have been state and federal funding reductions, as well as the statewide housing crisis that all of California is dealing with. The next year ahead is going to be focused on these 4 areas. So in evaluating our homelessness framework, really making sure that our system is performing how we want it to perform, expanding services to address some of those gaps, focusing on housing stability and long-term investments. An example of system refinement is the Faro Center contract. We do plan to have some expanded access, including same-day appointments, as well as accessibility for service providers seeking services for their clients on the same day. Incentives such as food tied to service engagement and expanded behavioral health treatment support through partnerships such as sanctuary centers. At Casa Cacique, we are looking into expanded services. So we are looking to open a clinic on site through Doctors Without Walls, expand day programming options at the site, as well as streamline the referral process to allow people to get into the shelter as efficiently as possible. The fall priorities are really focused on housing stability and long-term investments, developing an affordable housing action plan. This is really key. Ultimately, homelessness is a housing issue, and we need to have a long-term strategic plan so that we can align our investments with that plan and strategy. My department will be in charge of implementing the rent stabilization ordinance as directed by council. We will be exploring permanent funding sources for the local housing trust fund, as well as developing disbursement criteria so that the funding that we are giving out is in alignment with the housing plan. And we are pursuing state matching funds, shall they become available in January. Recommendations for today: receive and adopt this homelessness response framework and funding plan. There are 2 contracts that need to be renewed. These are continuations of services from fiscal year 26. So authorize city administrator to execute contract number 30057 with Good Samaritan Shelter for a term of 1 year and the amount of $200,000 to provide 7 shelter beds and associated services at Dignity Moves interim housing site, and authorize city administrator to execute contract 30096 with Kingdom Causes DBA CityNet for a term of 1 year in the amount of $561,364.17 to provide street outreach services 7 days a week and manage shelter bed referrals for city-funded shelter beds. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. We will go to our speaker slips first, and we'll start with Joanne Olenek, 3 minutes at the dais on this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Joanne Olenek, and I am speaking on item 21. I support helping people experiencing homelessness. Compassion and accountability should go hand in hand. According to the staff report, Measure C funds were used to acquire Casa Cacique and are proposed to continue funding its operation. Measure C was approved by the voters, and with that approval comes an expectation of transparency, clear reporting, and accountability for how those taxpayer dollars are used. Taxpayers deserve to know not only how much is being spent, but also whether these investments are achieving measurable outcomes, improving lives, and delivering lasting results. Public funding should be accompanied by measurable goals and objective performance measures so the community can evaluate whether these investments are accomplishing what they were intended to achieve. The agenda packet provides recommendations, but it does not answer a fundamental question. How will success be measured? What benchmarks will be used? How will the public know whether these investments are working? As the city continues spending Measure C funds, I encourage the council to ensure there are clear performance measures, regular public reporting, and meaningful accountability. Transparency is more than reporting dollars spent. It means reporting results achieved. Public trust depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Elander?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Robin Elander. I'm the Executive Director for the Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association. I'm here today to show appreciation to you all, city staff, as well as our community service partners that work really hard to support our community. This funding is going to go a long way to continue the work that is already being done, as well as the work that we know needs to continue to be done. Thankfully, we have really great partners here that are doing the work. We need to continue that work together. There is still much work to be done. But thank you all, and keep up all the good work. Really appreciate you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Are the commenters online, Madam Clerk?
No raised hand, sorry, no raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Well, this is an action item, but I'll go for a round of questions of staff first, then we can follow up with deliberations and comments. That would be Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I do have some questions. Thank you for your presentation. I guess the first question, okay. A plan for drop-in center, and I know that we have had different sort of definitions over time about what we mean by drop-in center, so I want to be really clear. Non-appointment based, walk in off the street, someone can help walk you in off the street, a true drop-in center. Do we have plans for that?
So I think it's important to identify what services are being offered when we talk about drop-in. So yes, non-appointment based, same-day appointments, and the ability to walk in and see a service provider. However, in our collaborative conversations with SB Act, it will be oriented around services. So the expectation is if you come to the center, that you're service ready, that you're seeking assistance, and that there will be some pro-social engagement happening while you're on site. Whether or not that's doing community service, engaging in some sort of coursework that's available or other day programming, but really emphasizing pro-social engagement. And this is both to honor the navigation center model, so really trying to get people connected with the service providers that are there, as well as support long-term self-sufficiency of those individuals seeking help.
And did I hear you say that's at the Faro Center?
That's at the Faro Center.
Okay, what does it mean to be service-ready?
So seeking services rather than a place to be during the day with no engagement.
So I guess I'll ask a question about that as a place to be during the day. So I'm sure many people remember the fig tree, and there are good reasons why we don't allow people to be at the fig tree anymore because it was harming the tree, but it was a place for people to just be in the shade with other community members. And my concern is, and we've talked about this over the years, but my concern is if there isn't a place for a human being who doesn't have a house to just be, well, then they're in the sun, they're on the street, they don't have a bathroom, and I don't know how they become service ready in that way. So a true daytime center where a human being can be, we don't have a plan for that.
I absolutely appreciate that perspective. The Faro Center is not a very large facility. And it's really set up to have appointments. And so I think if we really truly want a space where we can accommodate that sort of center, we need a bigger facility. And we need a space that has a large day room and can accommodate people doing, maybe just hanging out. We do have the library, which does offer wonderful services, as well as a quiet, safe space for folks to be indoors downtown. And as part of the plan with SB Act, it is to explore other options for folks. And I've mentioned before in other conversations, just having, lots of options instead of a concentration of individuals at one site, I think could be really beneficial downtown.
Okay, I'm sorry, but none of the options other than the library, which I think a lot of people would be upset, even though we do have service providers there because it's meeting people where they are. I don't think we can say that the library is the place to send people or to walk people in if they need a place to be for the day. So Casa Cacique is not ever going to be that, or do we have a plan for some place that would be that?
Casa Cacique is going to explore having day programming. At first, the plan is to have that be for the residents on site. I would love to have that to be expanded into the neighborhood. However, we have discussed that the location of Casa Cacique it's not downtown. So it's not a downtown drop-in center as you're describing.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'll save it for comments about it being a really unmet need. And for some of us, I don't know how many of us, it was the reason we approved the Faro Center, was to be a daytime center. And I realize that's before your time, and this is where we are, but that's why I asked the question. There doesn't seem to be a defined plan to address that particular need.
And Councilmember Sneddon, I would say one of the goals, and I think Ms. Payne talked about it in her presentation, is to basically launch, basically continue these services for this year, but then to launch into this larger strategic plan around what are the needs. And I think this gives us an opportunity to have that conversation. And, we know we've heard that the drop-in center need in downtown from council. And so trying to think about with our partners, is there an opportunity to have a place that could work? And so I think it's where we are trying to sort of say, like, here's where we are. And this next year with Ms. Payne as sort of our new in this role and really getting her feet under her and getting grounded, trying to figure out what are the unmet needs, how do we put together a more strategic thought and plan around all of this.
Okay, thank you. And I want to say I'm very grateful. Ms. Payne, welcome. You've already done amazing things, so I understand that. You can confirm then for me that it is part of this strategic plan to plan for a drop-in center.
I think we can have the conversations and we can come back to council with different options. I'm not sure if it's going to be, I think the bigger thing is facility, funding, operator, where is it going to go? And so I think we're happy to come back to council and have those conversations and the discussion around it. But I don't want to commit to it actually happening because there's a lot of conversations that need to have.
But we're approving a plan today, a framework. So
This is just for the 1 year. This is just to continue our existing service contracts as have been laid out in the staff report.
Okay, so in this next year, in this framework, it's not delineated that we would be addressing
So
that.
in the framework, what we are addressing is exploring other options with other service providers and collaborative partners. And I am not 100% convinced that a big drop-in center is going to do what we needed to do. And I would really love an opportunity to be able to reach out to all of our collaborative partners and think creatively about the issue. Because I do think that we have a very compassionate community. I know that. And a very responsive network to those individuals experiencing homelessness that's very focused on finding permanent housing, and we don't have enough permanent housing. So we will have this issue of people needing a compassionate space to be safe and out of the sun. But we want to really make sure that we're not trying to just paint a pretty picture that everything's going to be solved. And I think that if we try to have a center like the Faro Center, which is not a huge center, capture everybody, we're going to end up with issues.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting the Faro Center. Yeah, so I just, this is something over the years, so I just want to be sure. I think what I'm hearing is for a drop-in center plan, the answer is not sure that that's even the direction that we would support or recommend. Is that what
I would like to agree that there's the issue and start from identifying what the problem is and then coming up with a solution. Okay. Because if we start with the solution, we limit our options.
Okay, thank you. I'm very respectfully, I think that we've identified the problem over many years, but I understand what you're saying. I won't pretend to think that we should wait any longer. So for Casa Cacique specifically, and I think this is probably questions for City Administrator, I'm really interested in how much we thought it was going to cost, how much it does cost, how are we going to recoup those costs, the difference between the purchase of the physical space versus how much we had anticipated we'd be spending on the services, how much we are going to be spending on services, and if anything in this framework for this next year is beyond what was already budgeted and approved.
So right now, no, it is not more than we budgeted and approved. And I think we will be less, we will have less. We have received, we can't publicly announce them yet, but 2 significant grants that will help us with both capital and operating expenses at Casa Cacique. And Ms. Payne is working on bed contracts with other service providers, which will even lessen the city's contribution to Casa Cacique. So we are not asking for more money, and hopefully we will end up with less expenses than we originally anticipated.
Thank you. So everything in this next year has already been approved in the budget we just passed?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I think I saw in homeless prevention, I was going to have a general question about that, but in the report, it also names relying on the rent stabilization ordinance and the local housing trust fund as being part of that, being part of addressing homeless prevention?
Yes, when we're evaluating the framework of efforts the city is taking, I would absolutely put rent stabilization in the prevention category.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then the local housing trust fund as well. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that in the report, and I just wanted to verify that. So then for the beds question, there was a time not that long ago when we had enough beds, and now we need, just if you could help me with this, we need 900 beds, but we have 574. So are we 326 beds short?
So the count is an estimated count, and because the county has gone from doing the point-in-time count to an HMIS count, and the Homeless Management Information System count is much more accurate, we may never have had enough beds for the amount of individuals. And so that number is more of an estimate based on the HMIS data that we have that is now counting people in a more accurate manner.
Okay, thank you. So because we have more accurate counting, is it safe to say we can see that the need is much greater than we?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then we know that the largest group of growing number of people experiencing homelessness is senior women in particular. And you mentioned we would be looking at that. Is that part of this framework for this year to be what? How addressing that particular?
I don't have a specific plan for that demographic population. However, a huge part of that is preventing folks from entering the system. And so focusing on prevention efforts, which is a countywide effort, is going to be really important. And one exciting new service that we're not directly funding, but I would love to support in any way we can, is this housing problem solving hotline that Good Samaritan Shelter runs, providing folks with the ability to reach out before they're experiencing homelessness and entering the system.
Thank you. I really appreciate knowing the real numbers and the real need and you laying that out, because I think it's much better to be able to address it head on if we have all that information. So thank you.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you for the report. I'll start with Dignity Moves. So the facilities they have, the individual units, how long are those going to be there? Are they permanent or are they temporary for a year? Because I know there's that space of land is to be used for something else.
They are temporary. I don't have a date, but my understanding is they'll be there for one more year.
So during this next year, are we planning for what comes next and where to transition as part of the long-term strategic plan?
Casa Cacique capacity hopefully will be, 7 beds is what we have at Dignity Moves, and Casa Cacique will be able to accommodate that. It's not apples to apples. So Dignity Move provides a really wonderful opportunity for people to have private space, and there isn't a lot of other options, especially in the city, for that. So as we grow and explore other options, absolutely, we're going to be looking for that, but there isn't another private space shelter facility that will be available.
So that is something over the next year we can definitely prioritize for what comes after a year or so from now. Okay. In the Father Virgil Cordano Center, that's going to be a major upgrade in terms of capacity, both for services and for housing opportunities as well. What is the city's partnership with that project?
Currently, a financial relationship, we give Father Virgil's a grant through the Human Service Grants, and that is our financial relationship with them. We are connected in terms of just collaboration and with St. Vincent's in general and helping support their programs, but we don't have a more formal relationship.
And this kind of gets into the next question about CityNet and some of the services. If we could go into a little more detail of what the services they provide, since this is the big item of the two today. In particular, if you could talk about just how they help us with managing individuals, getting them into services, but also if we are referring people to Father Virgil Cordano through CityNet, or is CityNet focused in specific areas of town, such as downtown and the waterfront?
CityNet, Monday through Friday, covers all of Santa Barbara City. So, and then Thursday through Sunday, they are more focused on downtown and the waterfront. they have a van, so they are able to transport people where they need to transport people. So if people are ready and want to go to Father Virgil's, they absolutely will transport them there. CityNet works really closely with our city staff to be responsive to the calls for service that we get, and also just to be out in the community meeting people where they're at. So developing relationships with the individuals, but also responding when city staff has a need. CityNet will go out and engage with folks and see if they're able to either de-escalate a situation or get someone linked with a service that they need, or find food or shelter, whatever individuals are needing. And so they are very, very connected to our city operations.
Perfect. So with CityNet, you mentioned Monday through Friday, kind of business hours throughout the whole city, but then we did, the council, I think unanimously supported expansion of the hours on Thursday through Sundays, kind of into the evenings. If you could just say what those hours are, and then also a lot of the issues that we get calls about at the city, they're highly visible, especially occur in downtown. And CityNet directly helps us with downtown and helps those individuals to get into services, and so they're not right in the downtown area, especially on the weekends. Could you just talk more about what this would do for downtown, and then also to get those people into services?
Sure. So when we get a call for service or a report that there's an individual in need, often we have a multi-pronged approach, whereas if it seems that there is an encampment or some sort of enforcement option or need, we will send encampment cleanup or PD, the CAT team, community action team as needed, but also ask CityNet to go and engage with individuals so that they are also getting that supportive interaction and help with navigating the many options in the city. Again, they can provide transportation, so if somebody needs a ride somewhere, but they can also just invite them for a cup of coffee or de-escalate an event often. So in the downtown area on the weekend and waterfront on the weekends, they do a 4:10 schedule, so they're there till 8:30, whenever that is that starts. And they are responsive to whatever calls they get during that time, but they're also just out in the community and engaging people not only in those outreach opportunities, but also with case management and trying to link them with long-term options.
Great. Thank you. And then the final question I have relates to Faro Center, and appreciate that we're working with them to effectively have some type of enhanced services. And in the past, there were issues with the neighborhood. That's why the appointment model went in. But as we move over to allowing individuals to come in on a daily, but need to be service ready, is what we were talking about earlier. What are the safeguards in place so if there is an increase in usage that's beyond the capacity, that it proactively addresses any impacts to the neighborhood, so that the neighboring businesses or individuals in that area don't have the same impacts as what previously happened?
When the model is different, so one of the reasons we're really emphasizing the service ready and the navigation is to ensure that the people who are there are really seeking services. We also have a limit of how many people are on site, and an expectation that if we reach that limit, that there are those other individuals they help them find a place to go that is not just lingering in the neighborhood. We also have the SB Connect app where neighbors can report issues and we can track them. So that data will help us support just responding to issues as they come up and supporting the security guard that's there, making sure that we're involved as there are continued issues. We support a lot of city businesses and are responsive through the the SB Connect app. And so the goal is to be equally, if not more, engaged as services change and stabilize over time.
Okay. And then just the last follow-up on that. Has there been any outreach with city staff and maybe Faro Center, SBAC, with the surrounding community there so they know that this change is coming, and then who they contact, what is out there, so that we can have a smooth transition to this newer model?
The model change is going to be rolled out slowly, so not just one day where doors are wide open and lots of people are coming. I have spoken with the Jody House Executive Director, and SB Act has been talking to neighbors as well. The impact in the neighborhood was there's not a strong desire from the direct neighbors to have the model change away from what it is. However, I really don't think that there's going to be a dramatic shift overnight, especially, but if we can respond to issues as they arise and remain connected and communicative with the SBX staff, the goal is to not get to a place where there's a big issue in the future.
Okay. Thank you. And as long as we can communicate to the surrounding neighborhood ahead of time, as much as we can, so they know what the timelines are and what the new model is, so they have those questions from us before they start filling in the blanks on their own, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Just to follow up on a couple of things that Councilmember Freeman talked about with the Faro House, the $350,000 number is much higher than the last I remember us talking about that. What does that include? Is that with lease beyond this fiscal year? Is that,
So
what are we doing here?
as of March 1st, SB Act is going to negotiate a direct lease with the property owners.
Okay.
So through the service agreement, we are going to have a line item that funds that lease, but we will no longer be paying it directly.
So that may be
there
a
is-
gross number that comes back down.
There is an increase that is supporting the lease in that $350,000.
But we won't be the lessee?
But we will not be the lessee
So we're subsidizing lease for them.
through the service
So,
contract.
here's my concern. My concern was obviously what happened with the behavioral issues that drove us into the situation to go month by month in the first place. So now, if we're not the lessee, we will, which I don't think we want to be, but the other side of the coin is, what are our control issues? Because as we talk about this, and as I look at even the way it's been written up on the report, it's not listed as a navigation center, it's listed as a day center, word for word. And it also says incentives such as food tied to service and grazing. So this is kind of where we went down the wrong path before. And when you say the incentive, of course, is a business operation, is to get folks in and get them the needed services, right? It's not to be a day center per se. It's not to be a where you'd have meal times and there'd be people queued up for meals, bathrooms, showers, that kind of thing, because that's precisely the path that we went down before. My fear is this, as Ms. Nedham talked about, well, we need to have a drop-in center. Our next operation depends on the success of this one. The success of this one is measured by neighborhood compatibility, if we are to do something downtown. Otherwise, we're going to have to look at remote locations to do things like this. So that's my concern. And it just sounds like we're shifting a little bit. And we worked really hard to get this Faro Center started in the first place. And what I don't want to do is see a slippery slope of, okay, we're going to do this, or we're going to, when you say food, are we talking about a meal, a hot meal? Or are we talking about something like a nutritional snack or something that someone could have to water and some snacks?
I am talking about food and letting SB Act determine what is appropriate, not having a soup kitchen model where people are lining up out the door and just there to get a meal, but having options on site. Maybe there's lunch sometimes, maybe it's snacks other days, maybe there's a celebration where there is a bigger amount of food because somebody graduated a class. Having food in a variety of different ways is very standard for centers like this, and it's important that we give it a try. Having said that, I understand that there have been many, many concerns in the past, and part of the model is really about communication and responsiveness. So as we work to make incremental changes at the Faro Center to address what really is the need in the community for an increase in access, We also need to be responsive if there's an increase in issues in the neighborhood, at the center, if we're seeing too many people at the center and we're reaching capacity. All of those things are little adjustments that we're going to have to make over time, and we're going to have to make them in collaboration with SB Act and the Faro Center staff, and also the other service providers that are there. The
Okay,
service
I-
contract, going back to the lease accountability, the service contract does provide us with that accountability. And in the service contract, there is a stated steps that we're going to take as issues arise. So we're agreeing upon what conflict resolution looks like, which sets us up for dealing with things in real time and addressing them as they arise.
Okay, well, it's not part of our action item today for that say, but I would like to continue this offline. But I really think that a proactive plan, rather than let's see what happens, is going to be really important, because if, like I say, if we screw this up, the next thing we do is going to have way more resistance. So it's better for the overall program and our own community's response to homelessness that we get it right. That we spend a lot of money on the Path Center, that now Casa Cacique, which I was in favor of, because we needed to change the behavior in the neighborhood and become good neighbors. And I think that's super important. We can't blight a neighborhood just to say, well, it's out of sight, out of mind. So, so I would like to, Ms. Payne, to have a time and talk with you more about this.
Absolutely, and we plan to bring the Faro Center operating agreement and the operator agreement for Casa Cacique with Mercy House back to council on September 1st.
Excellent.
And can go over some of those details.
Yeah, I'd like to get it out of the let's see what happens mode if we possibly can. With that, now we have these action items. Do you have something on the motion, Ms. Seddon, or you? Okay, we can do comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I just don't want this to get lost. I don't want it to be that accepting this framework is, again, delaying a drop-in center. And so I'm just going to speak for myself, and this is before both of your time, actually, that to continue to ask for that and prioritize that, and we're do a lot of funding for things and still not have that. I don't want to be accepting this being taken as that this is enough. I think we desperately need a drop-in center that isn't the library, and I think we've needed that for a long time, and to me, that's maybe one of the topmost priorities. There needs to be a place for people to eat, to shower, to rest, to use the restroom, to exist that's safe. And I mean, and this highlights the questions of, are there going to be hot meals here? It's not going to be a soup kitchen. What it's not going to be, all these things. It's like, well, where is that place? Where is a place where somebody can shower and eat and come in out of the heat or the cold and to get service ready? So I just really want to emphasize that is still desperately needed. We need to address the bed count. Obviously, that is way too high of a number. I do support the Faro Center continuing. I do support everything that's happening with Good Sam and Father Virgil Cordero Center. I really do want to thank you for emphasizing in the report that should we pass a rent stabilization ordinance, that and tenant protections and the local housing trust fund, I mean, that's in the framework that's in this report, and I really appreciate that, because it is those three things together, in addition to other things, are addressing homeless prevention, and I think that's really important. Thank you for emphasizing that, and also acknowledging that seniors, and particularly senior women, are particularly vulnerable for whatever reason at this period of time, and I think we know the reasons. And I'll just add one more thing that has come up periodically over the years. We need public restrooms that are also open in the evenings. It's imperative. I don't think that can wait another year. It used to be, we have the library, sure. It used to be that people would use the Macy's bathroom, the Nordstrom's bathroom, other bathrooms around the city, and there really aren't that many, and even the city has closed down restrooms in parking structures, and I understand there are good reasons for that, but I don't know where we expect people to go to meet their biological needs. And at night, when libraries close, other places are closed, city halls closed, I don't know what it is that we're expecting people are doing. So I think public restrooms should be really high on this priority list, but thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks first. I know you put a ton of work into this, and you were very gracious to meet with me last week and let me emote on the ton of work you did, so I appreciate that. This isn't my first plan I've sat through, unfortunately. And it's frustrating and maybe optimistic at the same time. I haven't figured out where I fall there, probably right in the middle somewhere. But some of the things I really liked, emphasis on pre-homeless efforts, because it just seems like we spend a lot of money on, I can't define what it is, but clearly $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 to keep somebody in their home from becoming homeless in a bridge time, when they just need a rent or they need a car fixed or something like that, has a huge impact on our return on investment. So I'd like to hear about that. I really appreciated the contact sheet that you put together last week and distributed. It's just kind of odd today. We kind of just glanced over the SB Connect response to the grand jury, which is the usual, terrible report, terrible response. But one of the things I think we need on SB Connect is, and I've said this before, the request button does not stand out as a function on that page. And I think there's 9 other icons above it, and I could probably tell you those 8 other icons nobody cares about in the real world out there. And the request button needs to have a much more prominent role on that front page of SB Connect, and it doesn't need to look like a screwdriver and a chisel. It needs to look like what people are most interested in 100% of the time on making their requests. And I make a lot of those requests, so I know what they are for me. But and then it'd be great if on that there was a way to make that with real-time notice to our outreach team, so it doesn't just go into some IT staging area where a staff member has to look at it in Public Works or wherever it is, then route that to somebody else who routes that to somebody else, and a day or two later it actually gets to outreach. I'm sure everybody sitting on this side of the room got the voicemail last week from the guy throwing F-bombs for a couple minutes on the guy hiding out on his porch downtown on his salon porch, homeless guy, right? That is a person asking for some method that is better out there with the public, where he can do something other than call 911 and watch the police go, well, we can't take him to jail, they won't take him, what do we do with them? It demands an instant outreach person. And so I think we need to figure out a way to make that happen. If SB Connect can help, if distributing the phone numbers of the direct sitting at people out on the street can help, those type of things need to help. I like the phrase you just snuck in there at the end, talking about the Faro Center or whatever else, the adjustments over time. Last week I was thinking same thing, I think, as Councilmember Sneddon was, that this is just a piece of paper, this is our plan, and this is what we're going to do. And so I'm really happy to hear you say, no, it's not really, it's adjustments over, we will do adjustments over time. And one of the things I would like in terms of CityNet is I really, despite having a contact list and what you're saying today and reading that, I really don't know what they're doing and what I should be able to worry about expecting of them to do when I'm dealing with the public. Hence the guy who left me the 3-minute message the other day. It was pretty brutal, but when are they doing it? I was just surprised to hear you're talking about they're actually working 4 to 10. Where are they doing it, and how to use them in real time, or even the next morning when you're seeing something the night before. I think those are specifics that would be great to know, so we can use them or distribute them. Then I think I'm probably thinking I'm on the same page as Councilmember Sneddon too. I still feel there is a definite need for a central location, not just one, a place, but a central location that is a drop-in/day center. I usually don't know what I'm talking about. This might be the case here too, but I still consider that to be the biggest draw for people to come in here. And then your burden is to turn them into a metric and not just a user, to turn them into somebody that you drew them in and then you get them into the programs or services. They are not, you know, our worst nightmare, just coming back for a sandwich every day and we never see them. Like the showers. I know the showers had this huge, when they were active, they had, over in that neighborhood, they had this huge amount of people that were drawing in, and of that huge amount, just a little teeny few of them would work their way into our programs. That's a programmatic burden. That should not be a reason not to use the draw. Somebody has to figure out that's doing this. Somebody has to figure out how to get those people into the program once you got them into the place, rather than stop trying to get them into the place. I think I'm saying what you already heard, is that there's people up here's perspective is probably not in the same place as staff right now. We feel, several of us or a couple of us feel that a drop-in day center is one of those draws, and we need to do more work on transitioning the draws into ongoing customers and not just letting the draws just come in and go out and go out. I think, and we talked about this the other day too, so I'm just going to mention it too, just for my peers. You know, doing what we've done in the past and where we've gotten today is not what we should, in my opinion, is not what we should be focusing on doing in the future. I have probably bothered everybody up here, and I've now bothered our newest staff member on my story with the former mayor who put people in a room who were up in arms and then proceeded to tell them everything the city was doing until somebody, God rest his soul, who's probably not around now, is threw down their papers and stomped out of the room shouting that you're telling me what you're doing, and I'm here to complain that what you're doing is not working. And so I think we need just as much focus on what can we do that we're not working. That is, what can we do that is not what we've done in the past, that is just a continuation of maintenance, a continuation of just treading in the water. While we plan, people are lost in the real and kind of the holistic sense. The homeless themselves are lost out there in the street. They die. They get significantly worse to treat. The philanthropic base that's out there is lost, and the community narrative is lost. I don't have much of a community narrative that works for me these days in homeless services and the role of the city. I think I feel bad about that. I think that needs to improve. I think we have work to do with me. I think we have work to do with the community. I know the philanthropic base and the community narrative is not working because I'm already hearing there are stealth groups popping back up to fill the gaps of things that we are stopping to do. There have been the groups again, both at Pershing Park and Alameda Park, popping up in the evenings to provide services or food. And as we don't respond to being able to draw people in, but not being willing to let them come in and leave and come in and leave and come in and leave, and not doing the hard work on transitioning those people to being program participants after we draw them in. There will be others out there that we can't control that will go out and do that in the field, which leads to bad results for neighborhoods. So I think the burden is still on us to figure out a better way to do that. That's all my comments. Pretty much the same I said last week, I think. But I'm, you know, the day center, drop-in center, any of this other stuff I'm posturing about, I am totally committed for the next 2.5 years to, doing what I do. Throw the ball, chase the ball. Okay, don't really want to go shake hands or kiss babies. I will do that work with you or for you, but I can't really work with a 57-page plan that I don't really understand and I don't get the players and that kind of thing. I need little bites to go out and attack and little things that I think that I can explain to people as remedies that will better their lives and solve the situations on the street. But I'm totally committed to spending time and working on those, not in this building, out there too. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you so much to our staff, Ms. Payne. You've done an incredible job with this presentation, and really want to thank my peers. You've articulated a lot of what I wanted to say, so I'll keep it brief. Very much want to echo what Councilmember Jordan and what Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon have said. A drop-in center, in my opinion, is crucial. I believe I was the only one up here who was not around at the time when those conversations first started. So just want to make it clear that I too do hold that as an important element of our whole plan to address it. And so we often talk about, as Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon said, we talk about folks that are service ready and essentially ready and willing to accept services, but folks still need a place to go to get ready. I think she said it best. And I think, Councilmember Jordan made a really good point that when we have these draws, whether it's, the showers, the meals, whatever it is, the programmatic difficulty of getting somebody through the services is very real, and I am also very much committed to helping figure out ways that we can get folks through those through the services that are available. But the difficulty of getting folks through the services, I don't want that. I agree that I don't want that to be a reason to not use those draws. And so, a drop-in center, I like the idea of having it be spread out. And so it may not be a singular drop-in center. It might be a couple smaller ones spread out across the city. And that can work too, right? Because I understand we don't want to consolidate everybody in one location. I'll just say that about drop-in center. I very much believe it's still a critical need. I saw here as part of the budget funding for, what was it? I think it was prevention, I think it said. Yes, prevention. It's essentially like housing retention, right? We're trying to get folks for this one is access to counsel, right? So that folks can have a way to defend themselves in court, whereas most of the time a tenant doesn't have that legal representation. But I do want to hear a little bit more. I would love for us to work together to identify if there are other ways that we can increase housing retention. And as I'm sure you know, since you are a specialist in this, but homelessness is so incredibly expensive to deal with once the person is homeless. And if I believe it was Councilmember Jordan who mentioned, if we could provide a bridge for folks who are just behind on 1 month of rent, it's for a lot of folks out there, it's very common to think that they're only one car problem or one medical emergency away from losing, where they live and being evicted and being out in the streets. And then that burden to help them start all over falls on us and on our services and all the money that we put in. But I want to acknowledge that the funding that we're putting into homelessness response, it is a large investment. And it is because it is so expensive to get folks back into housing. And so while we spend on that, I'm trying to think years down the road as we develop a long-term plan. It is my hope that we can look at this as trying to increase people's abilities to retain the home they're already in, to try to stem that flow of folks continuously, being out into the streets. And I think it's really accurate that you included, the rent stabilization ordinance, because that's exactly what that is. It's going to help prevent those rent shocks from displacing people. It's okay if we don't talk about this now, but at some point I would really love to hear how we plan to address some of the demographic gaps in service. So I know we talked about like LGBTQ, so like queer and trans youth, absolutely. There's a huge gap there that I often hear about from the community. And the statistic of, senior women increasingly becoming homeless is not new to me, but every time I hear it, it just breaks my heart. And there are, we certainly don't have the answers right now, but I'm very much committed to, you know, us working together to try to figure out what are some ways that we can close those gaps in services. Last thing I'll say is, you know, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, for bringing up the public restrooms issue. I feel like that's not something that we talk about as much as we should. You know how many times I get that request from folks? Like, it's both residents and tourists who are always talking about, like, downtown is dirty, and why does it smell like this, right? And so even if it goes beyond providing a space for an unhoused person to meet their biological needs. It's that, and it's for the residents that are out downtown and out in different parts of, you know, not just downtown, but in other parts of the community, right, who just need a restroom. And, you know, some people are out on a walk, right? They're not necessarily going to run all the way back home, or, you know, places that will tell you that you can't really use the bathroom unless you purchase something. And some folks, you know, money's tight. Can't really be doing that. But I think we even heard a public comment about, you know, some of our restrooms, like, we don't have trash cans. There's little things that I'm hoping that we can spend a little bit of time sometime down the road on figuring out how to make those small investments here and there in the city that make it easier for the homelessness issue to not be so in people's face, because that's always what folks are concerned about, right? It's out in the public, and like, well, what else are people going to do if they live on the street? I mean, they don't really have another option. So let's provide, you know, a place where people can exist, as my colleague said. So, thank you again for the presentation. I think we're moving in the right direction, although we still have a lot of work to do. But thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to be very brief. I, too, agree with pretty much everything that Councilmember Jordan said, and really appreciated his sentiments. This is one of the last times that I think I will have the opportunity from this dais to opine about how we approach homelessness generally in the city of Santa Barbara. And I can't help but think, as I listen to my colleagues, all of whom have made, I think, really insightful and quite emotionally resonant comments, that I can't help but think about the intractability of the homelessness problem and how many communities across the state of California and the entire country struggle with this. And I would really love, I think what I'm feeling in this moment is for us to try to do something really different. And what I'm hearing is we need to tackle this problem, and this is also a problem, and this is also a problem. And indeed, all of those things are profoundly complex and profoundly important, but we also have a budget crisis. And I think it's something to consider, actually, that we might say, this year, we are attacking the public restroom problem. And that is the challenge that we are addressing this year. The next year, it may be, we are addressing the day center problem. And that is the problem we are looking at. I continue to feel challenged by how diffuse we in some ways have to be, because this problem is so diffuse. But I think when our attention is so divided, and I've felt this way on many issues, but I think it's natural. It's not a criticism, certainly, of staff, and I don't even mean it as a criticism of us up on this council. But maybe the answer lies not in trying to do everything or everything a little bit, but to understanding that these problems are huge. They are so much bigger than us. And for us to be able to make an impact, the way to really do it is to pick one thing and go all in on solving that thing. Is it going to fully ameliorate the challenge of homelessness, to resolve the public restroom problem in the next fiscal year? Certainly not. But that will bring us much closer to dignity and respect and humanity than it would to do just a tiny bit on every single problem. So again, I'm not going to be here to really push that, but I think if I really consider the last 8 years and what's worked and what we've been challenged by, I think if I could go back and do it again, that is the approach that I would advocate for. And I put it out here for my colleagues to consider, for staff to consider, that really going all in on one of these myriad problems and doing what we can to solve it year by year will make a more marked difference to the lives of our houseless neighbors than doing a tiny bit on everything that doesn't move the needle on anything. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we've already had a brief discussion about how this isn't necessarily just the responsibility of us, the city, a government agency. I think you and I personally agree that this is something that the entire community should adopt as a major issue. And we've discussed about how we as a city can partner with other agencies, organizations, companies to address this collaboratively. My biggest ask is for the faith community to address this as hard as we are. When you go around the city and you look at how many religious institutions and organizations, how much property they own, and how often they actually use it. I can speak for myself. There's 2 churches within eyesight of my house, and they're being used a few hours on Sunday, and then they're vacant for the rest of the time. So we're up here talking about where do we have these people in need go when fundamentally these institutions were founded on the premise of helping the needy and the poor. So I want to know, what can we do as a city to inspire, or not even inspire, but like to hold accountable these other organizations and institutions in our community to help us with this issue?
I'd like to pivot away from accountable, but I think we could invite these organizations into the conversation in a more tangible way. We have a contract with SB Act, which is specifically about coordination of the network of homeless services, but also the community and outreach. And I really think that that's an extension, an arm of us through that contract, in which we can do a lot of coordination and invite people to the table and into the problem-solving space that we need to be in. And I really do think that we have to think outside the box, to think creatively. We're in a budget crisis. We have so many services. We need to make sure that those services are providing the services that we need, that we want, that they're doing what we're asking them to do, that we're getting those results. But also when we're looking outside of these other things that are needed, we need help, especially in the budget crisis. So absolutely, an invitation to the community to help us solve these problems is on the horizon, is definitely on my mind. And it also allows us to work with the citizens, with residents, with people who are invested, stakeholders, and that can be really rewarding for everybody.
So in 2022, I was able to work with SB Act and other partners to hold a homelessness summit where we specifically invited faith leaders in our community. A few of them showed up, and the thing was that the ones that showed up were already actually doing something, which was just kind of not surprising that the ones that were doing something would show up to be there with us. But what was kind of disheartening was the majority of our faith-based leaders didn't show up to talk to us about how we can collaborate. Do you think we could have another summit like that where we invite the faith-based community to come and meet with us about how we can collaborate?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
All right, very good. We do have, unless there's any other comments, we do have the recommendations from staff up on the board. Mr. Jordan?
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, first by Jordan. Second by Sneddon.
With the additional comments that we all made.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means. I mean, obviously, staff is paying attention to us.
Yeah,
but-
so all of the comments and considerations duly noted. I think that's in response to the first bullet, which is the receive and adopt the homelessness response framework and funding plan, and sort of
Because these are
priori-
pretty specific
Yeah,
recommendations.
and
so-
I think that Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon's comment relates to the first bullet, and just making sure that we're cognizant of the comments that each council member has made as we embark on that process.
Specifically as this next year, and you don't have to add this, include this, but what I mean is in this next year, we're accepting this framework, but we've heard a lot of different interesting ideas that over this next year, we should be also considering, so.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have the, all right, very good. Then let's go ahead and, we have a first and a second. If there's no more comments, we'll go ahead and go for a vote.
Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, I'm sorry, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon for the staff recommendations and noting previous council comments. Go ahead and vote, please.
Pass unanimously. Thank you very much. Nice job, Ms. Payne.
Thank you.
Very good. With that, we will move on to the next item. If you can read that into the record, Madam Clerk.
Yes, very good. This is item 22, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a coastal development permit for residential development at 2339 Edgewater Way. Resolution. Recommendation the council see adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara denying the appeal of Alexandra Hack and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission to approve a coastal development permit for the residential development at 2339 Edgewater Way.
All right, very good. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, I live close to this project, so I have a statement to read. So I'm recusing myself from this item today due to a potential conflict of interest. My residence is located within the distance from the project site that state law identifies as creating a potential for financial impact. In order to comply with those requirements and avoid any appearance of bias or conflict, I will not participate in today's hearing.
All right, very good. Now, Mr. Doimus, we'll need to address the issue of our size of our board for this decision.
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. 2 points I'd like to make. First, since we have now an even number of council members deciding this matter, there's a potential for a tie. So I just want to make it clear for everyone to know what a tie results in per our procedures, which is in our 4.92. So a tie votes results in a rejection of the motion or action in question, which would make then the Planning Commission's decision as the operative decision for the city. So want to make that aware. And then second, just procedurally, our process would be for this item is, I think the smoothest way we've always gone about this, just want to pull up to make sure that we would have the staff presentation, the appellant's presentation, the applicant, and then you can decide if you want to do public comment first, then questions and deliberations from the council. I always feel that works best, with each side getting 20 minutes, and they can reserve time left over they have for any rebuttal. So if council has any questions, you can proceed, Mayor, with the hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, this is a quasi-judicial procedure. We went yesterday to the site to get some, get a view, the physical view of the project. And today we're going to be here accepting evidence from both sides. But first of all, we'll have a presentation from staff. Staff's presentation should take 20 minutes or possibly even less. And then we have the appellant after that, and the appellant has 20 minutes, and that can be used all at once, or it can be used with time in reserve for rebuttal. And after the appellant's done, then the applicant will have the same 20 minutes with also reserved time for rebuttal if so desired. With that, then staff can have a relatively brief response if there are substantive issues coming up. Following that, we will do the public comment on the issues. Public comment was obviously about this agenda item, but cannot be from either side per se. You can have your own opinion as a citizen, as a neighbor, whatever, but you cannot be really tied to either side at that level. All right, very good. And with that, we will begin the staff report.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. We are here today to hear an appeal of a Planning Commission approval of a coastal development permit at 2339 Edgewater Way. The staff report and this associated staff presentation focus on responding to the appeal issues raised by the appellant. And at the conclusion of this hearing, the role of the City Council is to affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Planning Commission. So that's what we'll be looking for you from you today. I'll describe the project here. I'll go into a little background, and then we'll jump right into those appeal issues. The project includes 3 components. The first is the abatement of an enforcement case for removal of railroad ties and soil that was installed by a previous owner to expand the rear yard. The majority of those have been wiped away by a slope failure here. However, there are some that remain in this portion of the site. Getting those out would actually improve the stability of the site per the geological report. Secondly, the CDP formalizes an emergency coastal development permit, which was for installation of an erosion control system after a slope failure occurred on site in 2023. And you can see that system here is in place. The third component is the redevelopment of the site, consisting of demolition of the existing residence and the existing garage, construction of a new 2-story residence with a detached garage with an accessory dwelling unit above, along with a pool and a cabana shade kind of structure. A big part of the site's redevelopment includes the establishment of an alternative bluff edge. Typically, the coastal bluff edge is as shown here in the blue line. This is mapped per the city's coastal land use plan. However, due to the slope failure, it needed to be reestablished. The coastal land use plan says that the headscarp of the failure becomes the new coastal bluff edge in this area, which is shown here in green. The other issue I want to talk about is the coastal bluff edge development buffer. That is the area shown in red in both of these images. Here it is a site-specific distance from the coastal bluff edge determined by a project geologist. That landward of this distance, the stability can be met. Development would not be endangered by erosion. It factors in sea level rise. For this project, that distance was determined to be 38 feet by the project geologist. It was also confirmed by the city's third-party geotechnical peer reviewer, NGO. Also, this determination is made without the need for slope protective devices over the 75-year expected life of a structure. So this determination was not made including that slope stabilization system that is in place. So this slide shows 2 proposed projects before and after that slope failure. On the left was the first iteration, which was proposed by a previous owner. It shows a 2-story addition to the existing residence as well as a new garage, both landward of that buffer. However, the city had some issues with leaving the existing residence within the buffer due to this project constituting a substantial redevelopment. So over time that evolved, the property changed hands. On the right, we see the property, the project as currently proposed. And you can see this green line, which is now the new bluff edge in this area. You can see how that pushes the buffer further landward in this area. And that the new residence and pool is landward of that buffer. Very limited development is allowed within the buffer. This includes things such as landscaping and plantings, some patios, pavers, and drainage systems. This slide shows the site in its entirety with Edgewater Way at the top. The appellant's residence is here to the right. As you come into the site, you come across the garage with ADU above first, and as you move further back into the site, you come across the residence and then the pool area. On March 19th of this year, the Planning Commission granted the associated coastal development permit for the project. And on March 30th, the appellant filed a timely appeal asserting that the Planning Commission's approval was not supported by evidence that the project complies with applicable development standards. And I'll discuss that in further detail. First, I just want to be very clear here that the subject CDP includes all three project components. That's abatement of that enforcement case, formalization of that emergency CDP, and then the site redevelopment, as we just discussed. I also want to be clear that further review by the Single Family Design Board, or SFDB, is pending. This project still requires project design approval, which means neighborhood compatibility findings and the hillside finding would need to be made. Those are here on the screen. The SFDB can comment on FAR, which relates to one of the appeal issues that I'll be discussing. Public comment would be taken at this meeting, and any decision of the SFDB would be appealable to the Planning Commission. So now I'll jump into those appeal issues. They fall into 6 categories here, and I'll go through each one individually. Appeal issue 1 is regarding maximum net floor area, commonly referred to here at the city as floor to lot area ratio, or FAR. It is a zoning standard that applies to lots that are less than 15,000 square feet in area. And this is done to ensure that residences constructed on smaller lots are proportional to the lot size. I have that specific code section here. It tells us how to apply the section itself. In this case, it tells us we cannot apply FAR to the project as a zoning standard. And I want to explain another way the city uses FAR calculations because it can be a little confusing. The other way it's used is as a tool for the SFDB when they're making their compatibility findings. It helps them when considering size, bulk, and scale, as well as overall design of a project. So on the screen here, this is from the Single Family Residence Design Guidelines, and it is telling us to use FAR as a guideline when making neighborhood compatibility findings. So the city refers to this version of FAR as guideline FAR. So the appellant has asserted that the project's FAR calculator used an incorrect net lot area, stating that it did not account for a 2024 lot line adjustment, which resulted in a slightly smaller lot. I think what might have been confusing here is that the cover sheet of the plans included 3 different FAR calculators, I think showing different versions of the project and before and after the lot line adjustment. However, the FAR does include the correct net lot area of the subject site on the 3rd of those calculators. The site is 31,461 square feet in area, and the guideline FAR is 98% of the maximum. And again, FAR zoning requirements do not apply to the project. It's just that guideline we talked about. The appellant also asserts that the FAR was calculated using an incorrect average slope of 25% instead of 31%. This assertion is correct. The FAR calculators on the plans did show the average slope at 25%. However, when we correct them to 31%, the guideline FAR remains at 98%. The appellant also asserts that a modification should have been required for grading outside of the main building footprint and cites the relevant zoning ordinance section. However, again, as I mentioned, that FAR does not apply to the project as a zoning standard, so therefore no zoning modification can be required for that grading. The second appeal issue has to do with setback encroachments. The appellant asserts that a zoning modification should have been required for encroachments into the 6-foot eastern interior setback, which is along this side of the property. The appellant's property is here to the right. The only project components staff could find that encroach are these 2 access wells, which are circled in red. An access well is a retaining structure. It's installed below ground, and it provides a protected opening to a basement for emergency egress, for natural light, and ventilation. So as shown here, these would protrude 6 inches above the ground at their highest point, and they're subject to zoning standards related to walls, such as site walls, fences, that kind of thing, which are allowed in setbacks actually up to a height of 8 feet. We wouldn't see that for an access well, of course, but because of that, no zoning modification can be required. The next appeal issue is related to the SFDB review. The appellant asserts that the concept review comments remain unresolved regarding FAR, an easterly second floor deck, and plate heights. I do want to clarify here that the concept review comments would be resolved before the project design approval can be granted for the SFDB. So they would look at those comments again if the project went back. In October of 2022, the SFDB continued this item to the Planning Commission after 3 rounds of concept review, making the comments on the screen here. They found the proposed size, bulk, and scale of the residence to be appropriate. They asked that the applicant study lowering the plate heights of the ADU. They found the proposed landscaping to be appropriate, and also that placement of the residence was appropriate, finding that impacts related to size, bulk, and scale would be minimal. And I will state here, the residence did move slightly landward towards the eastern portion of the site due to that shifting coastal bluff edge, but it wasn't enough that staff thought the project should have to return to SFDB for another concept review. We felt their previous comments were sufficient. There were no outstanding comments from the SFDB regarding FAR. However, it would be within their purview to discuss if the project moves forward for project design approval consideration. That second floor easterly deck was removed from the project in 2022. You can see it here barely. It has a glass guardrail, so its removal is a bit hard to notice, but it has been removed from the project. The ADU plate height comment would be addressed if the project moves forward for project design approval consideration. I would like to be clear that it is actually not within the purview of the SFDB to discuss the ADU in this case, so their comments cannot be considered binding. However, the applicant team did respond. They lowered the overall height of the garage ADU structure by 2 feet, 2 inches. The fourth appeal issue is related to relocation of a utility pole along Edgewater Way. The appellant asserts that the relocation was omitted from the CDP's conditions of approval. However, permitting of utility pole relocation is not within the city's jurisdiction, so an applicant needs to work directly with a utility company for that. This appeal point also mentions a stipulated court order between the appellant and the property owner of the subject property. The city is not a party to this order and has no authority to enforce it. The fifth appeal issue has to do with fire access to the site. The appellant asserts the comments from the fire department remain unresolved, referencing a comment made in the May 4th, 2025 application completeness letter, which was regarding the 4th submittal of the project. And this comment basically states that the driveway needs to be 16 feet in width for the first 150 feet. This comment was addressed in the 5th submittal. Therefore, the comment was not repeated in the letter associated with that submittal. Building and Safety Division would ensure continued compliance with this standard moving through the process, both for building permit issuance as well as for a final certificate of occupancy to be issued. And the last appeal issue is regarding height. The appellant asserts the height is stated differently in 3 locations. the cover sheet, the section drawings, and the staff report to the Planning Commission. The proposed height of the residence ranges from 12 feet to 25 feet 2 inches, depending on which part of the residence you're looking at, of course. The cover sheet does incorrectly list the maximum height as 24 feet 7 3/4 inches, where the maximum height would be 25 feet 2 inches. This discrepancy in the plans would be corrected before the project returns to the SFDB for project design approval consideration. The section drawings do accurately dimension the residence from the finished floor to the top of the parapet. This does not represent how height is measured per the zoning ordinance. This is a different type of drawing, so it's not one showing overall height from grade. And then the staff report identifies the maximum height correctly at 25 feet 2 inches. And this is really just to show that the project complies with the 30-foot zoning maximum height. And then just to be clear, this chimney is exempt from height regulations per the code, so we cannot include it in those. The maximum height is shown here on the eastern elevation. Here I've listed coastal policies that are relevant to aesthetics and compatibility with the neighborhood. That seems to be the theme of the appeal. They were part of the Planning Commission's purview. At the back of my presentation, I have the full text of these policies, if you'd like me to pull them up during our discussion. I also have a link to a PDF from the Planning Commission staff report, including all applicable policies that we looked at. So I could also pull that up if necessary. The coastal development permit findings that were required to be made by the Planning Commission for approval of the CDP are shown here, stating that the project was consistent with policies of the California Coastal Act as well as the city's local coastal plan. The project was found exempt from environmental review per California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. We've used the sections shown here. And then lastly, once again, I just want to really drive it home that the CDP, as approved by Planning Commission, includes all 3 of these project components here. And as such, staff recommends the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the coastal development permit, and that the City Council approve the draft decisions and finding resolution. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also see we have Commissioner Barnwell here. I don't know if we want to add that to the staff report. Mr. Barnwell, do you have a comment you'd like to share?
Honorable Mayor, actually, sorry if I may interrupt. Mr. Barnwell was part of the Planning Commission's decision before, and he was part of the operative decision, so I would recommend, since you're reviewing this de novo, brand new, from the Planning Commission's decision, so I would recommend no comment from the prior Planning Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barnwell. All right, very good. Right, with that, then we'll go to the appellant. No, we're going to do that at the end. And you have 20 minutes. It's going to be on a counter. And then when you're done, we'll go ahead and save that so you can have the extra time back for rebuttal.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. I am one of the owners of 2337 Edgewater Way and 2327 Edgewater Way, which are adjacent to the applicant's parcel at 2339 Edgewater Way. I am also a party to the lot line adjustment between 2337 and 2327 Edgewater Way and 2339 Edgewater Way, which was reviewed by Planning Commission on September 19, 2024. I am also the appellant on the matter before you today. Regarding the 2339 Edgewater Way project, my concerns are with the intensity of development that has been approved on this diminished bluff-top site, protecting the unobstructed fire access to my property, and retaining utility connection to 233 Edgewater Way. On March 19, 2026, Planning Commissioner Buick voted to deny the project, finding it inconsistent with the Coastal Act sections 3024 3051 and 30253 because, quote, "the intensity of the project for the site that's remaining after the remediation of the slope is beyond what should be at this site." His objection was to the intensity relative to the site. And for context, my house located immediately adjacent to the subject was built in 2022, and it has an FAR of 82%. It does not include an ADU or a pool. The FAR of 2339 Edgewater Way, however, has an FAR of 98% and does include an ADU and a pool and a basement, all within feet of the edge of the bluff edge. In fact, 2339 Edgewater is proposed to be a 4,780 net square feet of living area, but the total gross square footage consists of over 7,000 square feet because that includes a basement, a 2-story ADU with a garage, a pool, a shade structure, covered and uncovered patio, above and below grade equipment areas. The staff report explicitly mentions excessive loading on the coastal bluff face and the bluff top lands as a cause of erosion and instability, just for the record. With regards to the utility and access to my site, condition D1C of the CDP already requires public improvement plans addressing utility connections. And connection 7C addresses placement of dry utilities. I'm simply asking that those plans identify the existing utility service crossing over 2339 Edgewater Way that serves 233 Edgewater Way, and that the continuous service to 233 Edgewater Way is maintained throughout construction and completion. And just further to that point, the utility relocation, I'm simply just asking the city to carry forward its own prior condition as confirmation that the utility pole will be relocated, providing unobstructed access, providing that the unobstructed access be maintained throughout all phases of demolition, grading, and construction. And thank you. I'll just defer the rest of my time to.
I don't know if, I'm Carol Hack. I was the owner during the recent construction of 2337 and 2327. I do have the surveys that were produced during the construction showing what was the 75-year setback for our property was 88 feet. And this project has only a 38-foot setback. So there is a bluff setback difference of 50 feet between my lots and this adjacent project lot. This project will put a 4,730 square foot main house and pool within the 50-foot difference in bluff setbacks. And this is in addition to 2337, that house failed in 1998, was hauled away. We obviously have an emergency, whatever the emergency permit you need for the bluff falling away now, being considered right now in this parcel. So also with regards to this house size, my house is 3,469 square feet on a double lot. As the Planning Commission has stated, when the lot line adjustment goes in, that my side of the lot line adjustment is not buildable because of they said a 76-foot setback. However, if you jump over the line to this project, they're putting in a pool and a deck, and then a house. So my house was, when I went through it, was limited to 3,469 square feet on a double lot, and my plate heights were brought down, and this was, quote, to be considerate to the neighbors. This project has a 7,114 square foot gross footprint, high plate heights perched over all the neighbors and their yards, and we at least request that the scale of this house and pool and ADU be significantly reduced to reduce the bluff front load that is in front of, that is within this 50-foot difference, and afford more privacy and consideration to its neighbors.
Great, thank you. And then we'll just reserve the rest of our time for a rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you have 14 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, very good. So we will now move to the applicant. And would you reset the clock at 20 minutes, please?
Could I have my computer, please? Also, something happened to you guys' pointer here. full. Okay.
Just let me know when you're ready to go, Mr. Gorin.
I'm ready.
Okay, you're off.
Hi, I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning, and I represent Kurt Custard and his family, who are the owners of 2339 Edgewater Way. So staff covered most of these appeal issues. I'm going to go through a few other things. The first one's going to be this landslide that happened. And we've been working on this project for 4 years, if you count when we've been in the city, and longer than that with what we had to do. So I always think it's interesting that like the geology changed during the time we worked on the project. So we're technically working at the speed of geologic time. But that's where we're at. So anyway, this is what the site looked like before the landslide happened. And you can see the retaining wall that was there. The previous owner just slapped up some railroad ties and just dumped a bunch of fill behind it. And obviously it wasn't structurally done or with permits or anything like that. So that's what was there. And then we had some really bad rains, and this is what happened. It sort of self-abated in a certain part of the area. The slope just failed, and the excess material went down the slope. So that's what it looked like in March of 2023. Here's another photo from April 2023. So we came up with an emergency permit to stabilize that slope, and we had to go take that through the whole building department and everything else. And here's what, I'll blow this up a little bit so that it's bigger. But you can see the area where the mesh went in right over here. And what we have going on is basically this special techo mesh is what it's called. And then it's held into the bedrock with 10-foot long, like basically gigantic nails that they hold it in with. And there's like a pattern that they have to be in, so it holds it every 10 feet, I think it is. And then on top of that, there's this erosion control blanket, which holds all the soil in place, and we put vegetation out there and everything. So that's what it looked like right when we finished that stabilization project. And here's another view of that. And then that's what it looks like today, where it's pretty well revegetated. It's hard to tell that something happened out there. It looks pretty natural. So next I want to talk about the coastal bluff edge development buffer. Ms. Burkhart covered that a little bit. I just want to walk through how this works. So first we start off with this line, which is defined in the city's local coastal program. And they come up with this line based off topography, but also a pretty extensive modeling program that generates this. And it's not like a fence line or something that you can just see when you walk around. But that's the line that matters, is what the city's modeled for the site. So that's that line. And then what happened is when the slide occurred, we had to adjust the portion of that line basically to line up with the top of that slide. So that's the green line. And you can see that's the stabilization area where we've put in the stabilization structure. And then we calculate our 38-foot development buffer based off this new line. So the part where the green line is pushed back, and we accordingly had to push back that development buffer, and we had to push back the house and relocate, rotate the house just a little bit. But it didn't surprisingly cause a massive change in the design of the house. So as staff said, the change was sort of de minimis. They didn't think we had to go back to single family design board. And it would be hard if you looked at both sets of plans next to each other to really notice the change unless we like literally put them on top of each other. So this is where the existing house is relative to that 38-foot setback. And then that's the area of the remaining unpermitted retaining wall and fill, which is being taken out as part of this permit. So now I want to walk through the neighborhood context, because that's a lot of what the appellant is talking about, and that our neighbors, I'm sure, are going to talk about when they come up here next. So here's some views. So here's looking over at our site. You can see our story poles there, and I'm going to put in basically our project rendered in that matches up with those story poles. So this is what you see looking over at the site, and basically what you see is our little ADU structure. Just in terms of the single family design board, we actually did reduce the height of this by about 2 feet or so from what they looked at, even though they don't have purview over it. Their comment was actually related to the aesthetics of the structure and the proportionality of it, not that they were necessarily concerned about the height regardless, we reduced it consistent with what they were talking about. So here's looking down at the site, looking over to the northwest, and that's the appellant's house in the foreground. And this is what our proposal looks like rendered in at scale next to their existing house. This is looking straight north across the site. So we got the appellant's house to the right, another pretty large house to the right of that. And here's our project rendered in, so you can see the scale relative to our existing neighbors. Here's what it looks like from off the coast. We've had questions about how does this affect views from the beach? Well, from the beach, you can't see anything on our site because there's a cliff. But if you go out far enough in the kelp beds, I guess if you were stand-up paddleboarding, you might be able to see it if you were looking really hard. You'd have to look really hard. That's our site right there. So that's what it would change from that view. And then here's a view just looking straight down on it, and you can see the pattern of development here. This is the most recent house that's under construction right now. It's a little bit earlier in construction in this photo, but here's what we look like rendered in, and you can see that this basically fits the pattern of development that's around there. So I'm making this a little bit larger to go through the next couple of slides where I'm going to talk about FAR. And as staff pointed out, FAR doesn't apply to us because we're over 15,000 square feet, but it's going to be brought up, it's going to be talked about, which means I have to talk about it. So we'll start off with our project. That's us. We have a 31,000 square foot plus lot. If you look just at our house and our garage, it's 4,200 square feet. And just for what it's worth, that's what the Single Family Design Board looks at on projects that have accessory dwelling units in them, because accessory dwelling units are exempt from FARs and a bunch of other standards. So they actually don't look at them, but we still present the square footages so that they can consider it. But they look at the house and the garage, the non-ADU portion. So then we've got a garage. So we've got a total of 4,700 roughly square feet on here. Our house and garage alone are 89%, and everything together comes up to 98%. And the appellants and our neighbors, they put FAR forward and they treat 85% as if it's 100%. Well, it's not 100%. 100% is 100%. And if the city wanted 85% to be 100%, they've had decades to change FAR formulas and just bring them down so that that's the case. And they haven't done that, and the boards haven't needed to do that. So 100% is what matters, and that doesn't even matter because it doesn't apply to us. And if it did apply to us, we're at 89%. So I'm just going to show some different views of these different houses, and these are the most recent houses approved by the city. And I'll go in chronological order, but here's what our house looks like from the street with sort of trees removed. So next, this is the oldest of the recent houses at 2321 Edgewater. Here's that house. You can see the statistics on the left. I'm not going to read through statistics on every slide, but that's a 91% FAR. It's on a really small lot, and it's a really big house, and it comes out to 91%. Here's how it looks from the street. Then we'll go over and look at the appellant's house, 2327. And there's their statistics, and they are at an 82% FAR. And that's their house. It's a really attractive house. This is the most recent house. So this was just began construction in 2025 when the building permit was issued. And here's its statistics. So this is looking from the beach side towards it. And this is only a 22,000 square foot lot. And everything on this site put together, it's very similar to what we have on our site. They were clever and they sized their house down to 85% and increased the size of their ADU. But overall, when you add everything together, they come up to 97.7. So here's that house as experienced from the street. Here's another picture of that house experienced from the street. And everything in the front here, I'd also point out, the ADU and the garage of this house are all part of a single mass of this house. They're all within one building. And we split that up on our site with a smaller building outside to keep the massing down. And this is why you can't use FAR in isolation. Okay, so here's 2315, and this is us. And that's the same FAR, and that is the experience from the street. of these two different houses. And when we look at some SFDB findings a little later, you'll see that this was important to them because the SFDB doesn't just look at a percentage or a statistic. They look at what things look like and how close they are to the street and what screening looks like. And they take into account all of these various aesthetic factors when they're trying to decide whether something's compatible or not. So it's not like we calculate a percentage and then that determines what it is. Like something that's 85% on one lot, on a different lot, 85% might be like completely out of character with something. And that's why you can't do it that way. And they don't do it that way. So the appeal issues, I'm just gonna talk about one of them. And it's this one, ground 5, that the SFDB concept review comments were never confirmed resolved. So here's what she says. That you know, these weren't confirmed. We don't know if they, well, we were at 3 different SFDB hearings on this project. And also, I'd point out the appellant, or Carol Hack, wrote in and also appeared at some of these hearings and brought up all these same issues in front of Single Family Design Board, as did some others. So, and this board, you know, considers all of these things really carefully, whether or not somebody comes in to talk about it. So we've been to 3 of these hearings. People said different things at different hearings about different versions of this project, and a lot of the stuff quoted in this appeal letter are things that they said before we subsequently resolved the issue. So here's the minutes from the last of those hearings, and this is the motion they made. Okay, and right there, the board appreciates the applicant's response to the board's previous comments. Okay. That's the board deciding that we've addressed their comments. The Single Family Design Board doesn't continue you to the Planning Commission if they don't believe that you've adequately addressed their concerns and comments. So that's sort of the start and the end of whether that appeal issue is valid. And I would argue it's not valid, and that makes it consistent with pretty much the rest of the issues in this appeal. So, you know, we've been at this for 4 years. We've been through all of these reviews. I forgot how many submittals we had. 5, I guess. We spent a year and a half, maybe 2 years on geotechnical things. We have our own expert, Earth Systems. They're like the best around here. We have the city's expert in geo, who's also like statewide, a phenomenal geotechnical person, reviewed our work. They're all in agreement about things, and the hacks disagree with them. So the other thing about the different distances is they're site specific, and our site is at a 45-degree angle to the waves. All the other sites up and down, or down the hacks direction from us, are directly into the waves. That affects erosion rates. That affects how waves work on the toe of a slope, and erosion rates are what affect setbacks. And so it follows that when you have a site that waves aren't smashing directly into and eroding, the rate's slower, and therefore the setback is slower. And that's why they're different. And this is sort of voodoo, and it's hard for me to even understand it, but I got to spend 2 years understanding it. Our appellants haven't had, I guess, the fun experience of that. So anyway, that's what I have for you. If you have any other questions, I can answer them, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, you have 6:34 left.
Thank you.
Very good. And at this time, are there any comments by staff in rebuttal or a correction, or shall I go back to the appellant for their rebuttal?
I don't have any further comments.
Okay, very good. I'll check back with you after this. And so, for the appellant, if you'd like to come back up, and you have 14 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, so.
Would you set that? Just give 1 sec. Would you set that, please, Madam Clerk? 14:20. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so I just wanted to point out a couple of issues here. Okay, first of all, my house in the foreground of many of these perspective shots, just comparatively, my house in the foreground, obviously it's not to scale, it's not, I mean, whatever, anyway. Obviously it's not to scale because my house is obviously gonna look much larger comparatively than 2339, Edgewater being in the back. So to say that my house is this is a comparative size to scale doesn't make any sense. That's a complete fabrication. You're pointing to the SDF, the Single Family Design Review Board comments. What previous comments? Like, this is such a generic statement. Like, that's not, they haven't been addressed. This is a circular statement that doesn't hold any meaning. And the fact of the matter is 85%, that doesn't come from nowhere. That is the city's adopted good neighbor guideline for FAR. We've abided by that. Every other house that has been redeveloped in the past handful of years has abided by that. It's simply being a good neighbor.
Just before, let me interrupt you, just address us directly, if you would, please, because that's what
Sure.
the camera and all recording.
Yeah,
is.
sure, yeah.
Thank
So anyway, it's just being a good neighbor is the 85%. That's it. And
I'm much not as legal or whatever in my comments. Those pictures were misleading in that house, my house or whatever, is 3,469 square feet. Those pictures made it look like the adjacent house that they're putting in is smaller and it's actually bigger. The numbers don't lie. 4,700, I think it's 30 square feet going on again, and the difference between the setbacks. And another point that he brought up is the new construction that's going in, where they put in a big house. That house went to appeal here a couple of years ago I don't know all the definition, but they are an 81 to 83 foot setback from the bluff. So you have them, all three lots to the east have at least an 80-foot setback. And again, Planning Commission said in the lot line adjustment that even my side will be 76, and then we jump over to this. My 82% FAR was based on a 0.51 acres, and the adjacent lot, which has nothing on it, is about 0.4 acres, and that's where the house went down. So our concern with all this stuff that's being built between the two setback lines, the one that is 88 feet back, that all the neighbors have, and this one that there's a big house being put on it and a pool, and that one house fell. There's very steep drop off with a cypress tree keeping it on their lot, and then they have another fall there. But anyway, so I'm just very simple about how I address it.
And then, we've already sort of spoken about the utility relocations and those matters and whatnot. So we just simply like those to be codified within the conditions as well. I think that's it.
That's it, okay. I'm going to pause it right there at 10:51. Are there questions from council of the appellant? Well, you get your rebuttal, but I'm trying to get so we don't get too far afield here. If there are none, then we'll go ahead and come back for the rebuttal for the applicant. So, Mr. Gordon, you have 6:34 left.
Could I have my computer back, please?
I may actually reserve council time for staff's final take at what we're doing here too, and then we'll get into questions and deliberations.
Yeah, okay. So, Mayor and council members, the statement that all of the recent homes abided by this 85%, which again, it doesn't apply because we're over 15,000 square feet, but we went through all of this. I mean, we literally just presented what the FARs of those houses are. And the only one that is 85% or less, well, the huge new one is exactly at 85%. And I explained how they did that by, rejiggering the square footage between what's the ADU and what's the balance of the house. The rest of these homes are over 85, they're over 90%. And again, these statistics are all great, but they're also sort of not of critical importance. They're one thing, they're statistics. And what really matters is how things look. On an appeal years back, we were debating square footage over something. And I said that, people walking their dog by on the street, they don't paint the square footage on the curb next to the address. You don't know what square footage a house is. This house right here, that house, from the street, it's really narrow. I mean, it looks, it doesn't look small to me, but it looks much smaller from the street than it looks from the air where you can see the whole thing. And like, that's a great example of why just looking at a statistic like square footage really doesn't tell you what's going on. And I guess there's like, you know, the joke about the statistician that drowned in a river with an average depth of 2 feet. I mean, statistics they're just statistics. They're just different ways to look at things and understand things. And what really matters is, what does the thing actually look like? What do you experience when you walk through a neighborhood? And, you know, one of the things the Single Family Design Board said about our house, along with the fact that it's appropriate in size, bulk, and scale to what's existing in that neighborhood, is one of the reasons for that finding was because of how far we are set back from the street. That matters. It matters a lot. Again, you can have something that's big and far away, and it looks smaller because it's far away. And I think that's also part of the appellant's issue with our, you know, fabricated slides. The slides are exactly matching story poles that are up there. And the reason that the appellant's house looks bigger is because it's closer. Closer objects to you look bigger than ones that are further away. That's basic perspective. And I realize that, you know, I do this for a living and the appellant doesn't, but that's why it looks a certain way. And it's 100% accurate because it actually matches physical story poles in the field. So in terms of this utility pole stuff, that's like a construction coordination issue. We have a consultant working on that. There's 5 different utilities on that pole. That's all getting handled when we get to construction on this project. And, you know, we're going to coordinate with our neighbors on doing all that because we have to coordinate with them because it affects both our properties. We're not going to cut off their power. And again, those are issues that are just, I hope those are the kind of issues that are outside the scope of city council hearings. So that's all I have to add. And if you have questions for me, I can answer those.
Okay, well, I think what we'll do, thank you, Mr. Gorin, is we'll go back to staff and see if there's a final analysis of what we're doing. Then we'll get into questions of both parties and staff.
Sure. I think the only thing I would say is just, again, to differentiate the 2 types of FAR that we use. One is a zoning standard. It does not apply to this site because of its size. The other is the guideline FAR, which is a tool. It's one of many tools that the SFDB can use when they assess size, bulk, and scale and project design. Other tools are used, such as story poles or renderings, that also give them a feel for size, bulk, and scale and design and compatibility and those things. So just to kind of frame FAR and how it's actually used, guideline FAR.
All right, very good. Let's bring it back to council for a round of questions for any of the parties or any of the people, including staff. Ms. Snedden, you look like you're ready to pull the trigger.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I really have questions about the bluff edge. First, simple question, is any part of the proposed development within the 38 feet from the adjusted bluff edge? Any part of it? A tile, a corner of a pool, anything?
Yes, they have no part of the pool or that shade structure or the residence. They have some landscaping. There is some minor, I can pull this slide up, let's see. There's some minor paving from one of the porches, some tiles that encroach. And those, any paving like that has to be at least 10 feet away from the bluff edge. Theirs is further away. Let me try and get back to that slide.
And then those 2 entrance levels to a basement? Are those within?
Correct. Those are not within that buffer here. This shows those access wells, and this is that 38-foot line. So this is all landward of that.
So it looks like there's some tiles there?
Yeah, I have a better image I think I can find for you. Probably in my 4th slide.
Okay.
So, and then the other component that is within that here, this is the slide I wanted. So there's some turf that would go in here, artificial turf. Here you can see some tiles and some paving that are within the buffer. And then this is a drainage component, and that is really to keep water away from the edge. That's one of the policies that needs to be met. We don't want excess water draining off the edge. So this captures water and takes it back out to the street, and that is also within that buffer.
It takes it back out to the street
Correct.
and away from, so it doesn't go to the adjacent neighbor's edge either?
No,
It goes back out to the street.
It doesn't
to the
leave the
drainage.
site, and it doesn't go over the bluff edge.
Thank you. And then that hatch-marked red square on the right side of that slide,
Yes.
that's where the current structure is that's being demolished, or what is that?
This rectangle is showing open yard, which is a zoning requirement for a certain amount of kind of a backyard area. So that's simply showing that they meet that requirement. The existing residence is this red dashed line here. It's kind of faint, but it is almost, this existing residence is almost entirely within the buffer, and so removing that is important. It's a no longer safe, it's red tagged, it's not habitable.
Okay. Are there considerations of, and I'm really trying to treat this as de novo, and I do remember back something about something within 82 feet. I'm also sort of remembering our own policies that it was, really you couldn't even put a gazebo within a certain feet because of the weight-bearing load. So I'm really concerned and want to have that question answered about the excessive loading question. And this 38 feet versus the 80-something feet, what is that referring to?
So this site has that 38-foot development buffer. The site addressed 2327, I believe. That's the Hack residence. That site had, their geologic report determined the buffer to be 88 feet. And I pulled up that report. I only had one day to research this, but I did find their geologic report, and it does not include this smaller site that I could find. It includes, so it wouldn't go into this area here. Let's see if I have a better. So this site here is kind of, it's a smaller site. It's pretty much undeveloped. There's some landscaping there. This site is just a long rectangular site where their residence is constructed. This site was assessed to have an 88-foot development buffer by their project geologist. I will say at that time we did not have a third-party reviewer. I don't know if that would have made a difference. I don't believe that this site in between the two has been assessed for a development buffer. If something were proposed, then that would be required.
So help me through with this, because I think it all hinges on this for me. And I know if the geologic report, I think in past, and I haven't done outside research on this, so I'm trying to just rely on my memory of past. There were, we sort of, I'll speak for myself, I sort of thought, well, a geotechnical engineer can build a structure in midair. They don't actually need any land to build it. So it's not a question of can that structure stand an earthquake and all that. It can stand. And geotechnical engineers, that's what they do. That's what engineers do. The question before was on the excessive loading that would contribute to the bluff face erosion. And this isn't the wave 45 degrees, this isn't sea level rise, this isn't the undercutting. This is top loading that contributes to slope failure and what that does on your adjacent properties. And I have my own knowledge. I am an environmental geologist, geophysicist, so I have my own knowledge. I'm not using that. I'm just using what we've talked about in previous ones. And I just remember that being a really big point of discussion about whether you could put a gazebo on that bluff face or not. So I guess I'm just really struggling with this over 80 foot, and I know there are projects, whether we approved them or denied them, it was contingent on what that bluff face was, the safe distance back. So I'm trying to understand. So the applicant themselves or the developer, whoever, the owner themselves, they commission a geologic report. And that geologic report is what we use to say, we the city use to say, it's 35 feet minimum, but your geologic report might say that your bluff face is not as stable, so you're going back 80 feet? Or just help me with how it could be so different on two adjacent properties, 80 feet and 35 feet. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I'm not a geologist. You want to take that, Ms. Arciniaga?
Just process-wise.
Sure,
Yeah.
thank you for that. I'm Megan Arciniaga, I'm the Development Review Supervisor, and I was actually the case planner on that project. And it happened at the time when the city had just certified our new local coastal plan, so that project actually had to comply with our older standards as well as the newer standards. And I learned a lot as well, just as Jarrett's had the opportunity to in working with our geologist. What has changed is we now have a consultant geotechnical engineer that peer reviews all geotechnical shoreline hazards report, and that's happened after the HACS project, that 2339 Edgewater. But in terms of the site-specific conditions, not a geologist, but learning through the process, there are a number of site-specific factors that do play in. So the orientation of the bluff face is one. The geology underpinning that site is another, and how the wave action would then, so if there's a geologic mass of one type of geologic unit next to another, the extent of that formation is going to slough together as opposed to another. So the underpinning geology matters, the orientation of the bluff face matters, the wave action in particular, the coastal canyon on this site, and then to your point, also the weight on the top of what was happening. So what's changed, or how our standards work, is that the first action, or the first point of order, is where is it stable on this bluff top, the point of stability. So in our previous way of bluff edge was that a geologist would kind of identify a bluff edge. In the new coastal LUP, the Coastal Commission did a lot of LIDAR surveying and used different mapping methods, including on-foot surveys and working. There was a huge effort around that. And so they identified that line, surveyed that line, and it is now certified in our LCP. And the first order of business is from that certified bluff edge line landward, how far back do you have to go until you reach a point of stability for that particular geological condition? So whatever your formation is underneath, however the wave action is hitting your particular site, for your site, how far back from that bluff edge do you need to go where you meet the factor of safety, meaning that you can put a structure or a weighted element on it and it's not going to fail. So once you establish that, from there, then you consider historic erosion rates of how that particular site erodes, and then also you added to it an additive element for sea level rise. Behind that becomes your buffer line. So then development needs to observe that buffer and be sited landward of that point. I think the distinction that you're getting at is also, so anything seaward between there and the bluff edge, there are minimal amounts of development that's allowed. Mm-hmm. So that's where landscape improvements that are minimal, that can be easily removed, like pavers that can be picked up and removed, those are allowed in those areas. A gazebo would not be, because it cannot be easily removed by hand. Even though it's not habitable for in terms of like living or guest houses or anything like that, it's still a structure that can't be removed by hand. So what's allowed in this buffer area is really limited. It does allow use of the property, but the idea is that they're so minimal that as erosion occurs, because it's expected to occur in this location, a homeowner could pick up those pavers, chairs, fire pit, things that are able to be removed, landscape improvements, can be in that area. Drip irrigation is allowed because it can on top and can be easily ripped off by hand. So that is allowed in that area for establishment of planting. So you can have native plants in that area that are drought tolerant in that area. So I think that's the distinction. If it kind of paints that picture And then, yes, although the applicant does pay for their own geologist to prepare their report, that's always been, and do that technical study, we now systematically have them peer reviewed by a peer reviewer that's hired by the city.
Okay, that's great. So, thank you. So the historic erosion rates that are used, were those calculated before or after the slope failure at the top? Because that would make a huge difference in what that erosion rate is.
And I'm going to speak for Barbara and Jared. We were all three working through together, both. So there was a shoreline hazards report that was prepared for this project prior to that slope failure for this house. And then we had to revisit it and have both their geologists and the geotechnical engineer review it. The determination from both was that it did not change the conclusions of the report. And if you think about it, here's why. It was one that was a manufactured bluff top area. They had put fill where fill was not naturally, so that wasn't the natural bluff edge. And it failed because it's not the natural bluff edge. It was actually kind of protruding out. But it makes sense the calculations wouldn't have changed because it was looking for a point of stability. So the report already had identified a point of stability beyond that point. So the fact it failed actually didn't change the calculations.
Okay, thank you. So okay, I just want to, this is really my only main question here. So I mean, it's all Monterey shale there. It's all the same rock material. So it's all the same. It sounds to me like the standards changed of that point of stability. I mean, to be able to, and maybe it's a question for Coastal Commission or I don't know, but the LiDAR is much more accurate. So you have a new top of bluff, and that was contentious before. And now our standards changed, and whatever standards changed, that we're going from 80-something feet to 35 feet. That's all I'm trying to
No,
figure
so
out.
the HACS project, the neighbors project, did have to comply with these same standards.
Okay.
The difference is site-specific analysis from the geotechnical engineers.
And I'm going to trust the geotechnical, geologists who were both made the assessment, and then it was verified. So I'm not going to pretend up here to.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just I want to be really clear on that I'm not questioning the geologist. I'm trying to figure out the process of how you could get such a different result.
I will want to clarify that the property between the two, where the house failed, that property was not considered in part of the HACS residence. It's a separate parcel, and it was not combined, so the analysis did not consider that frontage between the two, and I don't know how much the geology and rates change between those two.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And then I'm going to have other things and comments, but it's a question for City Attorney. So if some of the appeal issues were, say, substantiated, I don't know if I'm using the right legal terms, but something like the FAR, like, okay, yes, we did use the 25% instead of the 31%, but the result is inconsequential. It comes to the same result. When we do findings, how do you handle something like that? That you'd be, upholding the finding, but it doesn't matter, or something like that, or.
Sure. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I kind of was going to address this later too when it came up for after deliberation. So you have several options here. If you uphold the decision of the Planning Commission, you have with you an attached resolution, and you just are basically signing off and approving the Planning Commission's decision. If there are certain things, either you're overturning or certain things in the ruling from the Planning Commission, the resolution, that you may want to make different points of, that would have to be stated on the record here today, and then we would come back with the new resolution for final approval. So that's how that process would work. As far as like an overall decision, like you're acting in a role as quasi-administrative judges. So when you're looking at the decisions, you're looking at big pictures issues. So the overall appeal, your overall decision, what is your final decision? You can make additional findings, and the findings could be that this point had no, you're making the findings for at least if there was a further appeal, what a judge would look at. So to answer your question, if it's inconsequential as part of your decision, that's not really the basis in terms of what you need to have. It's basically the meat and potatoes of what the finding needs to be, what you need to explain, that makes up the core of your decision.
Okay, thank you. So there, I mean, there might be a finding that some of these points are true. I mean, the staff presentation showed, I mean, went point by point and said, it, you know,
Sure.
Say the FAR calculation is an example.
Sure, and you can support that all under one finding, under one blanket.
Yeah, just to interrupt,
decision.
so we'll talk about procedure once we get done with questions specific to the project itself, and then we'll public comment, and then we'll go to deliberations and procedure, so.
And Mayor
are you-
Rouse and to Councilmember Sneddon, just really quick, the findings that the Planning Commission made, these small discrepancies, and it's obviously for you to consider, and you might disagree, but these discrepancies wouldn't have changed the findings that the Planning Commission made or the elements that they used to support the findings.
Thank you. That was what I was getting at.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And, sorry. Oh, one more question. So it still needs single-family design board approval. I'm just confirming that SFDB could still talk about neighborhood compatibility or hillside findings? Or
Yes,
they
absolutely.
It still has to go
Absolutely.
through all that
Yes,
process? This is
correct.
just to the planning commission portion?
Coastal development permit, right, not the SFDB project design approval, that's still pending.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frieden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the questions and the answers because that's the issue I was struggling with, how the adjacent property was 88 and this is 38, and there's a lot to it, and I'll get to those in my comments later. Just a couple of follow-up because they are important and they were raised as some of the issues. So for the emergency access, 16 feet wide for the adjacent property, this is not going to impact that. There's still the ability for fire to get onto to the adjacent property within that 16 feet that's required.
Correct. The lot line adjustment that's been mentioned was really to help the adjacent site have a wide enough driveway to meet the fire access requirement of 16 feet. So that gives them the ability to construct that in the future. The subject project will have a 16-foot wide driveway for the first 150 feet, which I believe gets them all the way to the house. And we do have our fire marshal, Ryan DiGiulio, here too, if you have any specific questions for him.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that both properties have the 16-foot access there. And it's not going to be the case where the appellant will have to have an expense to create a larger drive-through. Because you said there's a lot line adjustment for the neighbor to do that. So I want to make sure that there isn't going to be an expense that if this project goes forward, then the neighboring property doesn't have the width.
Teacher Julio.
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. That is correct. Emergency access will be available for both properties. The way our standard works is we carry 150 feet of pre-connected hose on our fire engine. So the development standard is we need to be able to access private property, if needed, to within 150 feet of the furthest portion of the structure. In other words, if your residence is within 150 feet of the street, the public right-of-way, we don't need access onto your property because we can access the furthest portion of your structure from just the street with our 150 feet. In this case, and in other developments, when it's farther than 150 feet from the street, we need to have some kind of access for our engine to be able to go onto the property to meet that 150-foot requirement. Hence the 16-foot wide driveway on this property, on this project, and that will not affect the neighboring parcel as well.
Okay. So they both have the 16 feet of room. Okay.
Correct, and that's because of the depth of the residence from the actual public right-of-way.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions because all my other questions were answered in the previous questions from Councilmember Sneddon and staff responses, so I don't have any follow-up on those.
Very good. With that, we'll go to the public speakers on this item. We will be excluding people, Ms. Ms. Hack, I've got a speaker slip for you, but you already got your time up here, so. I'll start out with David Bacher. Sir? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yes, David Bacher. Mayor and council members, my name is David Bacher, and my family owns the property at 2341 Edgewater Way, directly next door to the proposed development. Our property has been in my family for more than 70 years, and though we live in the Bay Area, we treasure this house, our visits, and the area, and we decided we needed to attend this meeting in person to express our concerns. I'd like to echo the issues raised in the appeal about the floor lot area ratio calculations. The FAR guideline provides an important indicator of the scale and bulk of the proposed design. Our contention is that a 98% FAR on a large lot is out of character with the surrounding neighborhood and should be a red flag that the proposed design is outsized scale relative to the rest of the neighborhood. Despite large recent coastal construction, the neighborhood character is not large multi-story structures, and special consideration should be given to this concern, given that this development is in such close proximity to the bluff. Following the walkthrough on July 27th yesterday that I attended, I realized that there were several issues around the proposed garage and second-story ADU. I'd like to call attention to the fact that the designs indicate the second-story setback on the ADU is just 4 feet from our property line, and the plans indicate an upper-story balcony on the ADU, which is within less than 15 feet of the property line. These two concerns go to indicate these large new structures are directly impacting the neighbors. As a direct neighbor, I'm also concerned about the lack of privacy that will result from the removal of trees, foliage, and hedges along the property line. These natural screens have provided some necessary separation from our neighbors, and given the proximity of the proposed structures to the property line, we're concerned that much of the existing natural screens will be removed. I thank you for hearing my concerns, and I hope you'll consider them as part of this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly Bacher.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Bacher, and my husband just spoke. Our family owns the property directly to the west of the 2339 Edgewater Way. So our address is 2341, so it's the opposite side from the Hacks. The development plan at the property of 2339 Edgewater has happened without proper consideration of all neighbors. Although our property is directly next door, we have never been directly contacted by the owner. We reside in the Bay Area, and we, along with other family members, come to our beach home as often as we can. This property has been in our family for more than 70 years. My husband and I took time from our kids and work to drive down from the Bay Area to attend this meeting today and to go to the site walk through yesterday. I have even more concerns after the walkthrough and seeing the huge scope of the proposed construction. Our home and proximity are not clearly shown on all the planning documents that you've seen. It needs to be clear that mainly the vast scale of the proposed buildings and the removal of privacy foliage is ridiculously overwhelming and invasive to our home. We agree with Planning Commissioner Bouck's statements in March when he denied the project proposal and stated that the intensity of the project does not fit the neighborhood or site. The proposed main house is a 3-story building. Note, I'm including the basement that cuts into the coastal land. That is significant to note, and the pool as well. This is vastly out of proportion and character for a neighborhood. The fact that the size of the construction and pool on a bluff that has already been compromised, that it's even being considered, is mind-boggling. The square footage of the proposed buildings on the site is more than 6 times the square footage of our home, which is just next door. Their accessory building, which is the garage and the second floor ADU, is larger than our home. The garage and ADU accessory building has a second floor that is 4 feet from our property line. That accessory building would cut through our privacy trees and foliage, including a mature olive tree. The garage and ADU accessory building directly overlooks our one-story 1928 home with views into our windows and onto our home deck. So additionally, we've talked a little bit about the Coastal Act and the concerns, and I know you have concerns. You have been great and you've cared in the past so much about the neighbors and the coast, and we just ask that you look at this plan fairly and think about the building size and adjustments to be sure that we're not compromised on that bluff. The size and the bulk of this development is truly appalling and does not have considerations for the current neighbors. The contrast between the last agenda item supporting local unhoused individuals to this agenda item is staggering. It's ridiculous that there should be so much selfishness
Thank you.
for this one home.
Joanna Cano.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Cano, and I recently became a resident of Santa Barbara on the West Mesa at 2325 Edgewater Way, next door to 2339 Edgewater Way property. We chose this neighborhood for one simple reason: the coastline. We fell in love with the bluffs, the open skies, the beach access, and the sense that this community has made a promise to protect the coastal environment. I am here in solidarity with my new neighbors in my new community to join them in consideration of reconsidering the proposed scale of the development at 2339 Edgewater. The coastal bluffs are not just beautiful scenery, they're a fragile, living landscape that have taken thousands of years to form. They support wildlife, protect our coastline, and belong in spirit to everyone who walks the Mesa Steps to appreciate the stunning Pacific Ocean and the Santa Barbara beaches. We cannot afford to treat this landscape as if this is just another building site. I understand and respect every homeowner's right to improve their property, but rights come with responsibility, especially when building on one of the most environmentally sensitive stretches of our coastline. A project of this magnitude deserves the highest level of scrutiny. I urge you to carefully consider its potential effects on bluff stability, erosion, public coastal views, and the character of the mesa before allowing a development of this scale to move forward. From what I understand, this would be one of the largest homes on the mesa. The ADU alone is more square footage than our entire home. Due to the two-story ADU, we lose personal privacy and natural light. Additionally, the scale of the project seems immense, including the installation of a swimming pool close to the unstable bluffs. What are the consequences if there is another slide, as there was 3 years ago, considering the evacuation and excessive load for a pool and basement? As noted by the Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, I am still quite unclear how the top of the bluff line can change from 88 feet on property and adjacent to 38 feet, especially with slides in history. The decision you make today cannot easily be undone. Once a bluff is altered, once the character of this coastline changes, future generations inherit those choices. Thank you.
Alexandra Hack? Okay, none? No, that's you. All right, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have speakers online?
And Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands.
Okay, very good. Prior to deliberations, I'm going to, I failed to ask them again, are there any ex parte disclosures from anybody on council? Ms. Snedden.
I'm only mentioning this for completeness, but it occurs to me that while I was canvassing, and I did not realize that neighbors across the street from this shared some views on all of those developments on the bluff side. So I'm just mentioning it.
That wouldn't, I don't, Mayor Pro Tem, it's just the parties, so it wouldn't be neighbors, it's only the contacts with the representative parties.
Well, it is impacting my
Sure, and
decision-making.
You can disclose at least that portion, but
That's
it
what I'm
wouldn't
disclosing.
disqualify you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Well, for that, it's back to council. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm just going to make comments, and then I don't know how they fit in. I'm just going to start with, I believe the geologist. I believe you can build anything. Whether we should or not is the question to me. This is exactly why I don't like FAR. Why I've never liked FAR is because you can make things that are on paper not compatible if you were to look at it in a different lens. This neighborhood compatibility argument, and I'm just going to make my comments, and I'm not sure they're going to fit in any of these particular issues, although these words are mentioned here. So I think the neighborhood compatibility is a slippery slope. If you look at just the two adjacent buildings next to it, and you say, well, that one's huge and takes up the whole lot, and that one's huge and takes up the whole lot, well, then that's seemingly compatible. But when you go there and you're across the street, looking across it there, it's completely destroyed the feeling of that neighborhood that are not this on the bluff face. So, I'm going to hope that SFDB is going to do their job, but it's not looking that way to me because I don't think those other two should have been approved for neighborhood compatibility. So, my choices are either going to be to deny or abstain because to uphold or abstain. I don't actually think the appellant's property should be as big as it is. And I think the sensitivity of these bluffs, we spend a lot of time debating about gazebos, and here's a pool and a massive structure, and it just doesn't fit. So I'm really wondering if SFDB, the whole reason they were formed was to prevent McMansionization, and these to me are like the type examples of what should not be on the bluff face. And then the excessive loading, I think you take any one of these properties, sure, it's load, or maybe it's load, or that one's load, but you start doing that for that whole bluff edge, and it just doesn't conceptually make sense to me that that's what we would be doing. So I'm not sure where that falls in the findings or not. I don't think those others should have been there either. When you drive up to this site, walk up to this site, they all stand out as, whoa, what is this here on the bluff face? So I'll leave my comments at that for this moment.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. Yeah, these are always really challenging conversations to have, and it's I really do appreciate everyone coming forward and sharing their perspectives, and I hope that there's a possibility for healing in this neighborhood that comes out of this. I would say, I think conceptually, philosophically, I share Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon's concern about the bluff face and how we are developing it. However, until we holistically change our standards, I don't see how we can, on a case-by-case basis, begin to adjudicate that. To me, that's a recipe, frankly, for more disaster, to not look holistically at the bluff face and instead to start doing it piecemeal on a parcel-by-parcel basis, not in accordance with any set standards, but rather just a gut feeling that I think some of us certainly share, that it doesn't feel right. So for me, given that I think if this does need to be looked at, it needs to be looked at a policy level rather than trying to articulate that policy through appeals of specific parcels. I haven't seen anything that convinces me that the data that's before us is either untrue or that our staff has not done the appropriate review, and not to say that's what was said, but just that's what I would be looking for were I to uphold the appeal, and I haven't seen any of that. So for those reasons, I don't think that I can make the findings to uphold the appeal, and with great respect and understanding that this is a challenging conversation to have, I will be voting to uphold the Planning Commission's findings and to deny the appeal.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Land use appeals are always they're always tough when they're in the neighborhoods because the residents live there next door. It does have impacts. Where I struggled, and we was talked about extensively tonight and in the staff reports and the Planning Commission, is the issue, and my colleagues as well, on how there's a different setback based on the properties that are adjacent, and it's double. So where I have to come out on this is, even though I understand where the neighbors are, is in order to uphold the appeal, I have to look at the record of the Planning Commission as well as our staff and see, is there any evidence that shows above and beyond what their conclusions are that I could legally find that say that information is incorrect, they're basing their decisions on. And it's not that they're wrong, it's just that there's information out there, technical studies or other things of that nature that would then be put into the official record of why I would base my decision that way. And I don't have the comfort level to do that. Because again, it's legal findings that would have to stand up on an appeal all the way through whatever the process is if it was appealed to eventually Coastal Commission or other areas. So for me, again, I understand that, but when we have a third-party reviewer on the technical studies for where the bluff setback is, and then it's outside of that. I was really concerned with the fire access, why I asked for the fire chief to come up and make sure there is fire access for not just that property, but the adjacent properties, and that is there. So for the neighbors, I understand where you're coming from, but again, I don't have the technical work or the studies to override what our Planning Commission in a 4-1 vote and our staff have put out there. So I will have to uphold the project and deny the appeal.
All right, very good. Well, for me personally, I kind of feel the same way as where I've done a number of coastal development projects now in my tenure, and having a bit of a background in geology myself, I really don't like the coastal bluff projects, but like Ms. Harmon said, this would be a major policy rather than a specific appeal or project decision that we'd have to make all along the coastline. So I do believe that there has been due diligence on the part of the applicant. I understand the appellant's points and concerns, but like my colleagues, I'll have to vote to deny the appeal and uphold the project and the Planning Commission's decision to go forward with the coastal development permit. And with that, if there are no further comments, I would entertain a motion. Ms. Sneddon.
Mayor Rouse, I think the policies that I'll be referring to are the Coastal Act policies 30253, and that new development shall do all of the following, and one of them is assure stability and structural integrity to neither create nor contribute significantly to erosion or destruction of the site or surrounding areas, or in any way require the construction of protective devices that would substantially alter natural landforms along bluffs and cliffs. And that's the one. There are others here that I could rely on, but that's the one that I'll be citing as to why I will be voting not to uphold, to deny the appeal. I won't be making any motions. I'll just be voting against it, and for those reasons.
In that case, very good, thank you. I will entertain a motion then. Ms. Harmon.
Sure, I can make the motion. Just to be clear, the Coastal Act in the city of Santa Barbara is interpreted through our land use plan. So it's actually not the 30253 that we would need to make reference to, but the specific land use plan policies that were violated. So I think that's just a procedural note in the event that an appeal is filed. Might be helpful for folks. With that, respectfully, I will make the motion to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
Motion by
And,
Harmon.
excuse me, Mayor Rouse, sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Harmon, and adopt the resolution.
Yes, thank you, and adopt the
Thank you for
resolution with the findings. Thank you.
We have a first on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, and again, for the same reasons, and then reference the Planning Commission's findings that they had as well.
Okay, very good. And with that, if everybody understands the motion, Madam Clerk?
This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision and adopt the resolution, including the findings. Does that cover what's
Very good.
necessary?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, very good. Go ahead and vote, please. Oh, I apologize. I
Oh, we
need
have to
to,
have-
sorry, I need to redo we'll redo the vote in one moment. I'm going to redo attendance without Mr. Jordan.
Deny the appeal.
Okay, this is just attendance. This is not the vote.
Motion was denied. Yeah, so it's a yes if you want to deny the appeal. Yeah. To deny the appeal? Okay, yeah, you want to vote no.
Okay, now this is the vote on the motion I read. Let's, okay.
The motion carries 4-2, Santa Maria and Sneddon in dissent. Very good. All right, with that, we have the next item coming up. We're going to have to take a break first, though. Everybody get comfortable. We will reconvene at 10 minutes of 6. Thank you. Kind of settle in here. We'll get going here in just a sec. And all right, we're going to reconvene and call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Santamaria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Rouse?
Here.
Mayor Potemkin?
Here.
Councilmember Harmon? And Councilmember Jordan?
Here. All right, very good. And then you have the item to read, please.
Item 23, summary of public comment and proposed amendments to draft residential rent stabilization ordinance and Just Cause Ellis Act amendments ordinance. Estimated time, 5 p.m.
All right, very good. Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Barbara Anderson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and I'm joined this evening by Dan Henschke, Assistant City Attorney. We also have Sarah Court from RSG participating via Zoom in case we need to tap into their insights and expertise. Tonight's presentation serves two purposes. First, it summarizes what we heard from the public on the two draft ordinances the city released for review on June 10th. The Residential Rent Stabilization Ordinance, which we refer to as the RSO, and the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments. Second, and ask council for direction on a concise list of remaining policy questions so we can bring back a revised ordinance for formal introduction. Our goal tonight is to close out the open questions so that we can return to council to introduce the refined ordinance. The community has been heard. We are not debating for or against rent stabilization. Community direction is clear, council direction is clear. This is moving forward. And now we are working to refine the ordinance to create a program that can hopefully meet expectations and objectives. The staff recommendation has two parts. First, that council receive the summary of the public comments we collected on the June 10th public review drafts of both ordinances. And second, that council give staff and the city attorney's office direction on the specific amendments we'll walk through tonight, so we can finalize and introduce the rent stabilization ordinance. One point on sequencing. We're recommending the rent stabilization ordinance move first and the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments follow at a later date. That ordering is deliberate. It lets us make sure that the Just Cause piece is fully consistent with whatever rent stabilization program council ultimately adopts, rather than trying to finalize both at once and risk the two conflicting. And again, we're not looking to postpone this later than this year. We just, again, feel like there needs to be sufficient time once the program is adopted to review Just Cause, all the proposed amendments, do further analysis, and come back to council for that final direction. Before we get into specific provisions, we want to share an overall picture of what we've heard. The city received a total of 655 public comments through written submissions to RSO at santabarbaraca.gov. Submissions were not counted in support or opposition. Again, the council direction is clear. We are moving forward with a rent stabilization ordinance. But they were organized to delineate general comment from detailed proposed language amendments to the draft ordinances. We also attended several public meetings and events to share information regarding the draft ordinances, to solicit feedback, and work to meet with key stakeholder groups to better understand their proposed amendments. At a high level, the feedback clustered around a few recurring concerns. Tenant advocates and tenant-focused coalitions generally ask for stronger protections than state law requires and broader coverage. Property owners and housing providers generally ask for narrower coverage, clearer administrative processes, and safe harbors that reduce exposure to penalties. Both sides raised practical questions about how the program will be administered, funded, and enforced. The rest of the presentation walks through where these themes turn into concrete choices for council. Now we'd like to discuss the rent stabilization ordinance specifically, the summary of comments we received on it, and the amendments that are being proposed. So this table is a status check. For each major policy component, it shows whether council has already given clear direction, meaning no further action is needed tonight, or whether it's flagged for discussion. Again, this is a slide that was requested to return to policy components that had been revisited in public hearings, to specifically denote, again, where further council direction is needed and where the discussion is focused this evening. So this includes components that are settled, meaning no further direction is needed, rent limits. So a landlord may raise rent once every 12 months. The allowable increase is set at 60% of the change in the CPI, the standard inflation measure, with a hard cap of 3%. So though we received public comment that does not support this rent cap formula, we feel that council direction, again, has been clear. Rent banking, not permitted. Tenant subsidy program. The ordinance will not run a concurrent rent subsidy program alongside stabilization. Policy components that are flagged for discussion this evening include exemptions. So the direction is to limit exemptions to those required by state law. Some public comments and staff align this direction to also include AB 1482, not just Costa-Hawkins, to exempt owner-occupied duplexes and deed-restricted affordable housing. Petition framework, specific to capital improvements. So the draft would establish 3 types of petitions: fair return, a capital improvement petition, and a tenant petition. The capital improvement petition process specifically is flagged for discussion. In regards to decision-making authority, the draft proposes an independent hearing officer to decide petitions, with appeals going to a board or commission. Further council direction is requested on the structure based on comment received. To continue, settled, again, meaning no further direction needed, also includes mediation. The council direction was the program will offer optional mediation resources to help landlords and tenants resolve disputes, but mediation will not be mandatory. Additional areas flagged for discussion include the governance model. So the draft proposes a hybrid model, city staff handling day-to-day administration with a board or commission providing oversight. The composition and authority of that board is a discussion item for this evening. Tenant protections. Comments advocate for these protections to go beyond state law, such as additional disclosures to tenants and enhanced notice requirements. Council direction is requested on how far to extend these. Rental registry. The draft would establish a comprehensive registry capturing data on each unit, its tenancy, and its rent. This is a discussion item, both whether to include all units and how it's funded. To be finalized at a later time, so funding and fees. The final fee structure will set later through a dedicated fee study and a council resolution. I do want to mention we are currently seeking cost proposals for a third-party fee study. We are estimating these costs to be between $35,000 and $50,000, and that includes a 12-week timeline to complete that study. This is an important consideration as we move forward with program implementation, and we wanted to highlight that even though it's being it will be discussed at a later date. So this section is the heart of tonight's discussion. These are the specific open questions where staff genuinely needs council to choose a direction before we can finalize an ordinance. The first open question is who the ordinance covers, and by extension, who is exempt. So state law already requires certain exemptions. For example, newer construction and certain owner-occupied situations. Those are not optional. The question for council is whether to keep the city's exemptions limited strictly to what Costa Hawkins requires, or to add local exemptions on top, such as an exemption for owner-occupied duplexes and, as I mentioned earlier, deed-restricted affordable housing. The second open question concerns the rental registry, the database of rental units the program would maintain. Comments received advocated for the registry to include all rental units in the city of Santa Barbara. If council would like to move forward with this direction, staff is recommending that this be detailed in a separate section or chapter. We also heard a specific practical concern that council should be made aware of, which is requiring every unit to register may push some owners of unpermitted or non-conforming units, such as unpermitted ADUs or garage conversions, to end in tenancy rather than register and expose themselves to code enforcement. In other words, a registry meant to protect tenants could, for a narrow set of units, put those same tenants at risk of displacement. In response, commenters have asked the city to consider one of a few options: a safe harbor, protecting an owner from an immediate code enforcement action when they come forward to register; an amnesty period, a defined window to register without penalty, and or a deferred registration pathway, allowing these units to register on a delayed or conditional basis. The direction we need is whether council wants to require that all units are registered, to build one of these additional mechanisms into the registry, and how the registry fee should be structured as a result. This would also tie into the fee study we mentioned earlier. The third open question is who actually makes decisions under the program and who oversees it. The draft envisions two connected pieces: hearing officers, independent, neutral decision makers who hear and rule on individual petitions, such as a landlord's request for a fair return increase or a tenant's challenge, as well as a board or commission that works in concert, so a body that hears appeals from the hearing officer's decisions and provides broader oversight of the program. The questions for council are the composition of that board, how many members, appointed how, with what qualifications, and how much authority it holds relative to city staff. This is the governance decision we flagged on the earlier table, now stated again as a concrete choice. The fourth open question is capital improvement pass-throughs, how landlords recover the cost of major building improvements from tenants. When a landlord makes a significant capital investment in a building, a new roof, seismic work, a major system replacement, a pass-through lets them recover part of that cost through a temporary or permanent rent adjustment on top of the normal annual cap. The policy tension is straightforward, right? So pass-throughs encourage owners to maintain and improve their buildings, but they also raise costs for tenants beyond the standard cap, again, amortized over a really specific timeline, not in perpetuity of the tenant's residency of that unit. The direction we need from council is specifically regarding the proposals to only allow capital improvement pass-throughs for small property owners and to prevent pass-throughs to subsidized tenants. There's also consideration of requirements to submit a tenant safety plan for approval prior to any construction, repair, or renovation projects beginning. We now want to shift to the second ordinance, the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments. This section covers what's within the scope of the current draft amendments and what proposed amendments fall outside of it. So we received comments, several comments that fall within the scope of the draft amendments, meaning we can act on them in this draft ordinance without a broader policy expansion. The Tenant Coalition asked council to replace the current 5-year ban on returning a withdrawn unit to residential rental use with a tenant right to return at controlled rents, as state law allows. 2 important points for council. The existing 5-year ban is not expressly authorized by statute, but is also not prohibited. And unlike much of this program, the ban currently applies to all units, not just those covered by the RSO. Separately, property owners asked to simplify tenant disclosures. Instead of transaction-specific disclosures tied to each sale of the property, they propose a single city-prepared tenant rights guide delivered at the start of a tenancy and at each renewal, with electronic delivery allowed and a safe harbor for owners who deliver it properly. 2 more within scope requests, both from property owners and both pretty technical. Under the current draft, withdrawing a single unit from the rental market can trigger obligations that apply to the other units in the same property. Owners are asking council to narrow that so that pulling one unit doesn't automatically pull in the rest. The draft requires certain long-term tenant rights, the 2, 5, and 10-year re-rental and rent restriction rights tied to the first right of refusal, to be formally recorded against the property title. Owners asked to eliminate that recording requirement and instead have the city track these rights through its own administrative records. So the next several items are different in kind. These are requests that go beyond the scope of the current Ellis Act amendments and would expand the policies substantially. One request is to strike several existing exemptions for duplexes, deed-restricted units, separately sellable units, and new construction, so that every rent-stabilized tenancy would also carry just cause protection. A second request concerns relocation assistance. It has 2 parts: temporary relocation protections, including tenant safety plans for tenants during renovation work, and permanent relocation payments set at no less than the amount already established in the city's tenant displacement assistance ordinance. There are 2 more items included in the proposed amendments that will require further analysis. The first is regarding owner and family move-in. When an owner or their family member wants to move into a rented unit, that's a recognized reason to end a tenancy. The request is to tighten those rules, limiting it to one unit per property and restricting move-in evictions during the school year and where the household includes elderly, disabled, or first responder tenants. The other request is to refine the at-fault grounds for ending a tenancy, including the rules covering non-payment of rent, lease violations, nuisance, and criminal activity, and to add survivor protections for tenants who are victims of domestic violence or similar circumstances. So this brings us to staff's recommendation on how to sequence the 2 ordinances. As mentioned earlier, staff is recommending finalizing and introducing the rent stabilization ordinance first, and then bringing the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments forward afterward. The primary reason is consistency, especially because we know that they complement each other and depend on each other. We want to make sure that the rent stabilization is fully adopted so we don't have to amend and refine both of them at the same time. Locking in the RSO first means that the Just Cause amendments can be written to match it rather than having to revise that. It also lets staff conduct the further analysis needed without holding up the core rent stabilization program that council has directed us to move forward with urgency. So in regard to next steps tonight, council will provide the additional direction needed. Staff in the city attorney's office will incorporate that direction into a revised rent stabilization ordinance. That ordinance then returns for formal introduction and adoption, and the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments follow on a timeline that keeps them consistent with the adopted program. Again, not an extended timeline, but just allows us to do one after the other. This process will also include presenting the fee study to council with a recommended per-unit registration fee, as well as a budget appropriation for startup costs for the program. So not to reiterate ad nauseum, but these are the actions for council's direction tonight. We do have additional slides to help guide that discussion and make sure that we're covering all the areas that council direction is needed when we're ready for that. So again, thank you so much for your time. We are really, really appreciative of the outpouring of public comment, the engagement, and the collaboration. And that is what has brought us here today for such a rich discussion. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. What we'll do first, we'll go to public comment, and we'll have questions and deliberation thereafter. There are a number of public comments. We're going to have to go a minute per. If you've received donated time, or if you donated time, that counts for a minute per as well. I'm going to call out the name, and I'm going to call out the person on deck, so let's keep it moving. I'm going to ask that we remain civil, no booing, no clapping, no cheering. If you have a sign, please do not hold it up. If you must hold it up, please go to the very back of the room so you don't impede somebody else's vision of the proceedings. All right, very good. We're going to start out with, and it's going to be
Mayor,
one.
can I just ask, when do you want to cut off new speaker cards? Did you mention that?
Oh, I didn't mention that yet. Well, thank you, Ms. McAdoo. Yes, new speaker submissions will be cut off at 25 minutes of 7. And that's just the same with hands raised online, because there are a number of those folks as well. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, we'll start out with Jason Blakemore, followed by Stacy Ribich Espana. Jason Blakemore. Okay. Stephanie Ribich Espana.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to comment. I'm here really just because I know there are a lot of other people here who are commenting for and against this, and my comment is not in either direction, but just to make a suggestion that when we start talking about a topic like this, it would be really great to have some evidence put into the record early on about what has happened in other communities, how much it costs, what the outcomes were, what was measured, and all of that. Because I looked for that in the record, and it's basically not there. There was a very narrowly scoped consultant work that just focused on implementation, but I think this is extra controversial because we didn't have that evidence base to draw from that everyone can be looking at and talking about when they comment. So my question is that if we could, on these issues that are super important, have that kind of due diligence done at the beginning before we start the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Wolf, followed by Jim Terzian. Melissa Wolf. Jim Terzian.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm here to ask, under exemptions and the registry, that we exempt and remove small property landholders from these obligations. They are incredibly burdensome and costly, and they take a lot of time out of the lives of small families that are not at all professionals in handling this kind of thing. It ends up meaning that for the rentals they have, often rentals they depend on for their retirement or their future income, that they can't make a profit at all no matter what they do. Now, I ask this as a fifth-generation Santa Barbaran. The previous 4 generations were teachers, librarians, and nurses. The earliest 2 generations had to sell their homes because they couldn't make enough money renting them out and couldn't pass them to their children. The third only got to keep it. 2 people, a widowed teacher and a nurse, because the child and grandchildren of that person was able to put money in. But now that child is a 90-year-old widow and 2 parents are in their 60s. There's no money for this. They can't do it.
The minute goes fast. So.
It does. So anyway, I ask that you take this into account, recognize the costs, and allow these types of landowners out of the burden. Thank you.
Scott Foreman, followed by Craig Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I know there's a lot of details, and I'm really impressed with how much work needs to be done and what staff has done. I just really wanted to thank you for having compassion for tenants and giving them the dignity to be able to stay in their homes and not be forced out by unaffordable rent increases. I don't know about all the details, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Craig Griffith, and you have Corrine Anderson donating time. Is Corrine here? Yes. Thank you. So, Mr. Griffith, you have 2 minutes, and you'll be followed by Rosalba Cordova. So 2 minutes, please, Madam Clerk.
I doubt that I'll need it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman. The property of the landlords, for example, in a single-family home, it's not the responsibility of the tenants to maintain. A new roof, that building is going to need a new roof whether anyone is living in the house or not. Electrical work, if a rat chews through the wiring, why should the tenant pay for it? Unless it's the tenant's rat or something. So don't pass capital improvements on to the tenants. That's absurd. Next. Downtown has been proposed to have a surrounding several block area dedicated to short-term rental. Now, that's okay. We have it down south along the beach, no problem. But my concern is for the elderly. The elderly need to be involved. They can't be isolated. Isolation is a life shortener for the elderly. They need to be where they see people they know on the street. They need to be near libraries and theaters and grocery stores and, very importantly, the Metropolitan Transit Authority. That's absolutely essential for them. So I urge you to reconsider the area you have for that long-term or short-term rental. Okay? Any questions?
Nope. Thank you. Rosalba Cordova, followed by Corina Sabina.
Hi, my name is Rosalba Cordova. Nice to meet you, everybody. I'm here because I had a very bad experience about kicking me out from my own trailer that I bought. It took me 13 years to come to this country and bought it, and then they just came, and I lived in that trailer for 17 years, and then just came and took it away from me. Housing authority had something to do with it, so I really ask you to put attention what housing do, because I think they are not doing a good job managing the housing. They came to the park, it was a 1,200 Punta Gorda, they came to the park and threatened everybody that the park wasn't foreclosure. I don't believe the park wasn't foreclosure, but they threatened everybody the park wasn't foreclosure, and they had to sign this paper, like that they had to sign the paper saying that they will give the park to the housing and they will manage it. And I really think about seniors too, that they are kind of kicking seniors out and and I cannot just imagine me that I was younger, I cannot imagine an older senior being in that situation. It's traumatic, and only me that I live.
Thank you.
And you just put it in very
Corina Svacina, and you have Antoinette Hamburger donating her time. Where's Antoinette? Thank you very much.
Carrie donating.
I'm sorry?
I also have Carrie donating time.
Carrie? Oh, okay, there we go. Very good. You have 3 minutes. Put 3 minutes on the clock,
All
please,
right,
Madam
thank you.
Clerk.
My name is Karina Spacina, and I'm here today as a representative of SEIU Local 620. As a union leader representing over 2,500 local public sector workers, we urge you to adopt a strong rental stabilization ordinance, because the people who keep Santa Barbara running are increasingly being priced out of the community they serve. Every day, our city and county depends on essential workers and emergency workers. Yet, roughly half of city and county employees are forced to commute from outside the area because housing costs have become unaffordable. This should concern all of us. When people we rely on most cannot afford to live in the communities they serve, we weaken our workforce, increase traffic and emissions, and make it harder to recruit and retain the workers our community needs. We saw the importance of a local workforce during the Montecito debris flow. In times of crisis, we depend on public employees and emergency personnel to show up immediately and help our community recover. A resilient community depends on workers being able to live where they serve. That's why this ordinance must be strong. Please do not create exemptions beyond state law. Every tenant deserves a protection. Please create a rent board with real authority, regular public meetings, and strong tenant representation. Please include all rental units in a public rental registry so we can have the transparency needed for accountability. Please strengthen anti-displacement protections by ensuring just cause protections for all tenants, protecting seniors, preventing school year evictions, preserving the right to return, and limiting the ability for large corporate landlords to pass major capital improvements cost onto renters. If we want our wastewater operators, library clerks, court workers, airport personnel, and other public servants to continue serving Santa Barbara, we must make it possible for them to live in Santa Barbara. Please adopt a strong rental stabilization ordinance that protects tenants, prevents displacements, and helps essential workers remain part of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Gottlieb, followed by Mark Christman. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. I was surprised to hear that there's absolutely no flexibility on the rate that has been established for rent caps. I think it's an unreasonable rate. 3%, you can't maintain your expenses. The taxes are at 1% a year. Insurance, repairs, tradesmen to get $100 an hour, whatever. But what I also want to say is I hope that you will stay with the state's exemption for multi-units. I'm retired. I've had the same house for over 30 years. It is my retirement. It's 3 units. Having to absorb all the costs to maintain it really cuts into my retirement and seems unfair. I've been working in this community with homeless, substance abuse. I work for the county, and I feel like I've put my time in. So I really would like you to consider the exemptions and keep them in place. The state of California is in the top 6%. Is that my time?
That is, sorry. Mark Christman? What's that? Who are you? You're Mark, okay, very good. So you have another minute.
So I just want to say that tenants' rights and rent control, California is in the top 6% nationally, along with New York and New Jersey. And the state guidelines are pretty good. They're in the top 6% of rent control nationwide. And I really am having a hard time understanding why you want to tighten these down to a way that makes it unmanageable. I think the just causes that are listed at the state level give good protection to everybody, tenants and to landlords. And it's unreasonable to expect people to maintain a business, which is what our rental houses are, without being able to cover our costs. Okay, that's it. I have 28 seconds left over.
That's quite all right. You're not obligated to use them all. Thank you. Susan Nicole, followed by Ruth Hunter.
Hi, Council. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Susan Nicole Thompson. As a Santa Barbara resident, business owner, and someone who's been both a landlord and tenant, I understand both sides of this. I'm here to ensure that we have a fully enforceable rent stabilization ordinance, even with small landlords. My situation is that I'm an ideal tenant, although I currently have an unjust small landlord that is violating the rent freeze and other laws. Upon going through this confusing process, I have found there are holes in the city law. My situation with my landlords is a perfect example of that. To some of the city, I'm not covered under just cause, although elsewhere in California I would be. But I am covered under the rent freeze. How is that? These lack of clarifications caused harm both to me and my landlords, and I'm currently the one fighting for my home. To have a proper RSO is that just cause has to match rent stabilization. The extra cause exemptions should go away. These exemptions are being abused rampantly in our city by unjust landlords, which happen to be the case, and pushed even further by unjust lawyers such as Betty Jeppinson, the current president of SBRPA, who has frivolous, costly lawsuits against the city and just got thrown out by a judge. For me,
Thank you. That was time. Goes fast. Ruth Hunter, followed by Hillary Blackerby.
Hi, I'd like to express my support for the rent stabilization ordinance without exemptions. I think we really need to prioritize just the like solutions to the problem of like people getting pushed out of the city. Like I grew up here, and most of the friends I grew up with have had to move away, and it's like been really sad. I'm trying to to work here. I work for a nonprofit, and it's like I had to have hard conversations with my employer, like, hey, I really like working here, but I can't afford to live here. And she was like, yeah, not a lot of people can. So I just would like to say like maximum support to rent stabilization, and yeah, just please consider the consequences of the workers of Santa Barbara not
Thank
being
you.
able to live here.
Hillary Blackerby, followed by Rob Rosenthal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Back again on this. Just want to encourage the message that the council has given to staff prior about what the goals of this are. Stick with it. I think it was pretty much shown in the public comment, what the community has been telling you for years and years and what you know already. So please, let's get it across the finish line with strong protections. No point in doing half measures here, right? We see how long it takes to get one ordinance. No baby steps. We're ready to move. And then one thing on an exemption, the owner-occupied duplex thing, I live in a duplex. If the owner moved into the other one, why would I deserve fewer protections than if there's a fellow tenant? Doesn't make any sense. So I agree with a lot of what the people who are going to speak after me are going to say about exemptions don't add more, and that one seems particularly silly.
Thank you. Rob Rosenthal, followed by Ana Garcia.
Rob's going to be on Zoom.
Sorry?
Rob is going to be on Zoom.
Okay, so he'll have to get online with,
Yeah.
okay. Ana Garcia. Okay. I'm here. Oh, there you are. Followed by Osil Harion, I think. Go right ahead.
All right. So my name is Anna, and I am here to say something totally radical. You ready? Our working class neighbors who make Santa Barbara what it is deserve to have their basic needs met, especially over greedy businesses who are referred to as landlords or housing providers here, who seek to profit from exploiting us. I'm an educator and a small business owner, and I don't get any subsidies from you when I make poor choices for my business, so just throwing that out there. This is why we need to ensure enforceability and strong tenant protections, because I just got a rent increase from Meridian. We want to be able to continue to live here. I'm a teacher. Do you want your students to be taught by people who live in their community or people who have to commute here, who can't exist here, who don't actually care about where we live, right? Anyone on the dais now or considering sitting there in the future needs to know that this is the bottom line and we are not budging. You are nothing without us. Please don't wait until we have nothing left to lose, because people who have nothing left to lose are impossible to placate and control.
Thank you.
We refuse to continue to get trampled by selfish desires of the elite. Tenant protections now that are enforceable now.
Thank you. That's your time.
Otherwise, the people are united and we will not be defeated.
Thank you. Osil Harion, followed by Andrea Moore McCormick.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lucille. I moved to the Central Coast in 2012. That's 14 years ago. And since then, I have moved almost every single year. Every single year throughout Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles County. I want you to think about that. Every year I've had to uproot my life. Every year I've had to rebuild and recreate community. Every year I've had to garner the courage to keep going, garner the courage and strength to find housing, garner the courage to pull the little savings I have for a deposit, hoping I won't need it for an emergency. Every year. And every year, you all have been considering whether or not we deserve strong tenant protections. Every year, you've pushed it back and conducted another study and negotiated our livelihoods. So now, I'm asking you to garner your courage, to stand in your values, and to be the representative for the tenants fighting every single day to stay housed.
Thank you. Andre Moore McCormick, and you have Maureen Mina. Is she here? Okay. And Frank Velasquez?
No, actually, I have Chelsea Lancaster donating to me.
I'm sorry, who?
Chelsea Lancaster donating to me. She's in the
Okay.
back row. Maureen and Chelsea.
Maureen and Chelsea, and, well, Frank put his name down, but you're going to have to slip on it too.
Huh, interesting. Then.
And Chelsea Lancaster also for you?
All I need is 3 minutes, so
Okay,
somebody
you
can
get
have
3
one of the
minutes.
others.
It's
All
a
right,
deal.
thank you.
You win. 3 minutes is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I stand before you tonight as a displaced tenant, a constituent in distress, and the living embodiment of everything that will go wrong with a rent stabilization ordinance deficient in anti-displacement protections. I'm now left functionally homeless as a result of my landlord's ongoing unpermitted demolition, resulting in a red tag order as unsafe to occupy. This demolition was conducted with me inside and could have been catastrophic at any point, leading up to the moment that the city declared the building as structurally unsound and at imminent risk of collapse. There are no requirements to communicate plan and scope of work or protect the tenant, even with potential structural failure. My landlord knowingly endangered my life to bypass protections under a proper rent eviction using constructive eviction tactics. Since the red tag, I've had no communication, nor has the mandatory relocation benefit for which I'm eligible under the Health and Safety Code been tendered. I come again as the harbinger of a threat to all tenants under a system that sees our rights as negotiations and our protections as optional, where a landlord's blatant disregard of the law and his tenant's safety is characterized as a matter of mere disagreement. In my other life, I'm a licensed therapist. To suggest mediation in a case like mine is no different than suggesting couples therapy for domestic violence. We don't do it because it doesn't work and causes harm. It relies on a perpetrator whom is both financially incentivized and holds property control over us to act in good faith, making equal compromise impossible. It cannot stop harassment and other illegal behavior or enforce compliance with housing codes and other laws. We cannot negotiate within a system that allows and rewards our displacement, or with beneficiaries of that system who hold us in contempt and refuse to see us as human. We do not need more dialogue. We need meaningful protections with enforcement for power to be rebalanced and justice restored. Finally, because I have a few seconds, the Ellis Act needs to adhere to State Government Code 7060.2 in full, and this is to prevent the eradication of what remains of Santa Barbara's naturally occurring affordable housing by big developers. It's bad for both tenants and mom and pops.
Elizabeth Newman, followed, let's see, and Elizabeth Newman, is she here?
She is here. She's in the back room.
Is that Elizabeth Newman? And are you Denise? Huh? Did you fill out a slip? Okay, is Denise Evans here? Okay, you're donating to Elizabeth? Okay. So you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am speaking today in regards to agenda item number 23. I've spoken here in support of this rent stabilization ordinance many times and only took a brief hiatus due to having to work 3 jobs to save up to afford school and my basic needs, which include rent. I'm back today to show you just how important every proposed aspect of the rent stabilization ordinance is in order to ensure its success and prosperity. You've already voted on exemptions, so I won't waste my time in the argument behind that, but know that people need and continue to support absolutely no exemptions. We need a rental mediation board. Your inability to provide and uphold tactical accountability and enforcement from landlords during this temporary rent freeze proves that. The current existed methods of mediation and costly legal redundancies is negligence on your part to continue to support a broken system. In combination with, and in no way compromising, we must ensure a rental registry of all units. Without this registry, we are not able to represent tenants or landlords justly. Record-keeping of housing provides us the opportunity to protect both landlords and tenants by being able to produce evidence of upkeep, past complaints, and safety code enforcement. Through the execution of a rental registry, we empower all parties to be represented in good faith. We, the people, have provided you the opportunity to cut bureaucracy, paywalls, and injustice by giving you the framework of a system that has been proven to work and actually represents and protects tenants, instead of inconveniencing, literally putting them out of house and home, and traumatizing them through manipulative, gatekeeping, and predatory tactics. Exemptions serve as a Hail Mary attempt by landlords to continue to allow corruption and legal loopholes. It does not go unnoticed how you sit here, complacent and complicit, as families, our students, disabled, elderly, and immigrant members of our community continue to suffer while you fail to do your jobs as public servants to protect them. A rental mediation board, public registry for all units, and a strong ordinance that includes both tenant safety plans and just cause for all tenants, no exemptions, is the only system that gives the people of Santa Barbara a fighting chance at protecting and upholding not only their legal rights, but their human decency. Thank you.
Gina Quiroz. Is Gina here?
She's here.
Hmm? Okay. And you have got Ian, B, and Sophia donating time?
Yes.
Are they, where are they here?
They're in the back.
Can I need to see them, please?
Ian, Sophia, and Ian.
Well, yeah, I need to have people. And is Ian here as well? Thank you. All right, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Gina Berdardi Quiroz. I'm here this evening to advocate for a rent stabilization ordinance that will actually protect tenants from being displaced from stable housing. Because I know firsthand what displacement does to a person's physical and mental health. That is why this ordinance matters to me. There should be no exemptions beyond what state law already requires. Every exemption beyond what state law requires creates a gap in tenant protections. These gaps become opportunities for avoidance, inconsistent enforcement, and unnecessary displacement, which is exactly what we are trying to prevent. The proposed rent board is not acceptable. Tenants are the majority in the city at 60.1% of the city. We should hold a majority of that rent board. So anything else is it's an imbalance that's been going on in Santa Barbara for decades. If this council is serious about community stabilization, the rent board must meet on a regular basis. It must have meaningful authority and provide genuine public accountability. California's most successful rent stabilization programs rely on rent boards that meet regular, hearing disputes, adopt regulation, monitor compliance, and provide ongoing public oversight. A rental board that meets only once a year cannot effectively administer a complex ordinance or respond to the needs of the tenants and landlords. The rental registry must include all rentals. Why? Because full inclusion, it makes it financially sound for everybody. The unit cost becomes less for people, and it helps subsidize the registry. It will also allow us to track rent levels, verify rent increases, monitor vacancy trends, enforce just cause rules, and process petitions. It will also be easier for enforcement. Lastly, rent stabilization cannot function without strong anti-displacement protections. So council members, you have a choice. Pass an ordinance that actually stabilizes this community, or you can pass a weak one with loopholes and continues to push people to having to relocate to different cities, or worse, being displaced. Santa Barbara needs a comprehensive enforceable ordinance that levels decades of imbalance. Thank you.
Okay, Zuela Cabrera, followed by Kelly Johnson. Zuela Cabrera? Okay. Okay. Come on up. Oh, I've done before. Kelly Johnson's following that.
Sí, buenas tardes, miembros del Concilio de Santa Bárbara y alcalde. Mi nombre es Zoila Cabrera. Este día, una vez más, me hago presente para pedir una ordenanza más fuerte, como la estabilización de renta. Por muchos años y décadas ha sido un desastre con las viviendas. Por todo el pueblo, familias, niños y veteranos, etcétera, etcétera. A hoy más sabemos que vivimos también en una crisis de viviendas. Hoy muchas familias iremos a vivir a las calles porque las rentas están tan elevadas. Y muchas de nuestras familias han estado bajándoles horas en el trabajo. Al no poder pagar la renta, no queremos que vayan a las calles a vivir. La falta de empleos perderán sus viviendas.
Señores, es tiempo.
No.
Es todo.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Johnson, followed by Lawrence DeBusk.
Good evening. Thank you to the council members and staff who spearheaded the rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you for defending the ordinance against the attorneys manipulating the legal system to steamroll working families out of their homes. Their threats to continue to pursue a meritless lawsuit that the judge has already dismissed for failing to meet the plausibility standard will do nothing but drain our tax dollars into their web of vexatious litigation. To those attorneys, stop using your precious time fortifying the classist hierarchy that suppresses the working class into the cycle of poverty. Also, please no exemptions for small property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence DeBusk, followed by Diane Fugino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm speaking as an independent landlord. I moved here in '86 from upstate New York, and I rented here till I was 50 for 20 years. So these problems haven't changed, all the time I've been here. However, I used to think, why do landlords always raise the rents? It seemed like that was unreasonable at the time. But now, since I bought some rental property, I understand all the hidden expenses that most tenants don't understand. We also have craftsman-style homes that are 1921, 1930. They need a lot of care, a lot of uptake, put a lot of money into them to keep them in the beautiful condition that they're in. And also, I made a promise to keep the rents low to my tenants, which I've always done, and I've done that for all these years. We have some properties. Is that my minute?
Sorry, that's time.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Diane Fugino, followed, and I have Wenju that's donating her time. Are you Diane?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then your donator, is she here?
She had to leave, but she
Okay, so you
spoke
get a minute.
She's, okay,
Just
then
a
I
minute,
have
you get-
Zach Kossbaum, who is offering his time, and he's here.
Okay, did he fill out a slip?
I think so.
Is
Zach,
it Zach here, and does he have a slip in?
Zach here, and he filled out a slip.
Did you fill out a slip, Zach?
Filled out a slip?
Did you fill out a slip? Thank you. All right, go ahead, you have 2 minutes, Diane.
Where's the timer? There's perfect, perfect. Good evening. My name is Diane Fugino. I'm a professor at UCSB, and my colleague Wen-Fei Zhu was here but had to leave. I'm speaking in her stead with some additions of my own. She is a U.S. housing policy expert and has an opinion piece in the SB Independent yesterday. First, the most consistent research finding across states and periods of time is that rent control allows people to stay in their homes. Housing stability matters. Forced movers are tied to worsening health and educational outcomes. Rent-burdened families have less food for family and childcare. The damage falls disproportionately on women and children. And having friends, families, and coworkers being able to live in Santa Barbara impacts us all. Second, historically, governments have subsidized housing, but the efforts have gone largely to homeowners, not tenants. In the post-World War II era, the Federal Housing Administration and the Veterans Association loans guarantees let millions of families buy homes with little money down, and mortgages were so cheap that it was said owning was cheaper than renting. Through programs like these, home ownership became the single largest engine of household wealth in America, where typical house owners have a net worth in the U.S., a net worth of $369,000 compared to renters, $10,000. The gap has been catalyzed by public subsidies and is compounded faster in places like Santa Barbara. The question was never whether the government helps people afford housing. It is a question of when we will extend the same support to renters. Rent stabilization is a tool to prevent displacement. It will not, the research shows, do much to hurt housing. It also doesn't solve the problem. We urge you to pass the strongest, most inclusive rent ordinance possible. Thank you.
Carrie Weber, followed by Betty Jeppeson. Okay. Betty Jeppeson.
I have Michael Bruce donating his time to me,
Okay.
and also Timothy Sullivan. Timothy, would you mind raising your hand?
And you fill out a slip too, sir? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, go right ahead.
I'm Betty Jeppeson. I'm president of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association, and I am here to say that the limit on rent increases once the rent freeze ends of 60% of CPI or 3%, whichever is less, is a confiscatory taking and does not allow for the reasonable rate of return on investment as guaranteed by the Constitution. Any cap on rent increase that is lower than CPI can never generate a fair rate of return because it doesn't even keep up with the cost of living. This rent cap fails to reflect the real operating costs of rental property. The base rent referenced in the rent on December 15, 2025, from which housing providers would be allowed to increase rents by even this unreasonable and unjustified amount, does not allow housing to providers to get back the year of Rent Protection Act rent that they would have been able to charge during the rent freeze. That money is simply gone. And the assumption that's stated in the staff report for tonight that says that it's assumed that the rents on December 15, 2025 were at market is simply wrong. We already had TPA for 3 years. We weren't allowed to raise rents. They were not at market on December 15, 2025. That's wrong. The rent registry is fraught with problems. It violates the constitutional right to financial privacy. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, under the due process protections, recognizes an individual's right of privacy for information pertaining to them. California Civil Code Section 1798.1 provides that the legislature declares that the right to privacy is a personal and fundamental right protected by Section 1 of Article 1 of the Constitution of California and by the United States Constitution, and that all individuals have a right of privacy in information pertaining to them. It is proposed to include information on all rentals, not just those that are not exempt. This seeks information that is not public record. The system is based on subjective standards with no real definitions. The hearing officers are biased because they're going to be appointed by people who are not independent. They are granted significant authority with limited, if any, guidance. There's a huge cost to the program, and the City Council seems set on having the housing providers absorb that cost as well. It is said that 50% can be passed on to renters, but if it is not characterized as rent, how is it collectible? The additional requirements for taking a rental unit off the market violates an area of law preempted by the Ellis Act. Throughout these ordinances, there's an uneven, to say the least, allocations of rights and responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Larkins, and you have Annie Rosenthal donating time?
She had to leave, but Annalisa and Gerardo are both donating time to me.
Who is?
Their names are Annalisa and Gerardo.
And she filled out a slip?
Both of them did.
All righty, we'll give you 2 minutes then.
For 2 donations?
Well, one's not here. Didn't you say she left?
No, well, so
You
Annalisa
got
and
2
Gerardo
minutes.
are 2 people who are here. Anna left, or Annie left.
Okay, so who are the 2 people that are here?
Annalisa and Gerardo.
On last name? I got, 500 slips up here, guys.
No,
So
I
give me a
understand.
break.
I'm just trying to help clarify.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Last meeting we had on the RSO, I pointed to the fact that on April 7th, there were 13 motions passed giving direction to city staff to add specific policies to the draft RSO. Specifically, that the draft RSO should have no exemptions beyond those required by state or federal law, and federal law, and that the just cause and Ellis ordinances should be passed alongside the RSO. When the draft RSO came out, however, there were suddenly additional exemptions included, and the just cause and Ellis ordinances were suddenly proposed to be passed separately at a later date. Tonight, I see similarly troubling issues. Now, to be clear, I have absolutely no issue with the fact that the annual general rent adjustment, additional exemptions, and proposed revisions to just cause and Ellis are included in the staff report. The public brought these items up, and so they should be rightly considered by council. However, I take immense issue with the way that the items were being framed. That, quote, each item requires affirmative city council direction prior to introduction. Once again, I point to the fact that council has already voted on these topics. Council absolutely does not need to pass any motion on these issues, as in the absence of any motion, their previous direction to city staff would still stand. On top of that, I can't help but also notice that the staff report doesn't even align with the presentation that was given. Suddenly, the presentation states that the annual general rent adjustment suddenly doesn't need additional council direction, yet the staff report says it up front and center. I find it utterly ridiculous that a member of the general public needs to point this out to staff. Specifically, Ms. McAdoo, I don't know how something this glaringly obvious could slip through and make it into the final staff report. It is quite literally your job to ensure that any staff report presented to council aligns with previous council direction. Being the top unelected position in the city, you are directly responsible for everything that comes from city staff. The proverbial buck stops with you. I have been showing up to these meetings for the better part of a year now, and throughout this process, I have been trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I fear it's becoming clear that there is a pattern of behavior here. If these issues were purely silly mistakes, one would think they would fall in favor of tenants every once in a while. But I genuinely can't think of a single time where that happened. The way I see it, there are only 2 possible reasons why this pattern could emerge. 1, you are just woefully incompetent at your job in being able to follow city council's direction, or 2, you are willfully trying to undermine not only the council, but also the general public and are grossly corrupt. So which is it, Ms. McAdoo?
Okay, that's it, your time's up. E.J. Road?
Good evening, council members. My name is EJ Rad. I'm the student body president at UCSB, and I'm here with UAW 4811, the academic worker and staff union at UCSB, representing over 3,000 workers in the Santa Barbara area. I'm here because this rent stabilization ordinance has the potential to improve the living, learning, and teaching conditions of many of our workers. For these improvements to take place, this ordinance must not exempt units owned by institutions of higher education. There is simply no good reason to leave underpaid and rent-burdened staff and student workers out of critical rent stabilization. You will hear from Evelyn Ambrosio Silva, a student advisor and renter at a UCSB-owned building that is specifically rented to UCSB staff and faculty. I also want to emphasize the importance of a comprehensive rental registry. All units able to be rented should be included on the registry so that they can be accurately tracked and monitored no matter who owns the land. Renters in Santa Barbara need rent stabilization that is enforceable and holds landlords accountable, and that means having an accurate picture of the rental market. Thank you.
Okay, Stanley Zankoff, followed by Kenny. To, where's Stanley? Okay, so once again, you're Kenny, so you're donating to Stanley? Okay, so that's 2 minutes for Stanley.
Great. Well, hello, everyone, again. So there's a lot here, and I wanted to highlight just a few main points that are really important to people, right? So one is, something we already voted on, which is the rent cap. It makes a huge difference whether or not we keep it at 60% of CPI or 3%, whichever is lower. Changing it to 3% flat is a huge difference for working people. None of us get remotely that much as our real wages are falling. And I haven't heard a good reason to do that. I also wanted to point out that the makeup of the rent board and the authority that it's currently suggested to be given is just, to me, is just bewildering. I mean, the reason that there should be a majority of tenants on a tenant protection board. You wouldn't have an industry, dominate a consumer protection board. It's an issue of democracy and equity. And we really need to move along just cause eviction protections and clean those up as we do this, because otherwise people are going to slip through the cracks. We know of a tenant, right, who got an illegal rent increase notice by the attorney who spoke, Betty Jepson, earlier, and then got hit with an eviction notice, right, when she tried to fight it. So it's very important that we move this along at the same exact time. And then I just want to stress that it's important that we get this right. It's a lot of work. We have a long night ahead of us, but each policy point that we're debating, each potential carve-out that you're considering, and I hope you are not, is people's livelihoods of those of us who are in the city, those of us who can hang on, and those of us in the future. And finally, we need to include all units in the rental registry. It's wild to not have a sense of what our housing stock is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marcia Messmore. Followed by Michael Myers.
Hi, my name is Marcia Messmore. Hi. I guess I've never been to one of these meetings, so I'm a little off here, but I just wanted to say I am a landlord, and I kind of walk a fine line. Every time I do my taxes, I've got the federal government saying you don't charge enough for your rent because I'm not quite at fair market value, and then I've got people over here going, maybe you're going to only be able to take 3% more in, so I'm kind of between two government entities telling me, one, you're not charging enough, you're not a business, another one saying you charge too much. I bet my tenants have been there for 20 years, 10 years. I've got great tenants. I mean, I enjoy being a landlord. But I can't see, I know my costs have gone up sometimes 500%. My insurance costs have gone up. 3% kind of limits that little leverage that you have to be able to pay for all your costs, to give housing. So, I mean, to me, it's the 3% is kind of has to be flexible at some point in time because it's not just a set number.
That's your time. Thank you. Michael Myers. Reset to one, please. Followed by Margie Sullivan.
I donated my time.
Who, I'm sorry?
I donated my time.
Are you Margie?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes, please.
Yep. So I'm one of the essential workers I've heard represented here tonight. I'm a retired fire captain from the city, 5th generation Santa Barbara. Heard that referenced earlier. Mayor, City Council, thanks for having me. I'd like to start by saying I strongly oppose these proposed regulations because they represent a profound and unreasonable encroachment on private property rights. Full stop. Property owners already comply with extensive state and local laws. This proposal would add rent cap below the state standard, a rental registry, a new regulatory board, fees, hearings, petitions, reporting requirements, civil penalties, severe restrictions, and owners' ability to stop renting their own or use their own property differently. I hear a lot of concern tonight about corporations coming in and taking over and listen, if these rules go through, you're going to push the small renters out, and that's what you're going to get, is the corporations. I urge you to consider that. Under these proposal, an owner would provide up to a year's notice, permanently remove an entire property from the rental market, my understanding anyway. And by the way, wow, when she read the scope of this thing, it's like, wow, my head is spinning. I just can't believe that this is where we are in my city. Former tenants would retain the rights affecting the property for up to 10 years. I mean, that blows my mind when I read that. Those restrictions can follow the property into the future sale and interfere with title, financing, and the rights of subsequent owner. That just seems insane to me. This is not a reasonable regulation, in my opinion. It transfers essential control of private property from the owner to the government.
That's done. Thank you.
Yep.
Sonny? That's the only name I've got.
He was here a minute ago.
He's gone? You're here. Okay, so Sonny, you have Elijah donating time right there. And who else we got here? Anna Arce, is she here?
Yes, she's in the back room in the back.
Okay, can somebody tell Anna to come out and wave at me, please? There she is. Yeah, I mean, is there a reason why you guys have doors closed back there? What's going on back there?
They're having a party.
Okay, all right, but you guys got to pay attention when we call your name. Thank you. 3 minutes, please.
It's 3 minutes, right?
3 minutes, correct.
So I'm back. I want to thank all of you again for your service to our community. And frankly, I had this nice long thing prepared tonight, and what I want to say to you now is that I'm sort of appalled at some of the stuff that we're hearing today, and I want to ask you as a city council to give some direction to tenants about what they do if the rent freeze is being violated, because they can't go to the city attorney's office. The rental mediation board is telling them no. So who's enforcing that for them? And I'd encourage those of you, Mr. Jordan, Mayor Rouse, Mr. Friedman, maybe spend 1 hour this week to see what it takes to get help as a tenant whose rights are being violated. Try to find an attorney in town who will help you, because legal aid is overwhelmed, and all of the private attorneys won't take cases without a huge retainer fee up front. So the situation is dire, and it doesn't help that people like Ms. Jeppesen and Mr. Koyman are violating the rent freeze with absolute impunity. It doesn't help, Ms. McAdoo, that when you were given clear direction from the City Council on 13 points, that you neglected to include those in the draft rent stabilization ordinance, and then you come back to City Council and play this game of like, we'd like some direction now. I don't understand that. If I pulled that at my job, I would have been fired. The majority of the people who are coming up here and speaking to you about the rights of owners and of landlords, they happen to be white. And the majority of the people that are coming to speak on behalf of tenants happen to be of color. And there's a reason for that. The Fair Housing Act that someone mentioned earlier that created and drove middle-class wealth in this country was limited to white people. Blacks were excluded. People of color were generally excluded from that. And that also happens to be part of the history of Santa Barbara. It took place, it started with displacement, forced labor, slave labor by the Chumash, built the Presidio, built the mission. And that legacy continues to today. We displaced entire neighborhoods of Black, Chumash, and Mexican citizens from the Lower East Side and the area bordering the Funk Zone to build the freeway. They didn't return. I don't understand how people who are violating the law get to come and speak to you about what the law should be and how the law should be upheld. That's just wrong. You can't avail yourselves. You shouldn't be able to avail yourselves of justice if you're out committing injustice in the community. Also, in closing, I want to say that you have a chance now to do the fiscally responsible thing and ensure that tenants in this community have money to spend on the businesses.
That's time, thank you.
And you also have a chance to break the chain of inequity, or you can put another link in it.
Lloyd Beardsmore, followed by Kenny Godana. That's not you. No. It is you? Okay, so you're, okay. So Lloyd Beardsmore, followed by Dora Marie Perez.
I take offense at that last comment. We do have freedom of speech. Sorry, I'm a white woman. I've rented to every race out there, no discrimination. That said, Wendy's not here again. She ran saying she would exempt small property owners, and there would be no exception, and now she's saying no exemptions. She said maybe the registry would cost $10 per unit. Oscar, you listed one of your mother's properties, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath at $4,500 a month. Is that affordable? It looks like you later reduced that to $3,800, and then you kept the security deposit at $4,500, which is a violation of state law. This ordinance is very onerous for simple landlords, and if state law isn't followed in a simple thing like that, where do we go from there? Additionally, you've said that this would hurt tenants, and yet this is what your constituents want you to do. Kristen, you said you didn't know that we were dipping into emergency reserves. I ask you, what will this cost the city?
That's time, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Dora Maria Perez, followed by Rick Lang.
Good evening, Major Rose and City Council members. I appreciate the time, the opportunity to express myself regarding to rent control, to rent stabilization. Once again, we urge you to support this stabilization, which positively impacts many working families in general, not just the low-income families, but everyone. To those of you who are staying in the city council seats for the next couple years, and those who preparing to leave the council who oppose rent stabilization, we ask you in the name of humanity to support this measure so that you may remember it with respect, admiration, and dignity, honoring the promise you made to the community and to yourself to represent the people of Santa Barbara and constituents. Thank you very much, and God may touch your heart and grant your wisdom. Thank you.
Rick Lang, followed by Beckett Stubbs.
Good evening. Rent control requires property owners to subsidize the cost of the tenant's housing, regardless of the property owner's ability and regardless of a tenant's need. It's not fair to put the entire burden of subsidizing our community's housing on one small group of property owners. If you want to house everyone who lives here, regardless of ability, this burden needs to be shared by the entire community. Business owners, including the government, need to contribute to the cost of housing their employees. Every education facility needs to contribute to the cost of housing their students, and every homeowner needs to contribute to the cost of housing the labor that work for them. Rent control only punishes the people who supply our community with rental housing. Rental housing providers do not collect any income from products or services. Their only way a rental housing provider can cover their market expenses is through their ability to collect market rent. Thank you.
Beckett Stubbs, followed by Megan Grindstaff. I'm sorry?
She donated time already.
She did, thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Beckett. I live in District 6. I'm for strong rent protections, and I'm calling on City Council to hold city staff accountable on implementing these strong rental protections with no exemptions. For tenants, these protections mean more money for groceries, diapers, and just overall necessities. And for tenants, this is for vacations or for second homes. It is not the same. Working people really need you guys, so please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Rodriguez?
I'm donating my time to anybody that needs it.
Well, Angelisa, is Angelisa here? It's okay. David Sullins? You want to give your time to David?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead. No, you have
Good evening.
you have a minute.
A minute's fine. For the exemptions, the main topic really is more or less rentals. And some of the exemptions are, it's not being referred to in that way. 4 topics quickly. Renting, when I would collect rents from tenants, often I wouldn't do it for 3, 4, 5 years. And at that time, 3 years might be 6%. That's the same as 2, 2, and 2. It's an advantage to the tenant to, when you lock it in that you have to raise it every year, you start a new culture. And it's better to raise the rent 10% in 5 years to the tenant. It's to their advantage. I just want you to think of that arithmetic. Bootleg, there's, I know in vacation rentals, they collect the TOT. You get tens of thousands a month from TOT for vacation rentals. However, you're not chasing them down and trying to close them, if you know what I mean. So that's for the bootlegs. You might
That's
consider.
it.
Is that my
Thank
time?
you. Frank Rodriguez?
Hello all. My name is Frank Rodriguez. Great to see a lot of the city council members. Here to remind that alongside a lot of tenants here in the city, we've been advocating for rent stabilization and the protection of renters for a long time. I remember joining Zoila Cabrera, who came to speak up earlier, to speak to residents who had been evicted from an apartment complex in the west side of Santa Barbara in 2016. That got headlines, and 2 mayors ago, that got on the city council's agenda to talk about tenant protections. That was over 10 years ago, and we know this conversation over rent stabilization has been going on for decades before that. When I attended Franklin Elementary, I had dozens of family members, including grandparents and uncles. Just a few months ago, I lost my last aunt from my dad's side, so a lot of my direct family is no longer here, only my second cousins. Just a reminder that we've been needing these tenant protections to keep tenants housed because they're leaving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McAdoo, is she here right now?
Is it Ms. Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, good. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So I was a longtime renter here, and I was in a position where, COVID happened. Our rent went up 10% every year. It was unsustainable. I think it jumped 50% over the course of a 4-year period. We were lucky in that we were able to purchase a property. So now on the other side, where I am a landlord, after being a tenant for a very long time. I want to express support for rent control, rent stabilization. I think it's the right thing to do. I think that the amount that existed before was egregious. But I think that if rent control had been implemented properly at the state level, in which it was a lower percentage, but perhaps not quite as low as is being proposed right now, I don't think we would be having this meeting. I just think something closer to a 4 to 5% max would be more sustainable and would perhaps make it easier for people to stay in their homes, but also still have a healthy degree of mobilization that was voluntary.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, speakers online.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll hear from Michelle Dettori. Michelle,
And remind everyone, it's 1 minute.
and this will be 1 minute per person. Michelle.
Okay, great. Good evening. Thank you for taking my public comment. I'm an educator in our public system, and I'm here today because I care about our community, especially those who provide all of us with learning, healthcare, service, and emergency services. I'm also speaking as someone who is informed by my landlord that I'd be facing a no-fault eviction due to the Rizzo. And so I'm here to advocate for a strong rent stabilization to protect the vibrancy and functioning of our community. This means a Rizzo without any additional exemptions, which will only increase tenant vulnerabilities, a public rental registry to increase transparency, just cause protections for all tenants, and a strong rent board to stop bad faith evictions, and we require tenant safety plans. As a teacher, I also ask you to protect students and families by preventing no-fault evictions during the school year. And I just want to note that landlords can petition for a guaranteed fair rate of return.
Okay.
And on top
That's
of
time.
that,
Thank
there are
you.
also- Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sarah Dahl. Sarah Dahl, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, City Council and Mayor. I just wanted to share my experience so far with Meridian giving me a increase during this rent freeze period. And I've had a case with the rental housing mediation program ever since April. And, everyone's been doing, their job, and I get that we're figuring out this process, but it's really highlighted to me the fact that we really need a strong rental board with the ability to regulate and enforce so that, this is a systemic issue of property management companies and landlords trying to, take what they can get. And if things are not being enforced, they're going to try to skirt around it. And it shouldn't be on tenants to have, the bureaucratic literacy and time and awareness to have to navigate these things when, we are a big community of renters and these
That's time.
rules
Thank you.
apply fairly.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Miles Hagan. Miles Hagan, please go ahead.
Hi, Council. My name is Miles. I'm zooming in this meeting. I've been at the last however many for a year and a half. But I'm zooming in because just about a week ago I moved out of Santa Barbara. Mostly because there was no viable future for me as a working class person there. I lived in all sorts of homes for the 8 years that I lived in Santa Barbara, and the common thread was a deeply, deeply unbalanced relationship between me as a tenant and my landlord. I've had to pay out of pocket for new smoke detectors. I've had to withhold rent to finally get a landlord to fix a rodent infestation. I've had to live in a one-car garage with no kitchen. This is just the norm for your constituents, and that should embarrass you as elected officials. We clearly need more protections for tenants. We clearly need a lower rent cap. We clearly need a rent board that reflects the people it oversees. It's been put off for far too long. There are people that are in that room that have been fighting for this for decades now. Please vote for the strongest RSO.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Murray Dawson. Murray Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Murray Dawson, the South County Director at Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, and I'm here to speak in support of the need for a complete, comprehensive rental registry. The costs associated with a rental registry are minimal for both landlords and tenants, with estimates of $154 a year per rental unit. Having a rental registry is an overall public benefit. It provides accurate, up-to-date information on rents and tenancy information, helping resolve disputes and helping the city administer the RSO fairly and consistently. A comprehensive rental registry is needed for a complete and successful RSO. We acknowledge the labor and time that staff will need to commit, and we believe that the public benefit
justifies such a commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Amber A.O. Amber A.O., please go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, that was a typo. Amber here. I just wanted to share that I am only a couple of months ago out of a 4-year situation that left me really fighting to stay housed. And due to a confluence of crazy circumstances, I was really lucky to have legal support through that because I had a really tenuous financial situation at that time. We don't have a system that really allows access to a legal system for people who aren't really without income. That's kind of the only representation we have out there for illegal eviction or forced situations like this that I went through. And so I wanted to share that I learned a lot in that time. I am so grateful. But the details matter. You know, everything came up in that case. And so everything that you write into this law, I saw the way that
That's
it plays
time.
out in the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is the phone number ending in 7302. Go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Evelyn Ambrosio Silva, and I am a Santa Barbara resident, an academic advisor at UC Santa Barbara, and a UAW member. I graduated from UCSB, chose to continue my career here, and hope to make this community my long-term home. Every day I work with students who are excited to begin their lives in Santa Barbara. They arrive full of hope and ambition, but worry about the housing from the moment they arrive. The cost of housing is so overwhelming that staying in Santa Barbara after graduation isn't even something they allow themselves to plan for. Unfortunately, the same concerns are shared by many of the people who keep our community running. I consider myself fortunate to have university housing on Lower State Street, but like many professionals working and renting in Santa Barbara, I think about what comes next and whether I will realistically be able to remain in this beautiful community I call home. As you consider exemptions for this rent stabilization ordinance, I ask that you not exempt higher education-owned workforce housing. Many university employees, including advisors, administrative staff, and other campus employees live in
That's
these
time.
communities. I hope
you.
you'll ensure these.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Thank you. The rental registry that covers all units will make a big difference to future renters and employers. I live in the Nolita zip code that has the highest rents in any zip code across the South Coast except for Montecito. 2 years ago, I toured apartment buildings close to me that had mold and no amenities, and one of those 2-bedroom units with new carpeting rented for $5,000. At the same time, I could have rented a 2-bedroom in the new Mark at La Cumbre with amenities for $3,900. I think more transparency will be helpful to everyone, including Santa Barbara property owners, who will look good when people are more aware of what might be available. I also have several friends who were evicted due to relatives moving in, but it was found out later that paint was added and higher rates were offered to others. A registry will be the best way to track all of that, and it can be helpful for short-term rental enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I apologize. Final speaker is Rob Rosenthal. Rob Rosenthal, please go ahead. Rob Rosenthal, please go ahead. Looks like he has a second login. Rob Rosenthal, please go ahead.
My name is Rob Rosenthal. Almost 50 years ago, I was part of the group that tried to pass rent stabilization in Santa Barbara. Now I'm a very small landlord in Santa Barbara. I've seen this issue from both sides. I don't know why it's taken so long for the city to give tenants the protection they need and deserve to preserve diversity and income. to let the people who make this city work for all of us live here in security and dignity. But bless the council for finally doing what's right. I fully endorse the suggestions made by Cause and the SBTU. In particular, I want to stress the need for restricting exemptions to those already dictated by state law, ensuring just cause eviction protections for all tenants, and establishing a rental registry. I've taught university courses on housing since 1987. The record is clear that well-designed rent stabilization protects tenants without unfairly penalizing landlords. It's the right thing
That's
for our
time.
city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That's a final speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Back to council. We'll start out with Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. I didn't understand the narrative on doing a cost study and the nexus to adoption. Is the way you're laying that out that the cost study would take 4 months or like November until it's completed, but you're expecting to adopt the ordinance prior to that?
Correct, Councilmember Jordan. The actual effective date that we've talked about for the ordinance has always been January 1st of 2027. So the ordinance would get adopted, the fee study would be completed after that, it would come back to council for adoption of the fees, and then all of those elements would be worked together to begin program implementation January 1st. That's what we have said.
So it'd kind of be like a budget process where we see those separately, only in this particular case, the quicker one would be the ordinance, and then we'd be waiting for this company to finish the fee thing as soon as we can.
Correct.
And then we could argue about the fees at that time and before coming to agreement, right?
Yes, I mean, I think
the ordinance itself won't set the fees.
No, the ordinance won't set the fees. The fees will be based on what the provisions of the ordinance are and what the consultant assumes will be the needed staffing and resources that are needed to implement the ordinance.
Okay, thanks.
So, Ms. Packard, before I continue, we're looking for direction on these items, right? Are we doing motions and
So
votes?
I think what I would like, I just want to maybe take a step back because I just want to be clear. When we sent the draft ordinance out for the 30-day public review period, as Ms. Anderson stated earlier, we received over 600 comments on the ordinance, some of which was further, clarifying the direction that we had previously received from council in April, direction that conflicted, and so we tried to compile all of that, all of those suggestions and additional edits that were proposed. It was substantive enough that we felt like we needed further direction from council on some key items. Attachment 1, which is a matrix that our team has put together, really outlines where comments were received from and what we are saying we need council direction on. So there's a couple ways that we could do this. I don't know that it's helpful to necessarily do a motion on every single one, but there are a number where staff has recommended that we go ahead and make the amendments to the ordinance, but there are some where we do need further direction from council. So I just want to make that clear that, while we did receive the direction in April, there were some items where people had made comments where we wanted to make sure that we were clear on the direction from council, and so we wanted to make sure to come back and present that.
So I was thinking, in terms of questions and comments like we would do on a non-action item usually, is that how you proceed to doing it around?
I don't think that's necessary unless people feel like they need, there are some very clear items in attachment 1 where we need direction from council, so I think that's where I would have the council focus attention. If there are any areas where the council disagrees with the column that says action, where it says amend or decline, I think that's where we would need direction from council if you disagree with what staff is recommending at this point.
Okay, how about this? We go through around if anybody's got questions, and after that, we'll go to the matrix on the board and let people opine on that. Does that work for council? Okay, does anybody have a question before we go to the tote board, whatever you want to call that? Well, you can make, well, let's comment, yeah, you could make comments, but I mean, what? Go, please do.
Thank you. I have a question, Ms. Anderson, on the capital improvement pass-throughs. So, I guess, and I don't see the chart, but the suggestion is that corporate owners and units of 5+, if I'm remembering correctly, the suggestion is that they do not have the ability to do capital improvement pass-throughs. Is that correct?
The proposal is to limit capital improvement petitions to only small property owners, so those who own less than 5 units. And then
So-
there's another proposal to prevent pass-throughs to subsidized tenants. But there are staff comments related to the legal considerations to those proposals.
So before we get to that, I guess my question is if we do say that those larger unit counts and corporate owners can't do capital improvements, can they then sort of go do a fair right of return petition? Okay, so my concern then is, isn't that worse for the tenant if they get a permanent increase in rent versus a short-term amortization of a capital improvement? I see you nodding. I'm asking staff if they could walk me through it.
So Councilmember Harmon, the fair return process is adjusted based on a series of requirements, both needed to be submitted by the property owner, and then assessing that they're receiving a fair return on their property. So again, it's a constitutional requirement to not be in violation of the takings clause. So it would drive every corporate property owner if they, again, had improvements that were beyond what they consider fair return into the fair return process. But I don't want to, I know that Assistant City Attorney Hedgeke wants to
Yeah,
speak
and I guess,
as well.
and I will, sorry, just to
Yeah.
clarify my question, I guess
Yeah.
what I'm trying to understand is outcomes. And that's really what my question is getting at, because what I want is for the outcome to be fairest and most just and most stabilizing for the tenant. And so I can imagine a world, and Mr. Henschke, maybe you can explain to me how this is not true, where instead of a short-term capital improvement increase, we get a permanent increase in rent year over year because of this backdoor effort to go through the fair right of return petition, which I understand is constitutionally required.
Honorable members of the council, that is a possibility. One of the things they would have to do to avoid that is to recraft the way that the constitutionally required adjustments are handled. Because I do think there's a way to draft a fair return petition where it does include capital, but then those get amortized over a specific period of time, and you kind of accomplish the same result through a fair return petition as opposed to a capital pass-through. There are suggestions that the tenants associations have made about certain requirements in order to qualify for a capital investment. In other words, regardless of who you are, you would have to qualify by proving the necessity to make the improvement and then passing that on. The purpose for the separation that we have now was to avoid long-term rent increases because a capital improvement was automatically included in fair return. If council directs, we address it, we can. It would take some drafting effort.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Ms. Snud?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll be very brief that I always skip the part of saying thank you. Thank you to staff for taking on this very complex issue and in short time. And thank you to the tenants for showing up all these years. To the Realtors Association, a lot of these recommendations, I'm going to recommend that we accept a lot of them and they'll make it better, and thank you. And also to everyone who's engaged and property owners throughout this long process. In the last 9 years, rents have gone up between 60 to 80%. So just process-wise, I think there's a number of staff recommended amendments, 5, 7, 11, 12, 14, 17, 21, 28, 31, 33, 34, 35, 74, 78, 80, 81, 97, and 112 that I would like to just accept all of those. And so I don't know if that might speed the process a little bit if my colleagues, do you want to go through them one? Yeah, we can go through them one by one. I just wanted to check.
No, if you could
Oh,
just
okay.
read the numbers again, maybe a little slower, so we can
Read the
just-
numbers?
Yeah, just.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's attachment 1.
Yes.
And it is the ones that in the staff report say that these are staff recommended, accepted amendments.
So it says amend in the action column.
This is amend in the action column where it says, where staff has either noted or not that they agree with this amendment. And I'll read the number slowly. I think it might be helpful in the interest of time, but if we're not all in agreement with all of them, we could still just go through them one by one to be certain, if that's more comfortable. Yeah, it's 5, 7.
Too fast, sorry.
Okay. Why don't we go through them? We'll just go through them one at a time. Then we're all on the same page at the same time. So that, yeah, that's good.
All right. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council. I was just going to highlight this document as probably going to be the source of our conversation. And I do want to express, the importance of this document because it does stand for transparency in regards to really breaking down an ordinance and capturing the public comment from all directions on this. And then the notes are critical too because the staff notes are not looking at it from a policy standpoint. It's looking at it from a legality standpoint, from implementation standpoint to help guide. I think that's important. I do kind of want to echo Ms. McAdoo's statements earlier too, that this has been a really deliberative process, right? You're starting from recommendations that we went over from April. Here we are at the end of July. And recommendations are key in terms of crafting an ordinance, but nothing helps more in terms of when you're looking at an item, deliberating over it as a final finished product. And this is a 37-page ordinance. It's a very complex ordinance. Things could be missed or further guidance is needed as we are here today. So that is part of this process here today is to really focus on this 30-day period of public comment where people have had to look at a product and look at it and comment it. So I just wanted to echo the statements of this document itself being the guiding principle at least and just spell out what it all entails before you on the screen. That was it. Thank you.
Before I move on, I wanted to just make one statement. Staff has gone to incredible length and a lot of effort to do this and put this together. And some of the comments made tonight, some of the invectives, some of the negativity about motivations or competence are really out of place and unfortunate and shouldn't be happening here. Staff is working their butt off to do this. They've scheduled every one of these things as an evening session to accommodate the people that are tenants. So I think we should take that into consideration and not dissolve into some very nasty little push and pull. You can smile all you want, but it really is not being a bully is not the way to get things done. Okay. With that, we'll go to Mr. Friedman. You're not welcome to talk right now.
I just have one question. I talked with Mr. Doimus about it. In the draft ordinance, there's an exemption for a dormitory owned and operated by an accredited institution of higher education. And there's a question that's come up on whether if there was a long-term lease that the education institution had, whether that would be included or would we need to, if we so chose to include it, we have to take an action tonight to include a long-term lease as covered to that. So it would basically add the language, a dormitory owned or leased and operated by an accredited institution of higher education.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yeah, if we contemplate that situation and we contemplate it for an exemption of not just an owner, but if, let's say, a university or college had a long-term lease with a property owner to for a property to rent to their students, and the university or college was in charge of renting their students. That could be a raised exemption to discuss or include. That's obviously a policy decision. I think it's better always in ordinances to be specific. So if it's something that we want to include tonight, since we're already contemplating it, and this ordinance
could go on for years and years. It's better always to be as specific as possible. So we want to make sure that exemption would capture universities, colleges that are leasing buildings to find housing for their students. I think to be more detailed, and it should be included in the ordinance, if that's a decision from council.
So when we get to the issue on higher education, I'll raise those two additional words. So when we get there.
So, Ms. McAdoo would say the formula proceed here.
So I think we have the matrix pulled up, so we're happy to just walk through this, and it's just easier that way, and we can just go through, and if there's council members want to make a motion or get further clarification on any of these items, we're happy to walk through that.
Okay. Are you or Ms. Anderson going to lead us through that, or?
I mean, we can just, I don't know that we want to, I don't know that we need to talk through each one of them or do a presentation, and so I was going to
Right.
leave it to council members to either make a motion or talk through it or ask questions as needed on each one.
Okay, so.
Mayor Rouse, I just have a clarification for city attorney. Do we need to make a motion, 127 individual motions, or can we do a raise of hands on direction and take that hand count?
So we have here's maybe the most interesting issue. And I'm not opposed with like picking numbers and looking at it and then kind of, because there's over 100 here, right? And we could be here till like 4 a.m. if we really went down one by one. And the key, I think, is this, that this has been published early on. The public has seen public comment. Again, this is transparency. And again, this is one more step before. This is why we wanted to have this meeting. This is one more step before we bring the final ordinance for final review and adoption. So I don't know if one by one makes sense. We can, we can have each council member give a direction on a few. We could, I leave it up to council on how you logistically want to do that, and I'm open to any suggestions on that. But anything that would, I think, make it efficient because of the sheer number we have before us is great. So I saw nothing wrong with Mayor Pro Tem's thought of like picking the numbers, highlighting them, and having a discussion as to those. And if we get direction on that, then we can go on to the next, or we could break it up into several motions. So I know I'm kind of rambling here, but it's a lot, so it's really up to council's call how they want to like organize this. There's no set way, so whatever would be
Did you have a
efficient.
suggestion, Ms. Snedden? Please do.
For consideration, maybe we do it similarly to how we do board and commission. So we just keep our mics live, and I would say comment 1, accept.
We could run through that way, because that would be like a straw vote, and would that be satisfying for staff to?
I think a straw
Get it
vote
that way. I
would be
think
super
that is
helpful. I don't think
that's
we
a
need to
reasonable
do
thing to
100
do.
and
And
something
we can just
individual
quickly go
motions. Yeah.
through each one.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Anne Marie, did you have
Unless we want to talk about
something?
it.
Okay.
I think a straw vote, sorry for interrupting, I think a straw vote would be good because, again, we're looking for direction, and we're still, at the end of the day, capturing, for the benefit of the public, we're capturing this direction, and there still is a final product at the end of the day to bring to the council with
Because it still has to be
the final ordinance.
incorporated, then voted on in the final ordinance form.
Correct. So this is really breaking it down in granular detail. So
Okay, before
I
we
think the
go-
straw vote works well.
Yeah, Ms. Anne Marie had a question?
Quick
comment?
question. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. For either city administrator or city attorney, what happens if in our comments, we have some people saying one thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there isn't necessarily a majority agreeing on the comments, and it says need direction from council. Will you require us to are we going to just do like a count of hands of how many people agree with that comment? Or does it need to be an official vote for it to be considered official council direction? Or
I think if we hear a majority of the council supporting it, if we are confused on where the council is, if there doesn't feel like there's a clear majority, we will pause and make clarification. So we'll listen as you guys are hopefully straw voting.
Did you have some input, Mr. Hensky?
Yeah, may I also make a suggestion on some of these categories? For example, we have heard this issue of no exemptions. Many of these things in here, for example, the first couple deal with exemptions that we're talking about. If you give us a direction that says no exemptions other than what are in Costa-Hawkins, we will rewrite the ordinance so that it has no exemptions other than those very few. If you want to add them back in later on, you can. But, that kind of direction would be very helpful. It would eliminate some of the individual discussion about some of these issues that, if that's the direction. And I'll give you an example. The first one has to do with duplexes. Do you want to, if you don't want duplexes in, just say no exemptions. It comes out.
Okay, so there's no confusion. Let's just go through them each. Okay. I'll start. So,
Okay, so can we, put the matrix back up?
Matrix up.
There we go.
And I think I would propose that what we're talking about is the summarized comment, because some of them say accept, amend, but I would say for comment 1, accept.
I would agree with that. The council direction was no exemption beyond those required by state law, so I would also support accepting comment 1.
Councilmember San Maria, the clarification was Costa-Hawkins specifically. So state law is AB 1482, which includes these other exemptions. So we'll just say no exemptions as stated.
So question for you, or for either one of you. So Costa-Hawkins allows additional exemptions, but don't necessarily require them, correct?
As I said at the last council meeting, there's no requirement to exempt duplexes.
Okay.
We included it because it was included in the Tenant Protection Act. It is not a state requirement.
Okay.
If you say no exemptions, it's out.
Okay, so no exemptions beyond those required, so that one's out.
So we have 2 accept.
So I'm sorry, I'm
I guess this won't
struggling
work
to
that
follow
way.
this
Never
process,
mind.
but I guess I'm just going to make my comment on exemptions, and then you all can. The only exemption that I support is for deed-restricted affordable housing, and I do want to make some explanation for how I've landed on that position. So all the other exemptions I do not support, including, to be very clear. First, I want to thank Mr. Sankov for engaging with the comment that I put out at the last hearing, asking for clarification. I thought he was there, I don't see him, but I really appreciated the email that he sent that gave sort of a walkthrough of what the thinking was on this exemption, and I've personally come down in a different place, but I really appreciate the substantive back and forth, and I think it perfectly exemplifies what's been really good about this process and allowing us to think through a lot of these things. To be clear, I'm not talking about deed restrictions that are related to anything other than rent. So a lot of the conversation has come up around the Edger lease specifically. Most of those units are not deed-restricted affordable units. Only something like 12 of them are. The rest of them do have deed restrictions, but they're not related to rent pricing. So all of those units would still fall under the RSO, even if the deed restriction related to affordability were to be exempted. So, that was a big point of conversation. I want to be very clear about that. I am not talking about deed restrictions related to age or related to anything other than price. And so why have I come down the way that I do on this? One of the key points of opposition to including this exemption is because the deed restriction on affordability is based on AMI, and that rents can change in response to AMI changing, can go up, and that's true. They can also go down on that basis. But while that is true, it's also critical to acknowledge that maximum rents are already regulated under state and federal affordable housing rules. So these units are already subject to a separate rent-setting system. And to me, the RSO doesn't add any meaningful price protection. It does add a layer of overlapping regulation, though. To be very clear, the rents on these units, and there are unfortunately few of them in the community, are already, they already can't have rent increases unchecked. And it's worth pointing out that it's at least in meaningful part why the state of California exempted deed-restricted affordable housing under AB 1482, not because the state doesn't care about deed-restricted affordable units, but because those units are already subject to comprehensive affordability restrictions. Why does this matter? I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking it doesn't really matter. Double coverage is maybe a really good thing, but I believe that overlapping regulatory regimes is actually not just a paperwork problem when it comes to capital A, affordable, deed-restricted housing. There are broader policy implications to getting these units built that we need to consider. One example that I want to put out there that really concerns me, we have residual receipts loans on many of these deed-restricted affordable units. Essentially what that means is that the city has loaned money to these developments, and over time, that loan is slowly repaid. That income stream is money that goes directly into our affordable housing fund. If we further obligate these units, and by that I mean add yet another layer of consideration on top of it, we do risk upsetting the underlying financial and contractual obligations of these deed-restricted affordable developments. The net effect of that is that those loans won't be repaid, and we lose the opportunity to reinvest that money into the development of capital A affordable housing. So for what amounts to essentially very little additional price protection, we meaningfully increase the risk that one ongoing source of funding to build that capital A affordable housing, the exact kind of housing that we need and want, dries up. So I don't take this exemption lightly, I really don't. But what I'm trying to balance here is the stabilization prong with the production prong, and the production of the kind of housing that we all agree that we want and need in this city. And I think this is one meaningful way to do so. So I realize I'm the only person, I think, who feels this way, or at least has expressed it. But I did want to just go on record and say that I am deeply worried about the implications for the production of capital A affordable housing. And I think, for me, that's not something that I can overcome.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to keep my comments brief. I'm not going to actually comment on most of this tonight. Going back to April 7th, Councilmember Jordan and I had expressed that we were willing to work within this. Granted, we're in the minority, don't support it overall, but definitely understand where everyone's coming from on this, because the rents are too high. Where I'm at is the effects on the supply side of getting new supply. Granted, I know with building in there, but it does affect supply. There's units that could come off the market. That's where my concern is. But where that discussion on April 7th was at the 0.6%, and it was expressed, there was a clarification that was asked for and was expressed that number came in because it was the lowest that was legally defensible, but there was perhaps willingness to move it up or down. And when that came in at 0.6%, it really took myself, and I won't speak for Councilmember Jordan, but he expressed similar views at the time out of the conversation. With that being said, the majority, you're going to do what you're going to do, and you have a lot of people behind you. There's a lot of people that don't support it, and that's the way elections work, and I'm fine with that. But I do have three that I would still like. I've raised two of them, and the first is with Councilmember Harmon, what she just said. I wholeheartedly agree with it. And I've actually had those conversations with the Housing Authority in regards to the ability on the residual receipts. It's a real issue, and those residual receipts, in some cases, will loan the money to the developer, in some cases the Housing Authority, and then they build the project, and then the residual receipts come in, but those are only paid after they meet all their obligations on the property, maintenance and all that. So we only get a little bit back at a time. And if they're not able to keep up on the rents, then the first thing to go is the repayment of those loans, and those loans come back to us so that we can re-loan it again to build new affordable housing. That's what I'm saying about the new supply, because it limits the new supply, which is what Councilmember Harmon was talking about, and that's why that one is important. The other, again, with the affordability is for Section 8. The Housing Authority specifically has, on multiple occasions throughout this process, multiple written comments from the director, has asked for an exemption to Section 8 and then the previous director of the Housing Authority. And those two individuals have nearly 80 years combined in public service in affordable housing. They've both been around before he retired. The previous director, nearly 40 years, the current director, over about 35. And they are nationally known, our housing authority is nationally known and recognized as being at the forefront of innovation for the production of affordable housing. We've used the local housing trust fund, we've used others to create new housing units through that. And they have both, those two individuals, the housing authority has specifically said that in not exempting, if you don't exempt Section 8 and it's part of the ordinance, then it will negatively impact those who have Section 8 vouchers. It will also make it more likely that property owners, when they have multiple tenants coming in for a property and they're evaluating who to choose, they're not going to choose the Section 8. And I know legally they have to, but there's workarounds that we've all heard about of how tenants get prioritized. And so the other aspect is if you exempt the Section 8 vouchers, and the Housing Authority both put this in their letters to us, both directors, if you exempt the Section 8 vouchers, it could have the added benefit of actually making it more attractive for the property owner to take those Section 8 vouchers than it currently is, because then they have to weigh the balance of the added restrictions of the Section 8 and the federal, which they don't like those restrictions, but the balance would be that they would get a higher rate on the market, where the tenant who has a Section 8 would still only be paying the 30%, up to 30% of their income. So you would actually, by exempting it, perhaps open the market to more Section 8 voucher holders. So that's why I've raised that issue, and so I support that, and I support what Councilmember Harmon had for those two exemptions. And the last one that I raised earlier was just adding the words for academic institutions or leased into the exemption, because as our local academic institutions are trying to find housing for their students, they don't have the capacity to build it quick enough. I look at UCSB, but there's others. There's Westmont with a lot of their programming that is targeting directly into healthcare and other areas. There's City College in the future that might be looking at housing. And to have the ability for them to reflect those perhaps into their tuition, which is separate, but if they have these long-term leases and those apartments are just for the students, to create affordable housing for their students so that when they come here, they can have that security of housing. And it's baked into their tuition and their room and board, and those are done at a macro scale that are beyond just the issues of just normal tenancy. And so by having those two simple words in there, it allows those units to be to have the flexibility based on what the whole academic institution is doing for tuition. So that's why I would like to have all three of those considered, but I'll leave it up to the majority. And unless something else comes up, that might be the majority of my comments tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think that's in number 3, and we were on 1, but I'm happy to talk about 3. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, on number 3. But I think in that one, I would say exempting government or housing authority owned or operated, I think would be fine to exempt those. I just wasn't prepared to talk about that quite yet till the next one. But for academic institutions, I would say really a hard no on that one, because they already have renewal built in, because their students graduate and move on, and then they can reset to whatever the tuition or market rate. So they don't have the same argument in my mind of being, locked in or not being able to make the return on their investment or really any of those things because it has such a rapid rate of renewal. But I think allowing exemptions for housing authority, owned or operated, makes a lot of sense. I mean, the housing authority is the city and already has a board that we appoint, so same as we would appoint a rental board, so it's really the same mechanism. So I was just going to talk about that in number 3, but I'm perfectly good with housing authority owned or operated exemption. And if it makes sense to extend that to government owned or operated, so that would include, county, city, that would be fine with me.
Ms. Santa Maria.
I turned off my mic. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So thank you all who have made your comments. Wait, before I go in, thank you to our staff. I have to take a step back and just, this took me a while to read through, and I'm sure it took you all even longer to put together, and so I definitely don't want to take this work lightly, and especially for everybody that gave all these comments. So let's talk a little bit about, actually, I'll go off of what Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon said. So I, too, am in support of government-owned or operated units being the only exemption that we give beyond those required by state law. So for higher ed, very much so, there is already a very high turnover rate there. The demand for those is never over, and a lot of those folks, when they graduate, I mean, those apartments turn over within a year or two, or at most maybe 4. And that alone allows those rents to be reset at market rate. So I don't think there's a necessity there. On the construction of affordable housing, and really on the construction of any housing, Costa-Hawkins already exempts new builds from being affected. And so new construction, whether it's capital A affordable or just regular market rate housing, does not have the rent stabilization applied to them because the state law tells us that we can't apply it. And so I'm inclined not to, I really want for us to narrow the scope of the exemptions, because every exemption for one type of provider is leaving hundreds of tenants unprotected. And so I don't want to leave in higher ed, I don't want to leave higher ed staff or students unprotected. I don't want to leave folks who live in Section 8 housing, or folks that live in privately owned units that accept Section 8 vouchers. I don't want to leave those folks unprotected either. And, when we talk about Section 8, we have to really think about, what is happening at our federal level right now in the clawback on resources, and especially for mixed status families. And I want to be very clear that the Housing Authority and their model of them charging only 30% of an individual's income is, in my opinion, the gold standard. And that's really why they should have the exemption. But the other quote-unquote affordable housing providers, whether that's a privately owned unit that offers a Section 8 or that accepts a Section 8 voucher, those are not all the same. And so I want to be very careful about us applying the same grace that we offer to the Housing Authority to everybody else, because the other affordable housing providers, they're not the exact same. And so I know we were on number 1, it looks like 1, yeah, I would say accept 1, decline 2 because it opposes 1. And then for 3, I would amend the language there to say rental units owned or operated by a government agency, and then strike the rest that says for profit organizations subject to recorded covenant, et cetera.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I understand why you would like to give very, very specific direction on that, but I want to point out that oftentimes these government agencies, like the Housing Authority, they create nonprofit corporations to actually operate the housing. So if you strike that out, it's going to create confusion. If the direction is limit this to the extent possible so that we protect housing that's affordable to very low and moderate income housing by recorded covenants, that's really the operative provision. The entity, it's either a public entity or a nonprofit. We could say nonprofit controlled by a public entity, but oftentimes, if you strike that out, it's going to create an issue, I know, for the Housing Authority, which uses nonprofit entities in order to operate its programs. They create these LLCs that are very specific purposes. So that's why I say, let's not draft it, let's give me the direction, we'll come back to you.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you. Is there a potential for private property owners to craft a nonprofit that then controls or runs, I won't say that, I won't craft it now, but I'll ask that it be written in such a way that not be allowed.
I understand what your concern is, but if they were going to be doing one of these tax exempt low-income housing projects, which is how a lot of these projects get built, sometimes by private equity who is doing this and taking the tax credit financing. The covenant is the very restrictive covenant that says it has to be rented for not to exceed a certain income percentage for low and moderate income households, depending upon whether it's very low, low, or moderate income. So I think that by allowing us the opportunity to research it further, we understand the intention to make it limited and not allow it for entities who are in it to make a buck as opposed to entities that are providing low-income housing. I mean, we need to have that flexibility to come back to you with something.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's just my recommendation.
As long as, so you're understanding the intention, and I,
Yeah,
okay.
I understand where you're coming from. Or where four of you are coming from.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Question for Mr. Henschke. If it says government-owned or operated, does that cover a nonprofit that is formed since it's a public agency that controls or operates that development?
Not necessarily.
I see, okay. But I think you understand the direction or that we're going, is that we only want to exempt, you said it best, actually, those that are not the ones that are just in it to make a buck, but the ones that are providing truly affordable housing, either owned or operated by a government agency, so not private.
Understood.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. So that's not the direction that I'm going. So maybe we should take a vote. My preference is that the only exemption we have is for those units that have deed-restricted, covenanted affordability restrictions. I don't personally want to be in the business of judging who is in it to make a buck and who isn't on the basis. There is a very clear, bright line for us, and it's called a deed restriction around affordability, which comes with a whole set of constraints, including, by the way, reporting requirements. So I fully respect my colleagues may be in a different place, but I actually don't think that we've given clear direction on this, and that would be my preference. Maybe we just take a vote, and then when I'm voted down, I can just move on.
Okay, let's see if we can find a way to get down the matrix here a little bit, because we're still on one.
So I just want to maybe, because it sounds like, I'm just reading the tea leaves here with the council. There's a desire, with the exception of this affordable housing question, that there's not wanting to have any other exemptions. So I think maybe just general consensus on no other exemptions, and then we can maybe do a vote on the affordable housing question. And so that's what I'm hearing. And I'm seeing three shaking of heads. What's?
So how do you want to do this?
Can I ask, maybe make a?
Sure.
Mr. Doimus.
Well, actually, let Councilmember, Ms. Santa Maria was first, so please let her go first.
All right, go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Doimas. My suggestion was just to, I think if we just go back and forth making comments, I love the dialogue, don't get me wrong, but we'll be here all night. So if we're going to be doing those votes, if we can just go number one, I mean, if we're okay with striking through that exemption, we can either do a straw vote or
This
take a
is
vote
not
on
the
it.
only bite at these apples we're going to get, so.
Right.
Mayor Russ,
Or-
I actually think that's where we're leaning. I would just like a raise of hands of folks who support the comment as written. So we'll go with number one, raise of hands in support of the strike-through exemption for owner-occupied duplexes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Number two, we have no motion or direction related to that. Number three, we have direction on strike-through for exemption for deed-restricted units. Can we have a vote on that?
Well, there were comments, though.
There were, but just as it is right now, where is the hands?
So raising your hands would be to get rid of this exemption, correct? Okay.
Yes.
This is weird because it's like we want to amend, because we wanted, like, Like, I would accept part of it.
Can we go through the whole matrix
We
and come
can-
back to those things where you have questions and comments? I think
Let's
that might be
do
the way
the
to
easy
go.
ones, and then we can come back to we'll put a pin in
Bingo.
the ones that we
Yeah,
need
as-
further discussion.
Otherwise, it is
Let's do that.
going to be sunrise by Dias for sure.
Okay.
So then, do we want to skip 3 and 4? I think that's the same.
Yes, so we'll skip 3
suggestion.
and 4.
And we'll come back to them. We
Correct.
will come back to them.
So on
Go
to
ahead, Ms.
5.
Anderson, lead us on.
5.
Okay, can you scroll the
Yep.
the thing up, please? Thank you.
Just raising
Yeah,
hands if you
Agree with staff recommendation to amend, yes.
Okay. We have a staff recommendation for 6 to decline.
Yeah, agree with staff recommendation to decline.
Do you want us to raise our hand to agree with staff to decline, or do you only want us to raise our hand if we agree with the comment? Because I think it could get confusing pretty quick.
I think for the action that's stated, we'll need approval of that action stated. From what I hear from council, you want to revisit every staff recommendation in the matrix. This is a staff recommendation to decline. Is there support for that decline? Okay. Comment number 7, the staff recommendation is to amend. Is there support for that amendment? Okay. Number 8, we need direction from council.
May I make a comment? Oh, we're going to go back to that one?
Yeah, move 'em.
We'll go back.
Yeah.
You go back, okay, return to that one.
Where you want me to come back.
So number 9?
This is number 8.
Oh, we want to come back.
We want to go back.
come
Okay,
to
number
that.
9.
Can I just say now that I want to decline number 9?
Same.
Do you want to take a vote on that decline?
Okay, so
Okay, we
decline.
have majority. Ten.
Decline.
A vote to decline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 11, the staff recommendation is to amend. Is there support for that recommendation? Okay. Number 12 is staff recommendation is to amend. The vote on support of that recommendation, okay? 13, new language proposed. We need direction from council. We also will say, depending on direction, we will further analyze this.
Let's come back to that one.
Okay. Fourteen, staff recommendation is to amend.
Support.
Okay. 15, need direction from council on adding language to the rent stabilization board.
Come back.
16, staff recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that staff recommendation?
Yes.
I only see 3 hands.
I'm still not totally clear on what this means. I would like to see it. I mean, I don't,
We can
my,
go back.
this is about like the unpermitted units that need to register.
We come back to this one.
Okay.
17, the staff recommendation is to amend. Is there support for that
Support staff.
recommendation? Okay. 18, staff recommendation is to decline. Okay. 20, needing direction from council. Again, there's a staff note regarding utilities.
About 19?
Oh, sorry, 19? The staff recommendation is to decline.
Can we save that for the Ellis Act conversation?
Yeah.
Is there support for moving that to the Ellis Act conversation? Do you want to make a comment? Okay. 20.
I have a question about 20,
So why don't we
can
come
come
back
back to it.
Come back to
Okay.
that one.
21, the staff recommendation is to amend. Do we have support for that recommendation? Okay. 22, the staff recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that recommendation? Okay. 23, recommendation is to decline. 24, recommendation is to decline.
Agree.
Okay. 25, there's a proposed new section on individual petition adjustments. The staff recommendation is to decline again based on council majority to date.
Just for number 25?
Yep. Okay. 26, proposed new section. I don't have council direction on this because, again, the council majority has been not leaning in this direction. And then this is a process improvement question that I think staff can consider as well.
Worth considering.
Okay.
Yeah, but this seems like it would be considered during the program development,
Program
right?
administration.
So
that's
not
what,
ordinance language.
That's what the staff note is that we would take into consideration for program administration.
Okay.
Okay. 27, needing direction from council.
Come back to it.
Okay. 28, the staff recommendation is to amend. Is there support for that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. 29, there has been a lot of comment related to MNOI as that standard, and the language denoting that process. And so there's staff comments related to that. Any adjustment or direction in addition to staff comments?
I had just a small suggestion for 29, but except with that small suggestion, and then with 30, it's for staff to work on the language, so I would say, go ahead, yeah, work on it, and we could work on that. So I don't know how you want to do that one. We'll come back. I don't know.
Okay. 31, the staff recommendation is to amend. There's support for that. Okay.
We're going to come back to
We're
29
coming
and
back
30.
to 29 and 30.
Oh, sorry.
Is the direction, yeah. 32, the staff recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that? Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez, do you have a question?
Oh, if you can just keep scrolling.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. There's a lot happening. 32 was to decline.
Yes.
Okay. 33, amend. 34, amend. 35, amend. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
36, decline. 37, decline. 38, looking for additional direction from
Come
council.
back.
Right. Okay. 39,
Decline.
is there support for declining this?
Yes, decline.
39, decline? Okay. So to denote, the for council consideration is that we know that it has not been aligned with council majority to point to the state. So if there's a moment to pause, for consideration for that comment, that time would be now.
On 40?
Yes.
Or do we come back
Or we
to
come
that?
back?
Let's come back to that one.
I thought that was 39.
39, they declined.
Okay, 40 is to come back. All
Yes.
right. It's past my bedtime. 41. The
Agree with
staff
staff
recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that? Okay. 42, there's no recommendation from staff.
I'd like to say 42 and 43 could just be decided by the rent board or go to the rent board.
So right now, the rent board considers appeals, but you're saying as they're making regulations and defining the petition process, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
If there's support for that.
I support that, yeah.
Okay. 44 is needing additional direction.
Sorry, I just want to make sure on 42 and 43, I want to make sure we have council for votes on that one. To have the rent board decide those as part of their.
The rules and regulations?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could come back to that discussion of what the rent board does.
We need to come back to that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
44.
For all of these on that refer to a tenant safety plan, I just would like to suggest we call it a capital improvement plan.
Yeah, that's more accurate.
With all the same purposes, but I think safety plan gives different connotation than the capital improvement plan. And just with that change, I would say accept.
Same.
So that would be 44.
So amend and accept. So the amendment would be
So
calling
number
it
44.
capital improvement plan.
Instead of tenant safety plan.
So that direction on that one is going to affect a lot of other ones that relate to this notion of having a plan pre-approved prior to capital improvements.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, just that'll make, when we get to those,
There's-
it'll make
yeah.
it easier.
Yes.
And Councilmember Sneddon, this is for property owners that intend to submit a capital improvement petition or for any capital improvement made to a property. So it's touched on the just cause ordinance. So we'll clarify that later.
For any capital.
It will be it's part of the rent stabilization capital improvement stuff.
Yeah,
Where
petition
it
makes
goes in the code
You can work on
is
that.
subject to drafting.
Yes,
Yeah, just,
Okay.
Yeah.
45, the staff recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that? 46.
Decline.
needing- Declines. Okay. 47.
I would propose we amend and adopt, so instead of saying families using public benefits, anyone who qualifies for a fee waiver in a California court, to make it simpler.
I would support that.
can we get direction to investigate that further? Because I have some
Yes.
serious concerns about how they otherwise get paid for and who's going to pay for that. So if we could get instruction to investigate further and bring back with the permanent ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Oh, wait,
We don't, that's not majority. We have 3 votes for
Councilmember-
that.
That was, I didn't see.
I want to
Councilmember
make,
Sanchez.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you, Mr. Henschke. Can you repeat what it is that you were hoping for us to direct?
That particular one talks about families not being required to pay for capital improvements. I want you to direct us to investigate further the lawfulness of that kind of a proposal before bringing it back to you. Because I see some very serious issues about the necessity for capital improvements, but then no way for the landlord to recoup the cost of those necessary improvements that may be approved by a tenant safety plan. And so that creates a constitutional issue that I want to research. And so just saying include this is not preferable.
What about include and research the legality of
How
it?
about-
Is that?
Investigate further. He's
Sure.
asking
Yeah,
to
I'd rather just
further.
investigate it further and bring it back. I mean,
That's fine.
Okay.
And that would be for 47 and 48, I believe.
Will you be doing that on others too, like the one with a freeze? And the vote was to not pursue looking at how somebody gets a pathway for a return if we do not allow them to, during the past year, and a completed capital project come petition for that also? Will those kind of things, you'll follow those things and come back with a legal opinion?
yeah, if there's, I mean, obviously, when we're putting together the ordinance, some of these changes to one section affect another in terms of, for example, a fair return process.
Right.
We do not want to present to you an ordinance for recommended for adoption that we think won't withstand constitutional scrutiny.
Okay. Well, specifically, I worry about somebody's already suing us specific to the freeze about the lack of a pathway to get a return. And then we're just saying, also in this document too, that's what we're going to do. You can't get a pathway during the freeze.
This ordinance does not contain any provision that says that you can't have a pathway during the freeze. It says that when the freeze is lifted, you'll have the opportunity to obtain a fair return.
I think specifically it said you cannot go backwards into the freeze. When this ordinance-
That's not a constitutional problem.
It isn't?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I did want to add to Honorable Mayor, City Council too. On sections, either we identify in the notes that we do either want to look at the legality of it, because don't forget, a lot of this comes also from the public comment period, or if Mr. Henschke or myself identify, just to give us the opportunity to look at the legality of it. And then we can, when we bring forth the final ordinance, we can discuss what we've included or excluded and mention those legal reasons why. I think that would be the best, most efficient way.
So I think for both 47 and 48, you've asked for direction would be to investigate further for 47 and 48.
Ms. Sandra, you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question for our city attorney. Is it constitutionally required for every owner that completes a capital improvement to pass that cost on?
Okay, so the answer to that question is a little bit difficult because you have to put it into context. If there is a capital improvement that is authorized and required, there has to be a way for the landlord to maintain a fair return from the property. It's the mechanism that we had provided in this ordinance was to allow capital pass-throughs as an alternative to fair return so that it would be amortized over a specific period and would be subject to certain kinds of restrictions like how much and for how long. And that was why it was there. But if there's a mechanism to recoup those costs through a fair return petition, then that's okay too. Okay. And that's what I was answering earlier when Councilmember Harmon was asking a very similar question. There are ways that you can draft the fair return process so that you can separate out how much the fair return rent increase is, and then how much a part of it goes away because you folded capital into the fair return process. One of the things that we did in the initial proposal was use maintenance of net operating income as the basis for fair return measured against the base. And the reason that we did that is that MNO, maintenance of net operating income, which is MNOI, tracks an inflation as you're going forward because it accounts for expenditures and expenses, and you maintain your return. One of the things that we need to make clear is that maintenance of a fair return is not necessarily the same as earning an ever-increasing profit.
Right. Right, thank you.
Moving on to 49, replacing tenant safety plan with capital improvement plan. Is there direction from council?
Accept.
Accept.
Okay. 50,
Accept that comment.
is there support to accept?
Accept.
Sorry? No, I'm saying I support that comment. Number 50.
Number 50.
I just have a question. I think this was a question that Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon asked, and I didn't understand the answer. Is this for any capital improvement at all, or only a capital improvement for which some kind of, I don't know,
would be
petition,
submitted.
is going to be?
Don't know because we haven't gotten to the drafting of the section yet that implements this notion of a tenant safety or capital improvement plan. So I'm not quite sure what that that section will ultimately look like. But if the idea is that the tenant gets to have a notice before you implement the capital improvement, we can draft to address that issue. I don't know what the language is going to ultimately look like.
Okay, I'll just give my feedback. I think to the extent that there is a petition process involved in this capital improvement that we're talking about, certainly a safety plan makes very good sense. I have my landlords coming into my unit to replace a piece of a window, and I would really like that to be replaced, and I would not like to wait 30 days for a notice. So I think if we can find some balance, that's probably good.
Yeah, and in terms of defining what the difference between a capital improvement and simply a maintenance and repair, those kinds of things have to be hashed out a little bit if we're going to be going to this more robust capital improvement plan program. I mean, they exist out there in the tenant protection regulation set, and how it's going to look, we need time to put that together.
Thank you.
Can I add one comment? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I would just add, if a tenant's going to be displaced or some pass-through cost is going to be on, then, yeah.
Right, and one of the things, if I can, Mayor and Council, there's a difference between the protections that are offered by things like just cause and displacement and rent control or the rent stabilization. And so to a certain extent, we need to avoid the blending of the different purposes for the protections, because we haven't even gotten to the just cause yet. There's a lot of important things that have to be addressed in there, but the question is, practically making those just cause. I mean, the tenant protections related to, for example, displacement because of capital improvements is different from the rent that's charged because of the capital improvement. One is a just cause issue, tenant protection, the other is the rent control issue. And we just,
If I can suggest
trying to do
once
that all
again,
together at the same time is really hard.
let's go through the matrix and get the low-hanging fruit. Let's come back to those things you have questions or comments on further, because we are a third of the way through, basically. So if I may, I think that's the best way to do it. Let's go through the things you guys can up or down on.
Just to reiterate, 49 and 50, we have a majority to accept, again, with refining the language and clarifying the process and parameters around that. 51, this is again something for program administration, so no council direction needed at this time. Relocation assistance or plans to be moved into alternate units during capital improvements, so council direction needed on 52.
Accept that for.
Is there support to accept?
Except, and this would be part of the capital improvement plan, right?
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
53, this is a program administration note on standardizing documentation. 54, needing direction from council.
Those could go to the rent board.
Yeah, rent board.
$55 for consideration. Any comments on 55?
Yes, I definitely, I support, as it's written, to clarify that a capital improvement does not become eligible. I think this says become eligible for a pass-through, I think is what it's saying, merely because it also increases property value. So it needs to actually be
capital
useful.
improvement, yes.
Yeah, so it needs to be actually necessary. It's not just to up the value of the property. So, yes, thank you, SBAOR. Yes.
Yeah, okay. 56, we have deletion of the language is not recommended.
I think if we're not deleting the language, just rewriting so that both the property owner, the landlord, and the tenant have an equal burden or standard of evidence. I think there's a discrepancy a bit where a landlord just has to sign like one form that says under penalty of perjury, I say this, this, and this, versus for a tenant, they have a higher burden of proof. So I think just equalizing whatever that language looks like.
I agree with that.
I
understand the comment.
Okay. 57. This is for consideration.
And for the rent board, program administration?
So,
Okay.
yeah, 57, 58, and 59, I think could all go to the rent board.
Yes.
60.
No, thank you.
Decline.
Decline. Okay, we have a majority decline. 61 for consideration.
Decline.
Do we have majority decline?
Decline.
Okay. 62. Again, this is under that same tenant petition.
And same
detail.
comments that tenants and landlords have the same burden,
Okay.
whatever that is.
Okay.
Yes.
63, this is a program administration point.
Accept.
Okay, and then 64.
Decline.
Decline. Okay. 65.
Put that in the capital improvement plan.
Yes.
Or I think that sounds like a program rule, so maybe leave that up to the board.
This is 65.
Oh, wait.
We have decline for 64. 65 was capital improvement plan.
Yeah, I would have that be part of the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, make it part of the
Okay.
consideration, yeah.
66.
Accept.
Accept.
Is that, I'm sorry, was that for, okay. $67.
So this is the composition of the rent board. Should we come back to that? Or
Well, we've accepted that 5, not 7.
Oh, okay.
3 tenant majority, 2 non-tenant, 2 alternates. So this comment has to do more with authority because you've decided on composition.
I would add on this one that policy decisions remain with the city council for approval. Like, I think they could recommend or whatever,
Yes,
but
okay.
city council needs to approve those.
Do we have majority
Yes.
on that? Okay. Again, 68 is general consideration. We just want to make sure that the language is clear.
Sure. If I can offer an amendment, maybe
Okay.
instead of strengthen, clarify?
Okay.
I can't tell if they should be strengthened or weakened. I don't want to advocate for either, but just at least clarifying
Okay,
for folks.
for the board. Because I don't think we have anything there.
I'm not sure how I would respond to that in terms of strengthened conflict of interest, recusal, and impartiality requirements.
Well, let's just decline it then.
Yeah,
We can decline it, yeah.
the rent board, depending upon what you have it doing, is going to have different roles. And so if they're anyway, if you just decline that one, we'll address it later.
Let's just decline it.
Okay, yeah, decline.
69, the recommendation is to decline.
Agree with staff.
Okay.
So,
70.
can I clarify 69? I mean, I don't want them acting without legal authority. Like, they're not issuing subpoenas, right? This just means that they don't have to follow city attorney's advice, or what does this even mean?
I didn't know what it meant, which is why we had the decline.
Okay.
But we
Sounds
don't
good to
want
me.
to, right.
I mean, if I may
But by
add,
declining, I'm not authorizing something else. I'm just
Right.
declining this specific formulation. Cool, okay.
our office is, if I may, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember, I mean, our office is generally tasked with advising all boards, commissions, councils, so that would be a departure from our role.
70, the recommendation is to decline. Is there support for that?
I would be supportive of accepting if we can amend to include at the end that to be approved by council, to retain final authority with council.
I think they could recommend them, but I don't want them to issue them.
Correct.
So just to clarify, they would have independent authorization to promulgate regulations subject to council approval. They wouldn't have to go from the program administrator first and then to the board. They could just say, we want to adopt this, and then it would have to get council's approval.
Maybe we should come back to that.
Okay.
71, additional direction from council.
I would offer an amendment. I can see that the having the board enforce compliance is troublesome. So I think instead of having them necessarily enforce compliance, I would phrase that as provide enforcement direction. Like, they're not the ones doing the enforcing, but if they say, I see you shaking your head, you could, please explain.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but having a board tell the city attorney to prosecute somebody is not an appropriate thing for a board to do. So the notion that the board would have some kind of active role in enforcement, I just don't see that as something that we've ever done in this city with any agency.
I would also echo, Madam Mayor, Councilor, if I may echo that sentiment. They're a trier of fact. They are a board that parties come to. They adjudicate. They can make recommendations, policies you're all discussing. Enforcement, directing enforcement takes them out of the role. I mean, you hear the saying, judge, jury, and executioner. You want to avoid the executioner point, that last portion, right? That would not be their role. And enforcement, also don't forget, could lead to potentially, any violation of our ordinance could lead to criminal charges, right? So there's an extra level, an extra layer there, that whenever charges are brought, it's brought in the name of the people, and there is such a thing as prosecutorial direction. So if, let's say there's a violation, my office still has the ability, just like a district attorney's office, anywhere else, has the ability to decline on their discretion. They're allowed that by law, whether it's insufficient evidence or a whole host of reasons. DA has charging sheets that list like 16 reasons they commonly give for why they decline. That is part of their prosecutorial discretion. So a board should not be tasked with directing enforcement, because that creates a whole host of legal issues that we don't need to go into tonight. It's just not how it's done, essentially.
I have a quick question,
Absolutely.
if I may. How would you deal with then if the board is a public entity, the public comes to it and they say, hey, this, my landlord violated the rent stabilization ordinance, right? So they're not the ones enforcing,
Sure.
but could the board find, their findings with the independent hearing officers, the finding is that the rent stabilization ordinance was violated, and then refer that to either city attorney's office or somebody else? Like, is that referral okay?
You're on the right track. What I would prefer, I think, is the best legal method process for it. Also taking into account due process entitled for any of these charges is, if they receive it, they have clear information to direct to designated staff that we're going to establish through this, who then investigate, and they investigate it up, and then if the landlord or whatever the issue doesn't abate, then refer to our office with a report for our office to then file charges on it. So what I would appreciate them is to just be, instead of being referring that, so people come to them, here's where you submit the complaint to, and allow that separate. And then it just keeps them in the issue of policy recommendations and overseeing in terms of, fair petition hearings, whatever it may be on that regard. But the prosecution element is a whole different layer to that.
That makes
So the
sense.
referral, absolutely. And then, because it still has to be investigated, and you're not going to have a board
Right.
investigate this. It's the investigators doing that work.
So then once the board and the investigator find that there was a
Councilmember Santa Maria, I wanted to actually make a comparison. It's much like the Fire and Police Commission. Public commenters will come to a commission meeting and speak to a case of police misconduct. That is directed to staff, and staff follow up and investigate that complaint. So I would assume that that would be very similar, so that the board isn't directing or making a decision, but staff immediately follows up with that individual.
It would be exactly
To then move
exactly
forward
like
with
that.
the investigation process for that complaint.
Correct.
So they could essentially refer to the investigator for it to be investigated, and then whatever the finding is by the board and the investigator, you would refer that to other staff for enforcement, either city attorney's office or code compliance or whatever it is, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is
Yeah,
correct.
that sounds
Okay,
right.
let's continue down.
We have 72.
Oh, okay, thank you. I've lost what number we were on. Clarification question, our boards can request to create an ad hoc committee, but then council would have to approve that? Is that or we just don't allow them to have not even request an ad hoc committee? I know that was changed, and so I just want to
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember, we already have generally around 70-plus boards and commissions in the city, and our goal is to avoid creating other Brown Act committees and multiply that by 3. Just from a staff, we're talking about efficiency, cost prevention, all these things from a staffing. So we avoid the creation of additional Brown Act committees, and just because boards are in really clearly control, like certain have jurisdiction over certain subject matter areas. So because it's not like council their subject matter jurisdictions the entire city. Board and commission is, very specific as to this. There really is no basis to keep splitting that further and having Brown Act committees. They can have working groups, right? They can do always that, like to study something and report back to the board. We want to avoid any Brown Act committees on that.
Okay, so then council does not have an authority then to allow them to create an ad hoc, because we're just not doing that. Am I understanding correctly?
You always have the authority.
I think it's a workload challenge.
Absolutely.
If we start it for this board or commission, other boards and commissions will also want to create ad hoc or subcommittees, and then it's just a lot of additional work on the staff side. So I think that was just for consistency across our boards and commissions, keeping it all consistent.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think that's why I think the retaining council's ability to approve or decline that is important, because we can and will take staff consideration.
Absolutely, and yes, so, if for some reason this board wanted to create a subcommittee, staff could bring it to the council and say, we recommend this or we don't recommend, and then the council could make a decision at that point, depending on the subject matter.
Okay.
But they could do work groups.
They can do working
Yes.
groups?
Yeah,
That
they can do
is
work
not
groups.
Brown
That's
Act
fine.
Yes.
or
Yeah.
not a
Not a majority of the board. Got it. Okay.
Correct. No.
Okay. Was that enough direction for that one?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. 73 is proposed new language. We have this as a program administration note.
Accept.
Okay. 74, we have a recommendation to amend. I think that was a good clarification.
Accept,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. 75,
Accept.
I mean, does it make sense to staff this?
yes, we just put a note to say that we're required to meet those transparency protocols.
They're required by law, but we can
Yeah.
put it in the ordinance.
So
first-
accept 75 and 76?
Yeah, 76 is the same. Okay. 77,
Scroll up, please.
sorry.
Come
Accept.
back. Or accept? Do you want to accept or come back?
It's up to, do we just,
I would accept.
This one has to do with registering all
rental units in the city.
And I think we need a discussion on, I also
Okay.
agree we need to do all units, but I want there to be some kind of non-punitive, however we want to name that.
Why don't we come back? We'll come back to this one.
If I may, I believe Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, that comment, I think that pertains to a different comment. I think we could say yes to this, and then when we get to that one, or go back to the one about whether it's permitted or zoned or et cetera, maybe that's the place for the discussion?
Well, we're going to come back to it, but I think they're related. I
Yes,
mean,
they are.
So
Okay.
I don't want to talk about one without the other, so we can come
That
back
makes
to both
sense.
of them.
Okay, yeah, let's come back.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, as we consider this proposal, we are going to have to really detail out this additional section or additional chapter to the ordinance, and there's going to be a lot of components required as part of that. council open to a phased implementation of all rental units? That we first prioritize rent-stabilized units, and then we allow for time to implement all rental units?
I'll make a comment.
Okay.
Practically speaking, one of the things that has been weighing on me very heavily is there's the drafting of the ordinance, which I'm so glad that we're so focused on the smallest words. That's really great. And there's this huge cavernous gulf between what we're talking about and how we're actually going to implement this program. And I have no idea how we're going to do that. And to me, that is where what keeps me up at night is how we actually do this. And to the question that was asked, I really appreciate that suggestion. Of course, my preference is to do it all at once right now today. But in the world we live in, where we are staff limited and financially limited, I personally think it makes good sense to prioritize the covered units to start and phase in the others, certainly with urgency. But unless I hear feedback that, yes, we can absolutely do everything on day one and we have the money to pay for it, I appreciate this suggestion and I would support it.
And one of the things that we need to be cognizant of is that the rental registry for non-covered units serves a different regulatory purpose than the one for covered units. The rental registry with regard to rent-controlled units is going to be used for certain purposes. The rental registry, the regulatory purpose for including everybody really relates more to identification of properties, identification of owners, identification of tenants for the implementation of all of the other tenant protections that exist. Because they're not rent controlled, but they are subject to all of the anti-harassment, the just cause, the relocation, those kinds of things, the lease requirements, all of those apply to all other rental units, even though rent control does not. So, and then the other thing that we're going to have to address is that because there are different regulatory functions, there may be a different fee for those that are covered units and those that are not covered units. And we just don't know yet because we haven't done the fee study.
Would it be fair to say to the intention to cover all units in the ordinance, but then how the implementation might be phased? So it's not phasing the ordinance itself, but
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's something that's frequently done.
Thank you for the discussion. 78, the recommendation is to amend. I will just note, we are looking to use an existing software platform to create the rental registry, and so we're looking to see what is possible there to make sure that everything is accessible in both languages.
Okay. Do we have to vote
Is there
to amend?
support for
Yeah.
the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. 79, we do need additional clarification on this one, unless there's some additional insight that council has.
Can I just say that I think it's just unit count, what it's being rented for, but what it, whether it's occupied or not occupied, and the last increase. I don't think we need to be collecting all this other.
We're on 79.
Yeah, 79.
Information. Yeah, that's what I have written.
This would be
79.
sharing facilities, that
This
would
is
also
about
be included.
sharing facilities, about home shares needing to register.
Well, that's what I mean. We're not counting the people in a home.
Right.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't.
That might be 81? It's both.
No, I'm looking at 79.
Are you suggesting we don't, to exclude those because we don't need the information on those type of situations or
Yeah,
circumstances?
because it's not a unit count. It's like if it's your home,
Right.
you're not.
We'd kind of like to know what the problem is that needs to be solved by this suggestion. We're searching for what is the issue that this is trying to
I
solve.
think in another section, it talks about, or the suggestion that anything that's being rented as a living space be counted in some way.
Yeah.
So like we can go back to that. This is part of that amnesty.
Maybe let's come back to this
Come
one.
back, yeah.
80, the recommendation is to amend.
Yes.
Support for that. 81, recommendation is to amend. Again, there's just a note here that all suggestions are already included, except for how much rent is being charged right now. There's that rent increase and what that increase is.
Yes. We'll support that amendment.
82, any comments?
Leave it to the rent board.
Rent board.
So personally, I would actually leave this to like implementation. And to me, this is a function of how are we going to afford to do the things that we're going to say that we do. If it saves us some money to only reflect material changes, then I think that's a reasonable middle ground, is my position.
I'll support that.
So 83, we did get quite a bit of advocacy around a detailed audible fee study, which is why, staff was initially looking to do an internal fee analysis to save money using the expertise of our finance department and others. But we are moving forward with an independent fee study proposal for this reason. 84, any council comment?
Can we consider this after the fee study?
Yes.
Are you good with that? Okay.
After the fee study, yes.
85, this is the proposed exemption around rental registry fees for deed restricted properties. Again, we're still looking at refining that exemption.
Yeah. So we could come back to that?
Okay.
Well, and I'd be okay with waiving it for whatever that exemption is. Whether
Yes.
it's the government entity, housing authority, whatever that ends up being.
Okay.
Same.
86 was a procedural clarification, and I think City Attorney's Office will weigh in on this too. It was about single-family dwellings that are renting out individual rooms.
That's home share, right?
Yeah.
So that's the same.
Well, that's not necessarily home share, right? Because
No.
the owner is not living there, but it's an owner with a single-family home, let's say a 3-bedroom, and they're renting to 3 separate tenants, 3
Individual
separate
tenants,
leases, right?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
I think that this is one of those where you need to see what we write, and then we can talk about it. I don't know that it's really helpful to discuss it right now. We still need to put this together.
Is that what you mean by the comment staff will take this into consideration? So any of
Yes,
those
yeah.
that say that, unless we don't want you to consider it at all,
Right.
we'll see it when it's written up?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a lot of feedback asking for clarification on this. 87, this is again a note on the data governance and privacy policy. We are looking at a citywide policy, but we're already governed in terms of how this data could be accessed and utilized. 88, needing additional direction.
I really think we need confidential recording.
Yes.
Whatever that means, to not be punitive towards the unpermitted, to not use the registry as an enforcement mechanism in that way.
Here's the question that I have in response to that comment. What's the purpose of the registration if it's not to enforce laws that you have that protect tenants and protect, the community? So, I mean, you say, okay, register, but we're not going to use the registration to enforce the codes. I don't know how we do that.
Well, I would think, and we can save this for discussion if you want to, but I would think that there are a lot of situations where it's not health and safety, it's not mold, it's not going to catch fire, and it's something that, between the landlord and the tenant, that everybody's sort of in agreement that this is okay. I can think of a lot of places I've rented like that, been grateful they kept the rent low, and I didn't care if the window opened up into another closet, for instance, and I wouldn't want that to be a reason why someone was afraid of registering.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, just working with code enforcement and substandard housing for the last 4 years, if there's non-punitive recourse for not registering a unit, we're probably going to take a lot of time to get those units registered, just in general.
Oh, excuse me,
Yeah.
I may be not being clear. I don't mean non-punitive for not registering. I mean non-punitive for you're renting out a space.
That's substandard.
That's substandard. That's what I'm talking about. Like, we're not looking for those violations unless there's a complaint, unless there's, a habitability issue that they're coming with a complaint. If it's not complaint-driven, I don't want there to be a penalty, or maybe you could look into that, how there could be something like that.
I think I hear Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Sun, and I hear your point. I think, to be clear, registering does not mean there's automatic inspections in this unit. You're just registering it. So the issues you're talking about would come to the city's attention through what you said, complaints, et cetera. So just requiring all these places to register, they need to do that, as you said, and if they don't, that could be a violation because it's within our code. Anything in our code is a violation of law if you're not following it. But just simply being in a registry doesn't mean now we're going to go and inspect everyone.
Right.
We would be inspecting those like we would normally do in the process. Someone filed a complaint of building code violation of substandard living. So I think that would alleviate your issue. All we're just asking here is just to register, there's no mandatory follow-up inspection.
That
on
works for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Henschke, one question. If we have the registry essentially keep track of, because what you were saying, right, is like, what do we have the registry for if we're not enforcing the violations on the Muni Code? If you keep track of it, but don't enforce unless there is a complaint, is that a possible way forward, or what are your thoughts on that?
Basically, what you're saying is that, as Mr. Duemas indicated, merely registration of the unit will not trigger habitability enforcement. We're not creating a situation where we're saying having an uninhabitable unit that you're renting is okay, because it's not. It's against state law.
Right.
But we're not going to use it as a tool for necessarily immediate enforcement, and we're going to give highest priority to enforcement actions on complaints, not individual inspections. We can set enforcement priorities. Councils do that all the time.
My goal is just so that if a landlord, I understand that getting compliance with having everybody register is going to be a lift on its own. And so if property owners are not registering, I would like there to be an ability for the tenant to say, hey, there's a unit over here. Like, I want for them to be able to report that. And then I think we're on the same page that doesn't necessarily trigger a habitability inspection unless they requested that.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. Yeah, just a follow-up question that I'd be curious, not necessarily tonight for the answer to, but in the event someone has a person like renting out their garage, and we know because we keep records of who has built like permitted additions or whatever, that there's no permitted additional unit, it's not creating any liability for us that we've accepted this place on a registry despite the fact that our records show that it doesn't legally exist? I'm just curious if that has ever been an issue. You don't need to answer it now, just it's a
I
question to
understand the
answer.
question. We'll answer it later.
Okay, and then, thank you. My second question, maybe Ms. Anderson, this is more for you. I'm finding it challenging to believe that, because this is human nature, this isn't a criticism truly of anyone, but if you're gonna have an unpermitted unit that you built or converted without permits, it's very unlikely to me that you're gonna be willing to register. Like, if you weren't interested in pulling the permits, you're probably not gonna be registering this. So I personally, I'm circling back to, is there some incentive? I think that conversation was brought up and then maybe we dismissed it or disposed of it, but it's just something I'm thinking about. Maybe that's operational.
Yeah, Councilmember Harmon, I made that exact same statement, and what I heard from council was that there would be punitive recourse if owners are not registering their
So
units.
no
So there would
incentive,
have to
just
be a notice
punishment.
of violation to that property owner that it's not registered.
But how could we just do an
We
NOV
have-
for an unpermitted unit?
We only have the number of parcels that are allowed per property. So that's information that we've pulled to understand the number of units that would be covered under the rent stabilization program. Again, as Mr. Henschke clarified, it's going to take a lot of time for staff to get to that level of enforcement in terms of compliance.
And I think for unpermitted units or garage conversions that were unpermitted, we may not know about those unless it's reported to us. So
And the
it's-
tenant would
yeah,
have
so
to
I think
submit that.
that's where, there's a partnership that needs to happen with, tenants groups that are saying, oh yeah, no, we're aware of these units, and then the city goes and follows up and enforces. So I think.
Yes, yeah.
All right, I'll just, wow.
There's a huge educational and outreach component and campaign that has associated with this program, yeah.
Thank you. I'll just say again, I wish that we could have given more thought to an incentive opportunity there instead of just going straight to punitive. But anyway, I support moving forward.
I think we still could look at incentives too. And I just want to remember when we did ADUs, we had this similar issue where we knew there were a bunch that were not legal or permitted, but for fire safety, we wanted to know where they were so that people could be rescued. And so there was something when we did that transition to ADUs that we allowed them, and if you could just look into that, or have maybe something similar like that, where in that transition time.
Mr. Dotis? I would think, I understand where council is coming from. I think, as I mentioned before, it's two separate buckets. I know it relates to housing and habitability, but one bucket is just the rental registry, and that's a standalone issue and requiring to do it. The second issue is that there's violations in habitability. If you register and there's no complaint, because 95% of our enforcement is complaint basis, there's a good chance based on just historically, numerically, that we're not going to be enforcing on habitability. But failure to register on the registry may invoke a complaint. And it's something to add on to all the other issues too. So it's just a reminder that there are two separate distinct things, the registry and trying to capture all that information and data for various reasons that you see on the policy arguments, and then the housing violations in terms of habitability, building code violations. That's a separate bucket. We're required to enforce that regardless. If we come across a complaint, we have to deal with it.
So moving on to 89, I have a decline on this based on previous direction. 90, I also have a decline on this. Is that correct? I see nods, but I'm not.
Wait, I had an accept on that.
Okay. Is there support to accept, allow units to self-certify exemptions?
I thought we didn't have any exemptions.
Yeah, there's no exemptions.
Yeah, no.
'Cause this would be if there were exemptions from the rental registry, so.
Yeah, no.
To the rental registry.
Registry.
I took this as more than that, but okay.
So the council
Thank you.
has given direction to include all units, so there would be no exemptions. So we
Okay,
would
just
define
this
one.
to, okay, thank you for clarifying that. 91, I think I heard yes, accept on this.
Yes.
Accept.
Okay. 92,
Decline.
No, decline.
okay.
So is there some challenge with collating data that we already have? Is that why we're declining this?
The note is that we've never requested this level of information on any unit in the city.
Oh, so we just
We
don't
have
have
a rental housing study that we do, but again, it's not specific to each individual property. We would have certain information based on if they pursued a building permit or things like that, but again, it doesn't directly correlate. 93, just again, we took this as a program administration note. Sorry.
Scroll up, please.
94. This is a note, again, that the fees have to be all-encompassing for full cost recovery to the program.
Agree with staff.
95.
Disagree.
We have a decline.
Yes.
Okay. 96, again, absolutely will have regular reporting requirements that will be shaped and modeled for the program administration. 97, the recommendation is to amend. Is there support for that?
Yes.
98, all of these, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, they're all on the implications for noncompliance. And so this will follow our standard code enforcement, kind of enforcement approach in terms of investigation, moment for voluntary compliance. All those notifications are written, so it will be consistent across the city. But anything else for council consideration regarding?
No, and that goes all the way through 111.
Yes.
All of those
Yes.
are legal counsel.
Yeah, this would be
regular procedures, yeah.
for city attorney's office and the rent board?
Okay.
Or, yes? Okay.
Great.
Okay.
112, we can amend that to be independent hearing officers. 113, there are edits to, in 114, edits to how we can hire and retain an administrative hearing officer.
All the way through 122, I think are sort of administrative with the hearing officer, and I think the only comment I had to that was how that hearing officer is hired.
Is that 116?
Yeah, I mean, all of those, all of these could go to,
These are all for the board.
For the board.
To approve the hiring of the officer, sounds like?
If I could remind the council on this one, what we did was we created a requirement for an independent hearing officers. We then created basically a smorgasbord that the city administrator could pick from in order to hire independent hearing officers. And so, I mean, we can tinker with that if you think it's necessary, but the whole idea was to create independent hearing officers so that they could actually hear the petitions, which would then get appealed to the rent control board. So, I mean, we can take a second look at the authorizations and streamline it.
But I think typically, city boards and commissions don't hire staff or consultants. So in this case, the way that the structure is set up is, city administrator in consultation with city attorney's office would hire the independent hearing officers. Those decisions would then be appealed to the board. So the board still has oversight of what's happening. And again, if there's concerns about a particular hearing officer, those could get referred to the council for review or for direction to the city administrator or city attorney to review that.
I would recommend that would be the way to go on that. The only board that has independent hearing officers is the Civil Service Commission. That's a little bit different because the Civil Service hearing officer for them sits in the hearings with them. They act kind of like the procedural judge and help the commission make the decision, but the hiring of the hearing officer is is working with human resources in the city attorney's office. And you'll have several, right? You could have a Rolodex or a rotation or whatever it may be, but you don't want a board to be hiring that. That's more administrative day to day, and there's other issues, contractual issues that you would want the city staff to work on in terms of bringing in a hearing officer.
114 also includes eliminating the ability to retain an independent hearing officer as a city staff member. This was an option, again, just looking forward, if we were receiving a high number of petitions, that could be a cost savings measure to actually make that an internal position.
Versus contracting it out.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving that all flexible for now.
Yeah,
and seeing
Leaving
what
some
what you come up
flexibility
with,
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for 127, I think if we change it to a capital improvement plan, and then this is, I mean, I would accept the summary of the comment as it's here, but if you need the latitude to work on
The details?
the details of a capital improvement plan, fine. But I think there seems to be support, majority support for having that be something available.
Requirement. Okay.
So the direction is yes, implement this requirement and come back?
Yes.
Okay.
I just, before we go back to the discussion, just asking if the council needs to take a small, like, 5-minute break, or do you guys want to continue to move through and start going back through the items for the discussion?
I think we could finish this.
Yeah, let's get her done.
Yeah.
Just checking.
I could use a 5-minute break, but if we just want to power through, we can. Okay.
You can have a 5-minute break, Mr. Tonight. Go right ahead.
Yeah, okay.
We'll carry on.
Well, no, I can't. No, nice try. You're not going to get rid of a vote. I'm staying. Okay, let's just go through it. It's fine.
So do we have to revisit number 3 here on the language? So we have government owned or operated. Do we have any further clarification on that?
Can I just ask for a clarification, because this is related to Section 8, right?
Okay.
So this wouldn't include somebody who has a Section 8 voucher but is in the private landlord, the private property. It's only project-based, so it'd only be like housing authority-owned units, but it wouldn't be somebody who has a voucher, Section 8, that the housing authority helps place them in the private market.
Councilmember Friedman, we have not allowed exemptions for Section 8 units or developments. And I think Mr. Henschke was referring earlier to most deed-restricted properties under covenant are not private endeavors.
Yeah, I'm specifically referring to somebody who has a Section 8 voucher but has to go out into the private market to utilize it. So is this the section where we would talk about that, or is that in another section?
In terms of trying to get that
See if we're open to
exemption
it or if we're not,
back
that's
in,
fine.
this would be the time to talk about that.
Yeah, so again, the housing authority, in talking with them and the letters that were written to us, for someone who has a Section 8 voucher, but they're not on, say, a housing authority property, but are out in the private market, to not exempt that one individual unit because it has the voucher is problematic, because it will decrease the likelihood that the private market will rent to them. So as my colleagues, they would consider it, and if you don't, I'm just trying to understand the disconnect between what the housing authority is telling us and what my colleagues are saying. So if someone could just clarify why we wouldn't do that, if we know that a private landlord, if they had an exemption to take the Section 8 voucher, the likelihood that they would take it would increase, because they're weighing taking the additional regulation of the Section 8 program with it being able to get a higher rent. And again, vast majority of those, it wouldn't be the higher rent at the expense of the renter, because the coverage is by the Section 8 voucher. So in this case, if it's not exempted, then they would have a higher regulation for taking it for the federal government, and they'd have a higher regulation for this, so they would find every way not to rent to Section 8 people. So I'm just wondering, for my colleagues, why we wouldn't do that.
I'm happy to answer some of that, and please, my colleagues can jump in, but the last time that we had, I'm forgetting her name, but she works for the Housing Authority, and she does a lot of the programming. But she came in, and we were discussing this very issue, right? Is Section 8 vouchers, and what if landlords don't want to rent to a Section 8 voucher holder? First of all, that's illegal, and that is something that we would need to enforce. However, understandably so, the claim that we are, or the assumption that we are struggling to recruit private property owners to accept Section 8 vouchers does not really match up with the data from the housing authority. So the housing authorities, I'm forgetting what the term is, but their rate of how many vouchers are actually being used and property owners that are accepting it is over 90%. It's over the national average. And so our local housing authority doesn't necessarily have an issue with that. But what we're also doing is, if we are exempting Section 8 voucher holders, what we are doing is we are stripping the protections from folks like mixed status families. And mixed status families don't have an actual 30% of income. It is prorated so that it's 30% of if it's only one person in the unit that is a legal citizen, whatever we want to call it, there's a very big loophole there. It's a gap with a lot of our mixed status families, and they don't really have any other recourse other than absorbing that cost, or, and the housing authority doesn't necessarily have the funds to cover that cost. So this is really to preserve the ability of mixed status families to stay homed. And it doesn't, I think I really want to give kudos to our housing authority. They are performing, again, at numbers high, above our national average. So the concern is valid, but I don't think it matches up with the data.
Thanks. I've had conversations with the housing authority, and there seems to be a disconnect with what you just said in my conversations with the housing authority. So I'm gonna, on my own, I'm gonna ask that the housing authority send us a written comment in response to what you just said, just so we can have a clear understanding of it, because what they're saying regarding mixed status, there's different types of funding that goes towards that. And yeah, so because we've had that specific conversation, so it just doesn't match up what you just said with what I was told by the housing authority. So I just want to get clear information, because I think the goal is to make sure that all of our Section 8 have the most opportunities to be renting in our market. So there obviously isn't a will to do that, and that's fine, but I will see if they will put in a written response to it, that, so we can have that clarified. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Harmon.
Thanks. I would jump in here. So I am leaning, I personally would agree to exempt Section 8. I also agree that on balance, the importance of encouraging the utilization of Section 8 is so critical. That said, I think Councilmember Santamaria brings up a really important point. I do have written communication. There's 163 mixed status households currently participating in the voucher program. Only one of those households has a contract rent above the payment standard, and that payment amount is $18. $18 is not nothing, though, and one household is one too many to be at risk. So I think that there is an important guardrail that's been articulated that we can put in place that will allow us to encourage Section 8 while also protecting the most vulnerable. And this is coming from Mr. Frederick, so I did not come up with this myself, but I think it's what I would support. And it's a concept that tenant-based Section 8 voucher units under lease would remain exempt so long as the contract rent is equal to or below the housing authority's adopted payment standard, which essentially says the second that payment standard goes up, and for that one family it's that $18, then they're covered by the RSO. But so long as they're under, then they fall within this exemption. So again, there may not be support, but I think Mr. Fredericks has spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to thread this needle. And to me, those guardrails speak to the very real concern that Councilmember Santamaria articulated. And I think the real concern that Councilmember Friedman was articulating, that while we may be well above the national average for Section 8 utilization, just because we are above a very poor average doesn't mean we are where we need to be. So I think that's a great compromise, and that's what I would support.
Ms. Snood.
Thank you. Could this fall under the exemption of owned or operated by housing authority? Would it be Section 8 housing authority units?
I don't think so. I think it was adequately described by Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Friedman as to how these operate. So no, I don't think it. And frankly, I think that you don't want to just limit it to the housing authority. There are other entities that are providing housing that are not outside, that are available. So.
Let me ask you with Section 8. So it's the 30% of the qualifying tenant. So with the mixed status, I'm a little confused by this, and I would love a comment letter back from Mr. Fredericks, or maybe like a working session, because my understanding that then, since they were going to lose this funding, there were going to be all these families that were impacted. So I sort of thought there were, okay, so out of 163 mixed status households, but I guess my question is that 30% is of the qualifying tenant. So then other tenants in that same unit, like say you have 5, you have 1 that's qualified, and the other 4 are not, then that increase in rent is still going to be a real increase for those other 4 in the household.
Yes.
So, no?
That
What I
Councilmember
would
Harmon
suggest-
So
clarified that with the payment
cognitive
standard,
dissonance
yeah.
for me of the no, the yes, and people who are not Rob Fredericks all interpreting what is happening, I feel like we do need a more very detailed response to this.
Why don't you make the direction to us to draft the language in consultation with the housing authority and the housing experts so that we get the tenant protection that you're looking for and simultaneously obtaining the housing objective in terms that we're looking for and getting more housing. I mean, if we can talk to them and figure out how best to draft it, then we can come back to you. I'm not prepared to
No,
give
and
those
they've been very
suggestions, right?
clear in their letter
Yeah.
and their request, but there is conflicting data, information, that's the part that I mean, if the Section 8, yeah, there's just information about it that I've.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I think you're trying to clarify the recipients of the emergency housing voucher program that were issued 200 plus during COVID, that we're going to lose that funding in September. All of those tenants are put back out into the market rate rental market without a subsidy.
And this is what concerns
Yeah.
me. So if the unit is rent stabilized and all this other stuff with Section 8, the funding is so uncertain, I mean, remembering that this is just the increase every year. So you get in Section 8, you've made whatever arrangement that is, that the property owner is getting whatever the return is, it's maybe starting at a higher, whatever it is that's being subsidized. This is, the RSO would just apply to the increase each year. So I guess I just don't really understand why it's a disincentive or anything, because it's just like any other unit then if you're a property owner.
How this would operate is during the time that they're on Section 8, if we have this exemption, they would not be subject to the RSO. As soon as they go off, they are. So the tenants who fell off the Section 8 program, those units become subject to the RSO, and their rents would have to go back, and if they're going to increase them, they'd have to adjust it based upon the RSO's provisions of looking backwards and then.
So that's the
Yeah.
part that just seems strange to me,
But that's-
because it's a rent stabilization that applies to a person and not to a unit. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that unit can sometimes be and sometimes not, depending on, that to me creates.
The way it would apply, it applies to the units unless the unit qualifies for the exemption. And the unit qualifies for the exemption based upon.
We're saying the same thing.
So,
Sometimes
yeah.
the unit is and sometimes the unit
Right, but I
isn't,
mean-
depending on the person in it.
Yes.
And that is weird to me, that it's,
But
that it
that's just the way it would
follows
operate.
the person as opposed to.
No, I hear how you're saying, and I think it goes to the point, we've heard that this was a concern from the entire council in terms of the consideration of the Housing Authority. We recognize our longtime partner with the city. I think Mr. Henschke has the best recommendation of allowing us to at least, we're still going to obviously present a final draft. I think it's important to keep as we go through some of these now additional ones we're coming back to, is to, and being late in the hour, I mean, it's been a pretty exhaustive exercise, to allow us to at least consult with the Housing Authority and bring back draft language that we can then see and dissect more on that issue, I think, and then fully explain. You'll hear the input or more of the reasons from the Housing Authority and address that issue. I think at this point, at this juncture, it would probably be benefit to all to have that language, have that consultation with them, and then come back when we're presenting the draft ordinance.
Yeah, I would
to
say
have
the
that discussion.
analysis of it, because the language is exempt or not exempt.
Sure.
We need the analysis.
Sure,
of-
and we can do that with them. That's important. Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to highlight for my colleagues just in my personal research and in talking to housing experts, other jurisdictions and other cities, a lot of times they'll start with a long list of exemptions and they inevitably whittle it down because additional exemptions create additional administrative burden. And I really want us to be cautious with our staff resources. And so the more exemptions that we put in, we are not just excluding tenants from the protections. We're not just exposing tenants to these rent shocks, but what we're also doing is we're putting more of a burden on our staff. My question would be, I mean, I would love it if Mr. Fredericks was here because it would be great to hear from him. If we're on number 3 still, maybe we could ask a member of the folks that suggested that to explain, like why they're, whatever helps. I mean, I know we're trying to get some clarification, but I do want to be very clear. I do not support an exemption for privately owned units that accept Section 8 vouchers. That is leaving a gap too big for mixed status families.
Okay.
So just to be clear, nor do I, in general, support exempting the units because they've ever accepted Section 8. It would only be while the Section 8 is enforced. I think that distinction's really important, and I support Mr. Fredericks coming back to help us through the analysis.
And my whole reason for bringing it up is because Mr. Fredericks has brought it up on the Housing Authority, and that's why it's important that our staff works with them, because what he's saying and what you're saying, they're not on the same page. And so it's a very important issue for our Section 8 individuals, and so I fully support our staff talking with Mr. Fredericks to clear up any ambiguities between what's being proposed and what he has asked for. And the reason I asked for it is because of the conversations, because of the letters that they've sent for us, because I do have trust in our Housing Authority that they know what they're talking about.
And I mean, I think Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon and I have articulated, we're more than happy, I don't want to speak for you, right, but I'll speak for myself, more than happy to exempt the Housing Authority. They should be exempt. They're really an extension of the city. They're a city agency, government-owned. But where I draw the line are those privately owned units because we are putting too many people at risk. So yes, feel free to consult with the Housing Authority, but I think it would make sense to consult with them on how we make sure that Housing Authority owned and managed units or government owned and managed units, how we exempt them from the fees and from the cap and all that. The rest of exempting further people, I think that contradicts the existing council direction of no exemptions beyond those required by state law. So if we are considering additional exemptions, that feels like it would require a vote or some procedural process to undo us saying no exemptions beyond state law. My understanding is that's still where we're at.
I support all of that I don't want to see it for private Section 8. I'm supporting an analysis of the impacts. This isn't direction to work with Housing Authority to craft the language exactly. This is the analysis of what is this big flashpoint that is becoming such a, I mean, I want our independent staff analysis that describes it, but I also don't think privately owned Section 8 should be exempt.
So does staff have enough to come back with these kind of answers that we need, or do you need further clarification?
Yeah, I think we can, let us talk with the Housing Authority. We'll come up with a strategy for how we get this information back to the council and come up with an approach.
Yeah, because we're just batting this back and forth and not really moving the ball, so.
Let us talk with Housing Authority.
Do you have something further than this, Ms. Harmon?
Well, I mean, it seems clear that we don't have majority support to exempt Section 8, so I don't know why you would spend your time analyzing it.
I think we need to find out the details on the Section 8, what actually happens with the qualifications as we move forward. And we don't want to discourage private sector from accepting Section 8, so I think we need to find out and get it distilled by staff.
Let us talk further, and we can figure out. I don't know if it's coming back with the analysis or we get it to the council in some other way. We'll work with Housing Authority to figure out how we bring this back to you all.
We still need direction on the other aspect, which was deed restricted low-income units? Did we settle on deed-restricted low-income units are exempt, which is what is in the current draft, is that's not a Section 8 issue, it's a different issue. And I
You know,
previously, Councilmember Harmon raised the concern that the major focus was on if it's a deed-restricted, low-income, affordable unit, it's exempt. Is that the direction or not?
That's still my position.
can I ask a question? I sort
That
of.
was what was in 3. 3
Yeah.
had nothing to do with Section 8.
And a while back, when we had this discussion before, part of the reason for saying no exemptions was that it was going to be burdensome for staff, for the program to separate out which ones are private Section 8, or which ones are deed, or which ones are covenant, and how does this impact Battistone? Is it like some of the units of Battistone, but not all? And so I think I'm kind of back, if we're going to go down this, like, well, what about these ones or these ones? I'm back to sort of like, no exemptions other than housing authority owned or operated, because it just gets, we're going to exempt it totally out.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, we have a team that already monitors all of our deed-restricted covenants and units to make sure that there's compliance. So we have annual compliance related to those deed-restricted units already with the team that we have in place.
So if it applied to all of them, what would it matter? They're not going to rise more than, or are they? Does that mean that a deed-restricted one might be going beyond 3%, 5%? And so
They already have to comply with not charging below market.
So then this wouldn't affect them. So
There's
why do we
pot-
have to
there's
write an
potentially-
exemption?
There's potentially conflicting regulation.
Yes, yeah.
And frankly, every rent control ordinance that I've looked at that has an exemption for deed-restricted low-income units. If we don't want to have it, that's, just let us know. But I think what staff is saying is it doesn't create an additional burden. That one doesn't create an additional burden. But you were concerned about the nonprofits. And so I was asking the question because you said only housing authority. And I raised the point that a housing authority often creates nonprofits to build these units that are deed restricted. There are also other housing providers that may provide them. Now, it may not make much of a difference because a lot of these are new units.
Right.
And they're not subject to rent control anyway, because it would have to be an older unit built before 95. But I wanted to get clarification because right now I'm confused at what to keep in and what to take out.
Didn't we already address this, though, that you were going to look at how there wouldn't be loopholes for private people operating as a nonprofit?
I think, Honorable Mayor,
We didn't
Councilmember,
go.
I think the recorded, the affordability with the recorded covenants, as Ms. Anderson explained, presents a different situation, as Mr. Hensky says, because you have different regulations. You have a recorded covenant that they have to abide by, but then you may have the ordinance, right? And what happens if they intersect or conflict? On top of it, it's not a burden to staff. And so maybe just a suggestion in terms of the exemptions, maybe for us to get clear direction, if we could break it up like this. Option A be no exemptions. Option B would be exemptions for housing authority property and nothing else. Option C would be exemptions for housing authority property and those with recorded affordability covenants. And then option D would be housing authority affordability covenants and then potentially other ones, right? Section 8, whatever you want to do. Maybe we can, that will help us give us the guidance we need, right? So I presented potentially 4 options there. One with no exemptions, period. One with just housing authority, one with housing authority recorded covenants. And the final option would be those 2 and if you want to add something else to it, or something for us to look into it. Maybe that might help us.
Well, I have a lot of questions about Battistone, and that's the one that stands out to me as why to have no exemptions.
Battistone had nothing to do with a low-income housing affordability covenant. It was an age-restricted covenant. It had nothing to do with controlling the amount of rent that was charged to the tenants of that property.
Okay, so we're not exempting age restricted?
No, we're not.
Okay.
No, it specifically says low and moderate. It needs to say very low, low and moderate income. It's a deed restricted. There's a specific formula. It's based upon AMI. Those are specific, and they need to be able to have the rents that are within their schedule in order to obtain the financing necessary to maintain the affordability covenant.
Okay. Well, I will say those all sound fine to me, and
Ms. Anna Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Quick question. For the deed restricted units, Mr. Henschke, you mentioned it's based on AMI. Is that the individual tenants? Or that wouldn't be the individual tenants, 30% of their income, right? We're talking about the average median income of the city being below whatever that is. It's based on the city's income, not the tenant's individual one, correct?
The city's affordability covenant is very specific. I don't have it memorized right now, but it's based upon the income ranges vary from 50 to 80, 80 to 120, over 100. And then it's affordable to tenants that have a family income within that range, and they pay no more than, I think it's 30%? 30%. Of their income goes to rent.
So it's 30% of their own
Yes.
family's income? It's not 30% of the AMI?
No, it's 30, and that's why this rent formula that's used in these covenants, particularly the city covenants, it's very restrictive, and it is designed so that you have a very clear affordability standard. Is there an adjustment? Yeah, because it's adjusted based upon HCD's determination of what AMI is for the various regions. So yeah, it gets changed.
So it does change based on the area's income?
Yes.
Their
but-
income is defined by that threshold. So
Yeah.
there's several thresholds related to AMI that's adjusted every year. So not their specific income as a family, but within that range of their income specific to that family.
Once they qualify, they have to maintain their qualification by being within that income range. And then the amount of rent that they pay is based upon a percentage of the income.
So what happens when the AMI goes up, the areas?
The rent changes a little bit.
Right, the rent changes even though their wages don't. And so that's my reasoning for wanting to keep those deed restricted included, because it's not necessarily 30% of the individual's income. It's going to change based on the average median income. And we have a very wide wealth gap here where wages are rising and causing the increase of the AMI, whereas the lowest paid folks don't necessarily have that proportional increase in wages.
But AMI actually went down last fiscal year, which is why the council received a pay reduction. So it varies.
Right, it varies. But there is, so the same way that it can go down, it goes up. And so those are the folks that I want to make sure that we don't leave unprotected, because even if their wages don't go up and the AMI goes up, that will result in a rent increase that they can't cover.
I think it would be helpful to send the council the formula so you can see the formula. There's two aspects to it. One is how do you qualify? Do you qualify within the range? And then it has to be affordable. We have an affordability standard that we use for city-funded projects. It's a little bit different than the one that the Housing Authority uses. But we can show you that, and you can see how even if you have to maintain your qualification to meet the income standard, but then it is the rent can't exceed 30% of the income for the rent. So we'll show you the formula.
So you said
But
it
you
can exceed 30%?
can't-
Oh, cannot, okay.
Can't, cannot.
Okay.
Can, apostrophe T.
Thank you. Okay. Well, back to what Mr. Doimus, our city attorney, said, for the options, I would be okay with option A or B. So either what we already voted on, no exemptions beyond state law, but I would be happy to be flexible and add in as an exemption, government-owned or managed or operated buildings so that we can provide that flexibility to housing authority-owned or operated units.
Ms. Sneddon.
I just want to add, because earlier we talked about maybe not having pass through, go to, and then we kind of tried to define it, government, this. Could there be a combination where it's like, if it is in an exempted unit, then of course you couldn't do any pass through or any petitions to raise or any other petition things too, so in that way it would be protective in that way. I'm just thinking of some combination where if it's in a covenant deed restricted, that then it also means you can't petition for increase outside of
Oh, right, through the capital improvement process.
the capital
Well,
improvement
and
process.
Mayor Pro Tem
and you
said, if
can't-
it's an exempted unit, it would not be eligible for any of the petition process through rent stabilization program.
Okay, so then a question I have is if it's like 15 units and 2 of those units are Section 8 and a new roof goes on and they're doing pass-through expenses, is it all the other units then that are paying for? Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about deed restricted
We are.
properties, not
I'm trying to
Section
think
8.
if there's like a 1-2 combination that protects those. It's okay. It's all right. It's, I mean,
You lost me because Section 8 is a different program than what we're
And
talking
that we
about.
wouldn't have, so like,
you couldn't have Section 8 units in a building that has other units?
you could,
Yeah,
but I
but-
think what you're talking about is the deed restricted affordable units that are like in a private project. So you have some market rate and some deed restricted. That's not what this exemption would apply to. This would be an entire project that is all restricted, deed restricted at low, very low and moderate income, because
I
housing.
thought we were talking about private people who are accepting Section 8 vouchers on some of their units.
Mayor Pro Tem Senate, I think you're speaking specifically to the proposal to not allow pass-throughs to subsidized tenants.
I'm
for
speaking to
capital
the Section
improvement.
8 exemption, and are you saying
I
that
thought we
you're only
eliminated
talking
that.
about Section 8 if it's an entire building project?
I thought we have eliminated
Yeah, I thought we.
any sort of consideration of Section 8.
Well, we were going to go.
That we were looking for an analysis from
Housing
the Housing Authority, but that we were not adding
So
that
the-
language.
This other exemption is for, say, a housing authority project where the entire project would be deed restricted as low-income units, not Section 8. So this would be like, I'm now blanking on
Well, or-
a project that would, like, one of the housing authority, like, so the Carrillo Castillo commuter lot. So that would be, like, that entire project, if the council directed us on this, that entire project would be exempt from rent stabilization.
And the issue is that it would have competing contracts on it, or
right,
competing
and-
regulations, or.
I mean, is it possible, for example, for a pre-1995 building to have have a covenant on it that restricts it to low income? Yes, it is. Could it apply to some of the units and not to other? Yes, it could. The way the ordinance is currently drafted, it applies to units. And so could you have on a piece of property some exempted units and some rent-controlled units? Yes. If you
That's why I
had
was
rent-controlled
confused.
units,
Okay.
and theoretically, where we did a capital improvement pass-through, could that pass-through apply to the non-deed restricted units only, maybe. Don't know the answer to that because it hasn't been written yet. So you're asking a hypothetical that we don't know the answer to yet and haven't thought it all the way through.
Okay.
So don't know
Okay.
the answer.
For today's discussion, do we, Ms. Santa Maria, Councilmember Santa Maria, put option B in terms of just one exemption being housing authority, other government? Do we just want to take a straw on that and give direction? I mean, we can, if issues always come up, this isn't just not a, ordinance can always be amended or other things. So at least we want direction for tonight. So is option, are you raising option B just as the one thing for us?
I'll
to
move
forward
option
on this?
B.
Okay.
So no exemptions other than housing authority or government-owned or operated units.
But we're still doing an analysis on the,
Section 8, on Section 8 units.
oh, well, I actually am much more interested in this deed restricted than the Section
We
8.
can, we can,
I
we
mean,
can, we can eliminate the section. We can just stick to just the exemption of the housing authority, and that's it. We don't have to bring back, if this direction is, any other exemptions, but we just need the direction from council.
Okay. I just feel like we've asked for the information on this, and we keep being asked to be making the decision, but we don't.
Sure.
I mean,
So, sorry, so you.
So
do
no
you-
exemptions other than housing authority. I don't know what to do. There's no information. Yeah.
We can, well, we can at least craft an we can do this. We can craft the ordinance with just the one exemption, if this is what the straw poll is on this issue. Nothing's stopping us from getting information. It doesn't sound like it's a Section 8 analysis, but more that what people are interested in is the ones of the affordability covenant. We can come back with an explanation on that. And if the final draft we want to add or have prepared on the side, additional language we can insert readily into it, we can do that. If that's where it seems like the hangup is tonight on houses, the interplay with properties with affordable, and units with affordability covenants on it. Is that where, am I getting the gist of it at least, where council seems to at least, because it sounds like Section 8 might not be, the vouchers might not be the issue. It's more the properties with affordability covenants. Am I correct in my understanding? And,
Well, I'll
and-
speak for myself. It's the extreme friction and the cognitive dissonance between housing authority being so vehemently on one perspective and tenant advocates being vehemently in a different perspective. And I just want our staff to analyze that,
Okay.
is what I'm asking. I mean.
Mayor Pro Tem Senden, I don't want to speak for all of tenant advocates, but we have heard that this is more to do with tenant habitability petitions and downward adjustment petitions and making sure that everyone possible has access to that than it is even more so a stabilized rent. So that's what I understand, because Section 8 and deed restricted already stabilize your rent. So you have a level of stability that other tenants don't have. It was on the tenant habitability downward adjustment petitions and having the pathway to address habitability. I'm looking at Councilmember Santa Maria, but it's obviously both and advocating for both, but that was really the heart of what I understood them advocating for these to not be exempt.
Okay, and then the mixed status issue.
That Councilmember Harmon has the facts that we have, the analysis of those vouchers that are issued and how many are issued to mixed status families and what that impact would be, and the clarification that when we talk about that standard payment adjustment, that's actually how we drafted the ordinance to begin with, creates that understanding that that would not be the case for a mixed status household with that language.
Well, I'm still open to hearing more about that. I mean, I
Okay.
understand that's the no exemptions. I understand that ask, but I don't feel that I have the data that I need.
We can definitely follow up.
Yeah, we can, I was going to say, we can follow Ms. McAdoo's thing of, at least if we have a B on right now, we'll craft an ordinance with just the exemption of housing authority in there. So because we have to bring back a draft, and we'll have that direction, so we have clarity. Nothing is wrong with bringing some additional information, so on the next date, we have the ordinance. We can always still make an amendment to that draft, so we can, that way we split the issue and handle it that way.
Ms. Harmon.
Ms. Anderson, when this comes back, can you please give us some information about this habitability downward adjustment? Because my understanding is that is not a pathway that exists, and so it's a separate process that these units would go through, regardless of whether they're covered or not covered. And I don't, it's too late for us to get into it tonight, but can we add that on the list, some clarity
Yes,
on
I
that?
appreciate you bringing that up because, again, we have a team to address habitability of deed-restricted units. That is separate from the rent stabilization program, but that would have to be worked in complement to each other. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Yeah, I agree with, coming back with the research for the deed restricted. It's helpful that we all have just a same equal level of information. But I think what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Doimus, is you would draft it with no exemptions other than the housing authority. But then once we bring back that analysis, we could vote to add the exemption for deed restricted. That's just not how it's going to be written at first, because we need the analysis first.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember, because us as staff want to make sure with this meeting too, we're going into really good detail. We want to make sure we're following council's direction. So what would help us is the direction is write it up with this, because we get that clarity. We can always have the additional information and present it. And if we need to amend an exception with the additional information, we can do that. And that way we're all clear and we're following the council direction here tonight.
I think in bringing back that analysis from, whether it sounds like housing authority is who you would do the analysis with? Or no, staff. Thank you.
Yeah,
Right.
staff.
So in the analysis with staff, and if you're consulting with housing authority or other housing providers, I mean, I would recommend consulting with the folks that suggested these amendments, and especially if there's not enough clarity on what was the intent for them, then making that be part of the analysis would be helpful for me.
So, Ms. Anderson, since we circled the drain for a while on item 3, as we go down these other items, you're coming back to us with the research and answers and the matrix on the things we just talked about.
Yes, the decision's already made. We have a couple of items noted to return to.
Yeah, so I was just thinking as we go to these next items, if we could maybe expedite by considering that as a check back as well.
We need a refined ordinance to introduce. So unfortunately, we do need additional direction on some of these items before we can do that.
One of the options, if I could, is you can have an ordinance that has an A and a B clause in it at the time of introduction, and you can say, okay, we pick this one, we don't pick this one, and you introduce the ordinance.
Right.
So, I mean, from a drafting standpoint, we can address this, put this into a decision matrix for you to make it at a later time, as opposed to only doing one thing the next time around. So we have that capability, and I've written ordinances, many ordinances that way, where it gives the decision maker the option of this one or this one, and it's all written in, and you can do that then, if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, we can go through the rest of these tonight.
Ms. Sneddon.
Could you just ask us, what are the last points that you need direction on?
Mayor Pro Tem said, and there's a pretty considerable substantive provision around organizing activities to be included. It actually says this is a substantive provision. So I don't know.
Organizing.
Your assistant city attorney, what he needs direction on to be able to start a
The issue
redraft.
here had to do with whether or not tenant organizing activities is a protected activity that would be one part of the definition of housing services. In other words, they have the right to organize. They also, if they engaged in those activities, they would be protected from an eviction. It would not be a grounds for just cause. So that's a just cause issue, not a rent control issue.
Could this go into the anti-harassment just cause?
Yeah, it would go into
Let's just say that and move on.
Yes.
That's where it would go.
Next.
And
Yeah, I agree.
one thing I do want to point out is we need to do a little bit of research into whether mandatory authorization for for use of landlord property for tenant organizing violates some recent precedent from the U.S. Supreme Court related to or organizing for agricultural labor unions. You know, and I pointed that out in the matrix.
Yes.
We need to research that, but it goes in just cause.
Yeah, please do. So
Okay.
8 and 13, some of these were not substantive. We just needed to make like one word adjustment or something.
Right,
So
and
8
that's, though, I'm skipping through that.
Yeah.
I'm now to 20. This was substantive in terms of a new section on utilities.
Wait, what happened to 15?
I have,
Oh,
that
we talked about it,
We
sorry.
made that decision
Okay.
later in other amendments
Okay.
in terms of their authority.
Oh,
So
and-
I don't mean to not
No, you're good. In
address the go
20,
back. So that's where I'm at right now, is 20 is substantive, and we would need council direction on this section.
In 20, I think the intention isn't to like prohibit sub-metering, and that went at Water Commission, and there's lots of reasons not, I mean, it's very much more complicated. Whatever this is, the intention, I think, is that the utilities don't get all lumped together and not subject to the ordinance.
I think I think that the existing provision has that intention in it. In other words, if you separate out utility, under the current proposal, if you separate out utilities from rent without, and make the tenant pay for it without having a corresponding reduction in rent, that's a rent increase. It's already there. So I think that maybe the direction is to
Make sure.
make amendments that are consistent with the intention
Yes.
here, which is to protect the tenant from paying double for utilities, but not eliminate, for example, the ability for a landlord to have sub-metering, because that's one of the things we're encouraging for water.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think that handles that one.
Okay. We have 27, again, I think this was addressed in later
Yeah.
direction from council in terms of recommendations for consideration and council approval. And then on 29, this is the formula, is the MNOI as the standard calculation to be considered for fair return.
Oh, yeah, and that's 29 and 30 you were going to work on and come back, right? Together.
If you want us, right now, we have an MNOI as the basis, and we have the capital pass-through. If you want us to take another look at the fair return petition and include more back into fair return, we need that direction to do so.
For me personally, I just wanted a small change to say it should be presumed that a landlord has the right to obtain.
Okay.
Mine was just a small little.
Is that
I agree.
supported by everyone?
I agree with that, and I would add an open for discussion, but removing the words "which shall be presumed" to be a fair rate of return.
Yeah.
The "shall be presumed" part.
Okay.
It's a very small adjustment.
Okay. Is that,
But if there's an analysis that says
Look-
we shouldn't, then feel free to come back with that and let us know.
Yeah, I mean, some of these presumptions are necessary in order for the program to work, and it actually works in the tenant's favor. For example, to presume that the rent was fair market rent on December is a key underpinning of the whole operation of this ordinance, because that's, even if some of the landlords said, no, we were under market. Well, if you set your rent when it was an unregulated program, and it was what was below what you could charge, that's market rent. You set the market, and that presumption is very important. So I understand what you want, and we'll address it.
Thank you.
We have 38 and 40 related to excluding corporately owned properties and large properties from the capital improvement process.
Yes.
No, yeah, we don't want to, I don't want to exclude.
Yeah, they,
So leave the capital improvement petition process open to every property owner at every level.
There could be some number, and I think this is open, this is where we wanted to work with the mom and pops to have there be some number of units that weren't considered corporate or not.
I think what, if I may, you gave direction to include basically the capital improvement plan and have an approval process. That's going to take care of a lot of the issues associated with this. What I want to advise is precluding a landlord from obtaining a capital pass-through because of their corporate status is going to put you smack dab into a constitutional argument.
Don't want that.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Quick question on that. So is the constitutional issue because of it being like a corporate entity? Like, I guess what I'm trying to ask is if we were to set a number and say, if you own less than this amount, you can pass it through. If you own more than this amount, you cannot pass the cost through. Is that an issue? Or is that allowed?
It might be an issue. The economic threshold, I understand. I don't know. I need to think about that one. But Supreme Court has said that corporations are people, and property owners, and you can't deny a property owner of a fair return on their
I think, but those are two different things,
I
because
understand.
every property owner would be able to, or subject to the rent stabilization ordinance, would be able to submit a fair rate of return petition. That's one. But then the capital pass-through is different. And so even if they are not allowed to automatically pass through all the cost of a capital improvement, they can still meet that constitutional requirement by submitting a fair rate of return petition. I'll just say very quickly, my goal with this is that we don't automatically pass the cost of a capital improvement to the tenant unless it's a small mom and pop landlord who needs that break and needs to be able to pass the cost through so that they can stay in business. But a lot of the folks that own many more units, they can afford to absorb the cost of maintenance.
I think that will be addressed. That concern is likely to be addressed in the capital improvement plan requirement. That's what I was responding to, Councilmember Sneddon's issue on that. So I understand what you're saying, and we'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
40, I think, will be handled once you look at the deed restricted, right? Otherwise, it could just be for housing authority owned or managed on that one.
I think this could be it.
It's 77.
On rent stabilization.
Hold on, 77 and 79.
I have 79, but again, we needed clarity from the folks who are proposing that adjustment. 77, we have to accept that all units are registered.
Awesome.
So, yeah, I don't have.
On that one, we just decided potentially to phase the implementation, so prioritizing covered units first, and then eventually working to get all units into the rental
But
register.
write it as covered.
And it will be a separate, very detailed section.
And then can I make a suggestion for the Ellis Act ones? I think as it's all there, if you draft with everything in 1 through 32 and 48 through 52 with aligning with just cause, is that enough?
I think yes. I think that's enough direction for now.
Yeah, because it's the table and everything in there is, drafted that way, but take out things that aren't in alignment, or, the goal is to make it in alignment.
Yes.
I would support that as well.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, are we,
Thank you.
all right, very good.
Can I just clarify for the just cause ordinance? Just want to make sure we got those numbers right. It's 1 through 32 and 48 through 52. Those are the amendments we're asking to put in the draft, and then we can come back and discuss those.
Yeah. Are you comfortable with the timing and that it wouldn't come back at the same time, but that there allows staff to work on one ordinance before the other?
I'm comfortable. I mean,
It's
last
not
time we
too
did
far
tenant
away.
protection, I mean, they take a long time.
Yeah.
So-
I think, so generally, yes, but with the caveat that there are some provisions in the just cause ordinance that would probably have to be prioritized and done first, so that there are no loopholes left once the rent stabilization ordinance is implemented. So
Councilmember Santa Maria, we want to do all of them, and I think our commitment is to do that before the program launch for rent stabilization.
We just
the
want to
timing.
prioritize getting the rent
Yeah.
stabilization ordinance back. And then there's some things that will follow and trail in terms of just cause, but those will come back maybe like a month after rent stabilization. So, and then all of it will be implemented together.
Okay. Is there anything left in the RSO matrix that you did not hear direction from that you need in order to draft this?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Do we have a rough estimate of when we would come back with the draft ordinance? Very rough. I don't want to hold you to any dates, but just curious. I know the public has asked about this, and I'm not sure what to tell them.
We have a date held, but honestly, I think our team needs to evaluate all of the proposals that were approved today and how much time it's going to take to recraft certain sections or create new sections. So we were hoping for sooner rather than later, but I think we just need a moment to debrief, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think we
And
have to
then we
leave
will
that to the
communicate
city
far and
administrator and the
wide.
city attorney's office.
Yes,
Just curious.
yeah. And then
Yeah.
we will
Yeah, please
communicate.
take your time.
Hopefully sometime in August.
Oh, yes, yeah,
But,
we're
but I
hoping.
think we just need to figure out, the team needs to just sort of regroup and look at how many changes are needed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did not expect the date right now whatsoever. I was just curious if you had an idea.
We're,
Thank you so
we're
much.
doing the best we can to turn it over with urgency. Yeah.
You definitely are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
All right, very good. Ms. Sneddon.
Can I just make two very small council report out?
Go right ahead.
Okay, just two. I'd like to wish my mom a happy 80th birthday, and I'd like to close the meeting with your permission in honor of the mighty and majestic Sheila Lodge.
Very good. Anybody else? Very good. We stand adjourned at long last.